At the moment of breakthrough, Ron felt an unprecedented energy fluctuation erupt from within him, like the wings of a butterfly emerging, gently trembling, yet carrying a heart-pounding power. The meridians in his body seemed to be rewoven, and the fiber structure of his muscles underwent subtle changes, becoming denser and more elastic. As the breathing body refining reached the skilled level, his physical attribute directly increased to 2.0, just reaching the critical point for advancing to Bloodline Knight. Basic attributes enhancement, Constitution 1.7, right arrow 2.0, plus 0.3. He felt his control over his body had reached a new realm, with every muscle, every bone, every blood vessel within his perception. The feeling was like a blurred world becoming clear, a chaotic universe suddenly becoming orderly. Gained additional trait, traceback. When Bloodline is activated, it can be traced back to a more primitive and pure bloodline form, enhancing the bloodline level. Traceback, he saw the name of this trait with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. The description of this trait made his heart involuntarily accelerate. Being able to trace back to a more original and pure bloodline upon activation, this was practically tailor-made for him. Among the current cultivators of the crown breathing technique, most can only awaken lower-level bloodlines such as fire lizard or two-legged flying dragon. Because human bloodlines have been diluted and mutated through too many generations, connection to ancient creatures is almost imperceptible. The traceback attribute, however, can break this limitation and directly trace back to the original source of the bloodline. If this trait can function as described, then Ron hopes to awaken a bloodline that is more powerful and purer than that of ordinary cultivators. If I combine it with my improved bloodline activation potion, Ron's eyes gleamed with a burning light. Perhaps I really could activate a dragon bloodline close to the Sun Flame Dragon. The Sun Flame Dragon, a pure-blooded dragon species from the star ring of the divine era. They can freely manipulate the powers of flame and light. According to records, the ancient dragons of this lineage have even acquired the divinity of the sun god, which might also be why the crown breathing technique can trace back to them. Ron does not dream of ascending in one step and directly awakening such a terrifying star ring bloodline. But with the dual aid of the bloodline activation potion and the traceback trait, awakening a subordinate branch of draconic species is not unattainable. However, all this still requires practical validation. Ron calmed himself, analyzing rationally. The theoretical feasibility often greatly differs from actual effect, not to mention bloodline activation is a high-risk process itself. Rash attempts could lead to irreversible outcomes, the worst being mutation into a creature abandoned by reason and humanity. Thinking of this, he opened the letter Andre had the messenger deliver today. The handwriting of the blonde youth was slightly hurried, but between the lines, an uncontrollable excitement was evident. Since your bloodline activation potion has made significant progress, I will immediately prepare the materials needed for the bloodline activation ceremony and proceed with activation ahead of you. Ron was not surprised to see this, but the latter part of the letter made him frown. Regarding the third stage of the crown breathing technique, I need to tell you something in person. This involves the core secrets of the Bloodline Knight, not suitable to write in a letter. Tonight, I'll come see you with magma dew. Ron softly uttered this name, recalling the special body tempering medicine Andre mentioned before. Forget about looking at Chapter 4. According to the manuscript of the crown breathing technique, the third stage requires the use of magma dew to temper the physique, allowing the meridians to withstand stronger energy flow. But the specific effects are not detailed in the manuscript. Ron carefully put the letter aside and continued to study the bloodline activation potion formula on the table. After repeated scrutiny and improvement over this period, he has basically finalized the plan. Using sunfire essence as a guiding medium, combined with the bloodline factor extracted from fire lizard scales, along with several stabilizers and directional enhancement components. Theoretically, this formula should accurately activate the bloodline fragments related to the sun flame dragon in the body, while firmly locking the activation direction and avoiding the possibility of random mutation. Magic Potion Refining Experience Points +1. Alan quietly organized the herbs on the side. The once calm and unruffled eyes now sparkled with evident wisdom. Its morphological changes have gradually slowed. The body contour is almost humanoid, except the skin is still a light green, and the hair is composed of dense vines. Master, Alan generated words with leaf blades. The powdered heart of the volcano lizard is running low. Ron nodded. Thanks for the reminder. I'll arrange for the purchase of new materials. He couldn't help but marvel at the dramatic transformation of Alan. In just a few days since it was purchased, it has grown from an almost non-communicative semi-plant to an assistant capable of understanding complex instructions and offering proactive advice. How do you feel today, Alan? Ron asked, organizing the workbench. Alan's leaves gently swayed, generating a response much longer than usual. It feels wonderful, Master. My thoughts have become clearer. I can recall more things. I even started dreaming. Dreaming? Ron paused his work in surprise. What did you dream about? Dreamt of a forest, Alan wrote. A forest completely different from here, filled with sunlight. The trees are tall, flowers and grass abundant, teeming with life everywhere. And many beings like me, but they are more human-like, able to speak and dance. Ron nodded thoughtfully, further confirming his suspicion that these dreams were likely the awakening of bloodline memory, echoes from an ancient era. That sounds like a beautiful place, Ron said gently. Maybe one day you'll remember more. Alan's vines quivered slightly, seemingly expressing some emotion, but it chose not to continue the topic, instead focusing its attention on organizing the herbs. Ron also returned to his work. For the next few hours, he completed several client orders for magic potions, while continuing to refine the details of the bloodline activation potion formula. As the sun began to set, Andre arrived as promised, holding a delicate wooden box. Finally finished today's law enforcement team tasks. Helped them chop dozens of experimental wood today, and my arms feel almost numb. Besides his own night training, he actually spends a lot of time on various tasks assigned by the law enforcement team to earn magic stone fragments. Being able to accept such miscellaneous tasks within the school was due to the connections of the Farouk royal family. Apprentices without such backing had to risk their lives on field duties. The blond youth, although slightly exhausted, had a gleam of excitement in his eyes. In this box is the magma dew and some information you need to know. Ron led him to the meeting room on the second floor of the workshop, where Alan thoughtfully prepared hot tea for the two before quietly stepping aside. Andre carefully opened the wooden box and took out a small crystal bottle. The bottle contained a dark red liquid, with golden sparks flickering inside, resembling a miniature flow of lava. Magma dew, Andre said solemnly, speaking in a low voice. The third stage body tempering medicine of the crown breathing technique, and it's also the last of the secret potion I could bring from the royal family. Ron took the crystal bottle, feeling the heat emanating from the bottle, the temperature inside remaining astonishing despite the thick crystal. What exactly is this? Ron asked curiously, gently shaking the bottle to observe the flow of the liquid inside. Andre glanced around to ensure no outsiders were present before beginning his explanation. Magma dew isn't simply used for meridian enhancement like scorching oil. His tone became unusually serious. Its true purpose is to help bloodline knights get through the dangerous post-awakening period. He retrieved a parchment from his bosom and carefully unraveled it. This is a part of records I secretly copied from the royal archives. After the awakening ceremony, a bloodline knight enters a rapid growth period of about 6 months. During this time, the awakened bloodline power grows at an astounding rate, but it also brings a significant risk of mutation. Ron frowned. Mutation risk. Yes, Andre nodded affirmatively. If the body cannot fully harness the awakened ancient bloodline, it will start to erode the host's body and spirit, leading to irreversible mutations. This is why many who attempt bloodline awakening eventually turn into monsters. He pointed to the crystal bottle. The role of magma dew is to stabilize the awakened bloodline power, allowing it to integrate into the host's body at a controllable speed, preventing uncontrolled mutations. Ron finally understood the true meaning of the third stage of the crown breathing technique. So the third stage is essentially a transition period to help knights master the awakened bloodline power. Exactly, Andre nodded. Even among the royal family, most people's inheritance of the crown breathing technique only reaches the third stage. What about the ultimate stage leading to the crown knight? Ron pressed further. Andre gave a wry smile and shook his head. Unfortunately, as an unfavored 13th prince, I don't have the inheritance for the final stage. As far as I know, only the king and crown prince have the right to access that part. Ron nodded thoughtfully. This meant that if he wanted to further pursue the cultivation of the crown breathing technique, he might have to return to the Faruk kingdom someday in the future. However, although I don't have the detailed content for the final stage, I have indeed heard some rumors. A trace of cunning flashed in Andre's eyes. It is said that the complete crown breathing technique not only helps bloodline knights master their bloodline power, but also guides them to higher realms, becoming a crown knight, a terrifying being capable of directly channeling solar energy. He lowered his voice. Since the founding of the Faruk kingdom, only 2 knights have reached that level, and both were at the most critical moments of the kingdom. Their power is said to rival that of an official wizard and even surpass some research-focused wizards. Ron fell into deep thought. If these rumors were true, then perhaps in the future, when he became an advanced apprentice, he would indeed need to find time to meet the king. When do you plan to start the ceremony? As soon as your potion is ready. Andre replied. However, it's best to perform the ceremony at noon when the positive energy is most active. The two then discussed the details and preparations for the ceremony and agreed to conduct it early in the morning in 3 days. After seeing Andre off, Ron returned to the laboratory, fully immersing himself in the final adjustments of the bloodline activation potion. Now aware of more secrets about bloodline knights, he had clearer requirements for the potion's formula. Not only must it precisely guide the direction of bloodline awakening, but also minimize the risk of post-awakening mutations. The first ray of morning sunlight shone through the window, casting a warm golden spot on the wooden floor of the workshop. Ron stood in the center of the training room, took a deep breath, and felt the ever-growing flow of power within his body. He closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting towards the origins of his bloodline. The Ralph clan, a venerable family that existed since the founding of the Faruk kingdom. According to family ancient texts, their bloodline traces back to the Hydra giant poison snake from the divine era. However, every knight nobility with a bloodline inheritance can trace their ancestors to extraordinarily powerful creatures. It's not surprising. Our ancestors were affluent, but the current Ralph clan can at most awaken the ordinary swamp multi-headed snake bloodline. The Ralph clan's crest, adorned with the image of a multi-headed snake, symbolizes the family's roots and power. In the past, while in the kingdom, he was puzzled as to why humans would possess the bloodlines of giant serpents or dragon species. He even had inappropriate fantasies because of it, but now it seems everything is just the experimental products of wizards. Ron murmured softly, his fingers brushing over his arm where golden meridian patterns were faintly visible beneath the skin, a trait gained from practicing the crown breathing technique, called the sun's protection. Since consuming the modified sun flame essence to break through, he often felt a heat flowing within, a sensation both unfamiliar and strangely familiar, as if some long-dormant power was gradually awakening. The Ralph clan's multi-headed snake bloodline and the sun flame dragon subspecies bloodline evoked by the crown breathing technique. 2 distinct extraordinary bloodlines coexist within me. Ron fell into deep thought. Along with the origin tracing trait I just acquired, perhaps I can trace back to a purer, more ancient bloodline form. The possibility of multiple bloodline overlays made Ron's heart race. Of course, there was caution amidst this anticipation. Bloodline activation is a double-edged sword. Uncontrolled direction or excessive intensity can lead to mutation. But with the origin tracing trait and his precisely concocted bloodline activation potion, he might be able to minimize these risks. In any case, in a few days, I'll have the chance to uncover the answers, Ron said softly, slowly opening his eyes. He raised his hand and picked up the ironwood sword placed to the side, executing a series of basic sword techniques with ease. Each movement flowed like water, with natural and smooth sword momentum, devoid of any excessive force. Every muscle in his body worked in precise coordination. Each swing of the sword carried a chilling precision and sharpness. The sword light traced a graceful arc in the morning light, emitting a slight whistling sound, as though slicing the air. Current progress, basic swordsmanship mastery max. It really has reached its peak. Ron murmured to himself, sheathing his sword. Continuing to practice won't increase my experience points any further. His basic swordsmanship had reached its limit, and the profession panel indicated no more improvements. In this situation, merely practicing sword techniques was clearly a waste of time. Given the panel's fixation, his skill wouldn't regress even without practice. To further advance in swordsmanship, it seems I have to wait until I advance to magic swordsman. Until then, I'll focus on magic, Ron decided. Today marked the beginning of his second week living in the workshop. To save unnecessary travel time, Eric and Leia scheduled the weekly assessment together. Passing it would allow direct entry into the second phase of courses. The weekly assessment is this afternoon. Better practice some magic first. Ron smiled slightly, turning his hand towards the spellcasting medium, a delicately crafted silver bracelet. He had purchased this specifically some time ago to better guide the flow of magic power and increase spell efficiency, costing about a dozen magic stone fragments. Though a basic alchemical artifact, for his current stage, it was sufficient as an aid. Standing in the open area of the workshop, Ron took a deep breath, adjusting his breath and mental state. Raising his hands, he closed his eyes to sense the flow of magic power within. He first concentrated on perceiving the room's energy field, then gradually shifted attention to the special training subject, a white lab rat placed under a transparent glass dome. This specially bred mouse was extremely sensitive to spiritual power fluctuations, making it an ideal subject for practicing spiritual interference spell. Spiritual interference. Ron's spiritual power started to gather, forming a barely visible fine ripple. This ripple seemed fragile, but encapsulated a meticulously constructed spiritual interference model, able to act on a creature's nervous system, causing temporary confusion or dizziness. He repeatedly adjusted the ripple's frequency and intensity, striving to find the optimal balance point. Too weak, it wouldn't have any effect. Too strong, it could permanently harm the test subject. The initial attempts were not ideal. The first time, the test mouse barely reacted. The second time, it merely twitched its ears slightly. The third time, it briefly halted its actions, but quickly returned to normal. Not precise enough, Ron frowned. He closed his eyes, fully immersed in the mental construction, attempting a more complex ripple structure. This time, he constructed a looped spiritual wave, theoretically able to act more precisely on specific brain regions. With the spiritual power released, an invisible ripple precisely aimed at the glass dome. This time, the effect was immediate. The lab rat suddenly stopped all movements. As if frozen in place, its gaze became bewildered and vacant. To be precise, it wasn't just stopped, but put into a specific state of nerve disturbance. Ron could clearly sense the brain activity of the lab rat being temporarily halted by him. Dozens of seconds later, the lab rat returned to normal, but appeared a bit fatigued and confused, the typical aftermath of spiritual interference. Spiritual interference experience points +1. Breakthrough spiritual interference, beginner 50/50, right arrow spiritual interference, proficient 1/100. Gained additional trait, lag circle within a specific range, interference effect slightly increases. Success, Ron softly cheered, feeling the slight changes in the flow mode of spiritual power within him. After a brief rest, he began practicing magic construction, the foundation of all spells, determining the caster's control over magic power and the stability of the magic model. He picked up a special crystal ball, a tool specifically used for practicing magic construction. The crystal ball could reflect the caster's magic power control in real time, with any slight fluctuation and instability manifesting inside it. This time I'll try the triple overlay structure, Ron muttered to himself, referring to an advanced technique he saw in the book, Wizard Modeling Essentials, usually only achievable by seasoned casters. He infused a strand of spiritual power into the crystal ball, beginning to construct a magic model within it. Initially a simple ring structure, gradually increasing in complexity, adding the second and third configurations, each maintaining a specific resonance relation with the preceding layer. The interior of the crystal ball gradually revealed complex light patterns, initially somewhat blurred, becoming clearer and more stable with Ron's continuous adjustments. This process was extremely consuming of spiritual power, sweat beading on Ron's forehead, his breath growing slightly labored. But he persevered, continually fine-tuning every detail until the triple configurations in the crystal ball reached perfect balance. When the last bit of instability was eliminated, the light patterns inside the crystal ball suddenly became exceptionally bright and stable, the three-ring structures perfectly overlaying each other, forming a harmonious and unified whole. Magic Construction Experience Points +1. Breakthrough Magic Construction, Beginner 50/50, Right Arrow Magic Construction, Proficient 1/100. Gained additional trait, Stable State, slight increase in stability of the magic model, slight decrease in magic power consumption. Accumulated for so many days, finally made a breakthrough today. Ron softly spoke to himself, satisfied with his achievements. These advancements in the two skills would just be helpful for today's weekly assessment. After finishing his spell practice, Ron sat cross-legged, ready to begin his daily meditation cultivation. As he entered the meditation state, his consciousness gradually immersed into the familiar starry sky, the unique realm of Star Eater's ravings. As always, countless living stars flickered with eerie glows in the vast universe, as though whispering secrets. But today, Ron found the stars appeared more active than usual, their glow more dazzling, the whispers more distinct. He even seemed to discern fragmented words among the murmurs. Ron's heart skipped a beat, the first time he had heard such clear voices in meditation. What shocked him even more was that, when he tried to focus and listen, some stars seemed to sense his attention and began to slowly move towards him. For a moment, Ron hallucinated seeing the eyes of some giant creature, gazing at him from the depths of the universe. Damn, he abruptly broke out of the meditation state, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. Breath quickened, heart pounding like a drum. His entire body felt as if he'd just awakened from a nightmare. Spiritual contamination. Has it already reached such a level? He trembled as he grabbed the pocket watch placed beside him to recheck his state. Indeed, the accumulated spiritual contamination was nearing a moderate level, which was already a dangerous signal. According to the information he had reviewed some time ago, moderate spiritual contamination could lead to hallucinations, affect sleep quality, and even interfere with daily judgment. If left unchecked, once the contamination reached severe levels, madness and mutation wouldn't be far off. Ron immediately activated the reset function of the pocket watch, a cool sensation spreading from the point of contact throughout his entire body, gradually purifying the contamination lurking deep within his spirit. Successfully reset negative state, moderate spiritual contamination, energy 6. 6 energy points. This was the largest consumption since he had used the pocket watch. Ron's heart sank, feeling an instinctive unease. In theory, this level of spiritual contamination should be a problem faced only by advanced apprentices. Significant reason why those advanced apprentices actively took on roles as teaching assistants was to gain favors, to purify their spiritual contamination. Is it because I've been cultivating too fast? Ron pondered, or is it the aftereffects left by those 2 instances of special inspiration? A more terrifying possibility slowly emerged in his mind, but the thought was too frightening for him to continue pondering. In any case, I must find a better solution. Ron looked at the pocket watch, his desire to advance it growing even stronger in his heart. The current pocket watch, though powerful, had limited energy. If the spiritual contamination continued to accumulate at this rate, one day it would surely exceed the pocket watch's cleansing capability. Once Andre and I both advanced to Bloodline Knights, combined with various magic-like techniques as support, together we will have the strength to contend even with advanced apprentices. At that time, we must explore Lizard Alley again. Ron silently decided in his heart, perhaps through that goblin, the half-beastman mercenary squad, or even the mysterious old woman's backing, we can find clues about the origin of the pocket watch. After calming his emotions, Ron began to prepare for today's weekly test. This was something he had promised Eric and Leia, and it was also crucial for him to ascend to the next level of courses. Once he finished washing up, he changed into a clean and tidy robe, secured the pouch containing magic stone fragments at his waist, ensuring he looked energetic. Before leaving, he glanced back at the Star Eater's ravings notes on the workbench, a complex emotion fleeting across his eyes. Although this meditation technique had brought him many troubles, he couldn't deny that it had significantly accelerated his spiritual power growth. This conflicting feeling left him in a dilemma, but the immediate priority was passing the weekly test to reach a higher stage. "Alan, I'm going to the weekly test. Please look after the workshop," Ron said to the dryad, who was organizing herbs in the corner. Alan's leaves gently swayed, forming characters. "Good luck, master." Ron smiled and nodded, stepping out of the workshop and heading towards the teaching area. The black mist jungle was damp and refreshing in the early morning, and Ron took a deep breath, allowing his thoughts to gradually calm down. Today was an important day. He must give his all and not let the shadow of spiritual contamination affect his performance. As he crossed a dim grove, the outline of the teaching area gradually became clearer. The ancient and solemn stone tower appeared particularly dignified in the morning light, where countless wizards had embarked on their path of the extraordinary, and countless others had fallen here, never reaching the end. In the hallway of the teaching area, people came and went, apprentices of various levels holding scrolls or books hurriedly moving through. Following the signs, Ron found the weekly test location, a spacious classroom on the 3rd floor. As he opened the door, he saw Eric already inside, organizing some documents on the table. There were also a few apprentices in the classroom, looking like they were there to participate in the weekly test. "Oh, Ron," Eric looked up and greeted him with a smile. "You're early. It seems you value this test greatly." "Of course, Master Eric," Ron respectfully responded. "This is an important step for me to enter the next phase of study, and I've prepared thoroughly." Eric nodded, indicating for him to find a seat in the front row. Ron scanned the room, recognizing a few classmates from previous lessons. Some looked confident, while others appeared nervous. Today's weekly test covers the magic circuit optimization and spiritual stability techniques courses. When the scheduled time arrived, Eric immediately began announcing the exam rules. These 2 courses are foundational for apprentices, and their content is interrelated, so we have arranged for the tests to be held on the same day to save everyone the travel time. He continued to explain, "First is the theoretical test, followed by practical operation. Each part accounts for half of the total score, and you need to pass both parts to advance." Leia entered the classroom from the side door, holding a stack of exam papers. She nodded to everyone, then started distributing the test papers. "Please stay quiet and answer carefully. The test time is 1 hour." Ron took the test paper and quickly skimmed through it. The content covered the basic theory of the magic circuit, core techniques for spiritual power stability, and an analysis of their relevance. For general apprentices, these questions were undoubtedly quite challenging, but for Ron, who had already raised both skills to a skilled level, they seemed relatively simple. He picked up the pen and began to answer. The tip of the pen moved smoothly across the paper without the slightest hesitation. The concepts that once required repeated consideration had now integrated into his way of thinking, becoming instinctual understanding. The last question in the theory part was especially complex, requiring students to analyze how to maintain the stability of a magic circuit under high-pressure environments. This required a comprehensive use of the core knowledge of both courses, along with personal practical experience. After a moment's thought, Ron picked up his pen and wrote, "In high-pressure environments, magic circuits are prone to disorder, mainly due to spiritual wave causing the energy flow to lose control. The solution lies in constructing a buffer ring, which forms a secondary energy flow around the main circuit." He described in detail some techniques he discovered during magic construction practice, things not mentioned in regular textbooks, insights he gained through practical exploration. Half an hour later, Ron had finished all the questions, becoming the first student to hand in the test paper. Leia took his test paper, glanced over a few pages, a hint of surprise in her eyes, but quickly regained her composure. After the theory test, there was the practical operation session. Students were taken to a special laboratory with various testing devices inside. "The practical test is divided into 3 parts, Eric announced. Magic circuit construction, maintenance of spiritual power stability, and comprehensive application of both. Each student will be tested in turn. Please wait for your call in the waiting area." When it was Ron's turn, he went to the test bench, facing a complex crystal device and instrument specifically for testing magic circuit construction ability. "Please try to construct a triple ring magic circuit in the crystal and maintain stability for at least 30 seconds, instructed Eric. This was a highly challenging task for many students. The triple ring structure required precise control of 3 different frequencies of energy flow, with even slight carelessness leading to the collapse of the entire structure. But Ron had already completed a more complex construction during the morning practice. He easily extended his hands, channeling spiritual power into the crystal. With the stability trait's blessing, his magic control was more precise than before. The crystal interior quickly manifested 3 perfect energy rings that interlaced at specific angles, forming a harmonious and unified whole. The energy flowed smoothly within the rings, with almost no fluctuation. Eric and Leia exchanged a glance, evidently surprised by Ron's performance. 30 seconds passed, and Ron's construction remained as stable as ever, showing no sign of degradation. That's enough, very impressive. Eric gestured for Ron to stop. Next is the spiritual power stability test. Leia took out a black cube and placed it in front of Ron. This is an alchemy item chaos cube. It continuously releases disruptive waves, attempting to disturb your spiritual power. You need to move that small ball along a specific trajectory under such disturbance. She pointed to a small metal ball suspended in the air. The trajectory is already marked, and the duration is also 30 seconds. Ron nodded, focusing his attention. As the test began, the black cube emitted irregular energy fluctuations, like 1,000 people whispering simultaneously in his mind, trying to distract him. In the past, this kind of interference might have turned his spiritual power control chaotic. But now, with the trait's enhancement, his control over the spiritual field within a specific range had risen to a new level. He no longer tried to resist the disturbances, but integrated them into his spiritual flow, then accurately filtered out those chaotic energies, retaining only the useful parts. The small ball began to move along the predetermined path, its motion smooth and precise. Even under the strongest interference waves, the trajectory showed no deviation at all. After 30 seconds, the test ended. Leia deactivated the Chaos Cube, her face unable to hide her surprise. Truly impressive, Ron. Your ability to control spiritual power has basically reached the level of an intermediate apprentice, possibly even surpassing many intermediate apprentices in the law enforcement team. Eric said, comprehensive application. Please construct a magic circuit and perform a simple elemental operation simultaneously while resisting external interference. This was the most challenging part of the entire test, requiring students to apply all the skills from both courses simultaneously. Ron took a deep breath and began constructing the internal magic circuit. Meanwhile, the Chaos Cube was activated again, sending even stronger interference waves at him. Under such pressure, he remained calm. The internal magic circuit operated stably like precise gears, while externally, a mental shield was constructed to block most of the interference. When everything was ready, Ron gently raised his hand, a faint light glowing at his fingertips. This was a simple application of the light element, but casting it in such a complex environment tested the caster's comprehensive ability. The light was stable and bright, with no flickering or fluctuations, proving his magic control was nearly perfect. After the test ended, Eric and Leia exchanged a glance, then took Ron aside. Ron, your performance far exceeded our expectations. Eric said in a low voice. Honestly, with your current level, you can completely skip the second phase of the course and go straight to the third phase. Leia nodded. Indeed, your spiritual power control and magic circuit construction skills have already reached the level of many intermediate apprentices. Continuing with the foundational courses is a waste of time for you. Ron was slightly surprised. Does this comply with the school's regulations? Normally, the school indeed recommends students to complete each phase step by step. Eric explained, but for those exceptionally outstanding students, we have the right to make special arrangements. He smiled. Besides, you might have noticed the occasional personalized training we gave you recently. That was us evaluating your potential, and now it seems our judgment was correct. Leia added, after the third phase, outstanding students have the opportunity to study advanced content directly with official wizard-level masters. Given your talent and progress speed, it should be a great opportunity. Ron felt a surge of joy. Skipping ahead meant he could access higher-level knowledge faster, exactly what he desired. Thank you both for your guidance and trust. He said sincerely, I will cherish this opportunity and not disappoint your expectations. No thanks needed, Eric patted his shoulder. In fact, students like you who can show talent in multiple fields are very rare. We're looking forward to your future achievements." As he left the testing room, Ron felt exceptionally lighthearted, skipping directly to the third phase, and then with official wizard's guidance. He mused to himself, eyes gleaming with determination, one step closer to true power. Sunlight filtered through the sparse canopy of the black mist jungle, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Ron returned to the workshop in high spirits, the successful test filling him with an extraordinary sense of ease. To be able to directly leap to the third phase of courses meant he could acquire more profound knowledge at a faster pace, which was something he had always yearned for. "Alan, I'm back," he called out cheerfully as he pushed open the workshop door. The dryad stood quietly in the corner, and upon hearing Ron's voice, she turned slightly. Her leaves gracefully formed characters. "Congratulations, Master. It seems the test went smoothly." Ron nodded and hung his robe on the coat rack by the door. "Not bad. They've allowed me to skip directly to the third phase of courses." As he spoke, he walked over to Alan and carefully observed this once wholly plant-based unique creature. In recent days, Alan's changes had become quite apparent, her body now fully presenting a soft feminine form. The dress, woven from branches, cascaded to the ground, creating an elegant and mysterious appearance. However, Ron also noticed that Alan's transformation seemed to have stalled compared to a few days ago. Her face still maintained a relatively vague outline. Although one could discern the positions of the eyes, nose, and mouth, they were still far from being as clear and intricate as those of humans. "How have you been feeling lately, Alan?" Ron asked softly, his tone filled with concern. Alan's vines trembled slightly. "Very calm, Master. Those dreams have ceased appearing." Ron nodded thoughtfully. As he had anticipated, Alan's evolution seemed to have reached a bottleneck. The energy in the magic potion residue was no longer sufficient to propel her toward a higher form of transformation. "This is normal," Ron comforted her. "Each evolution requires adequate energy accumulation. We can try some new methods." He took a small bottle from the workbench, containing the freshly refined residue of sun flame essence, which still held trace active components. Though it held no value for a regular magic potion user, it might still provide some nutrients for Alan. "Give this a try." Ron handed the small bottle to Alan. "This is the recently refined residue of sun flame essence. It might be more in line with your energy needs compared to ordinary residue." Alan took the bottle, and her vines carefully poured the residue around her roots. Almost immediately, the residue was absorbed by her roots, and her entire vine and leaves trembled slightly, seemingly reveling in the comfort brought by the energy. "Feels warm," Alan's writing board etched in the air fluidly. "Thank you, Master." Ron smiled and nodded, turning to walk towards his experimental station. Although Alan's condition was stable, for her to transform further clearly required a more potent energy source and a more precise bloodline activation method. "Once I've mastered the techniques of bloodline modulation and activation, I can try to help you awaken further." While sorting out his experimental tools, Ron spoke softly. "I believe a more ancient and powerful bloodline lies dormant within you." Alan was silent for a moment, then her vines moved again. "Do you think I can become more like those beings in the dreams?" "I believe so," Ron replied firmly. "Every creature has its possibilities, and you have already demonstrated extraordinary potential, Alan." The dryad's branches swayed gently, as if expressing a silent anticipation and gratitude. Ron turned towards the workbench, beginning the final preparations for tonight's important ritual. Meanwhile, in the temporary duty room of the law enforcement team, Andre was mechanically repeating the task in his hands, classifying and sorting the various wood samples collected from the edges of the black mist jungle. His movements were skillful and precise, fingers deftly sorting the wood chips into different piles according to their texture and hardness. However, his mind was obviously elsewhere. 78, 79. Wait, this piece should be with the ones in the hard category. Andre muttered, picking up a misplaced wood chip and placing it in another pile. The temporary duty room of the law enforcement team was dimly lit, illuminated by only a few magic crystal lamps. In the corner, various samples and tools brought back from the forest were stacked, and a detailed map of the black mist jungle hung on the wall, marking the danger levels and patrol routes of each area. Norris was nearby, sorting out patrol reports. He looked up at Andre, frowning slightly. "This is your third mistake today, focus." "Sorry," Andre forced a smile. "Something's been bothering me lately." Norris shook his head, thinking of the other's background, his tone slightly softened. "Everyone has their problems, but a small distraction during a mission can be fatal. Last week, that apprentice named Jacob almost got sprayed by a three-eyed toad's venom because he was distracted." Andre nodded, trying to refocus on the task at hand. However, his thoughts still unconsciously drifted towards the approaching bloodline activation ritual. Ever since he and Ron finalized the details of the ceremony, his mood has persisted in a strange hybrid state, both expectant and fearful. Bloodline activation meant he would gain stronger power, but it also came with significant risks. With this thought, Andre's hand slipped, and a sharp wood chip grazed his finger, leaving a thin blood mark. "Damn it!" he cursed softly, quickly taking out a clean cloth to press on the wound. Norris sighed, stood up, and walked over to Andre. "You're really off your game here, take this." He handed over a small bottle of healing potion. "I'm fine, it's just a small wound, no need to trouble you, Master Norris." Andre waved his hand. "It'll stop bleeding soon." "It's not for the small wound," Norris said seriously. "It's for your state of mind. If you keep being so distracted, next time it might not just be a small cut on your finger." Andre forced a smile, took the potion, and dripped a drop onto the wound. The wound healed quickly, but the worries in his heart couldn't dissipate so easily. At that moment, the door was flung open, and a small captain from the law enforcement team rushed in, a tense expression on his face. "Emergency situation. A patrol team found a corpse just on the outskirts of the North District. We need to deal with it immediately." Norris and Andre stood up at once. "What's going on?" Norris asked quickly, already beginning to gather necessary equipment. "Carl, the elementary apprentice who often takes out our perimeter tasks," the captain said succinctly. "Looks like he was attacked by a distorted creature. There are obvious signs of distortion and contamination on the body." Andre's heart sank hard. Carl, he knew this person, and among their many fellow countrymen in the Farak Kingdom, he was relatively familiar with him. A distorted creature. Norris frowned, so close to the school's boundary. "That's right, and it seems Carl was almost back in the safe zone," the captain said seriously. "If he was just a bit earlier, he might have been safe. We must handle the corpse immediately, or it may cause further contamination." Andre quickly grabbed his equipment bag, which contained various tools and potions for emergency situations. He knew that a corpse killed by a distorted creature would continue to emit contaminating aura around it. If not handled in time, it would not only cause environmental damage, but might also attract or spawn more distorted creatures. "Let's go, you come lend a hand too." Norris was already suited up, gesturing for Andre to follow. Andre swiftly followed the team out of the duty room, yet he realized that he might miss the bloodline activation ritual he had arranged with Ron because of this. As the sun set, Ron added the last drop of reagent into the beaker, and the solution immediately turned from a deep red to a golden amber hue, exuding a captivating aroma. "Perfect." He nodded with satisfaction, carefully transferring the solution into a specially crafted crystal bottle. "This is the final version of the bloodline activation potion." Alan stood by, watching the whole process. Her leaves gently swayed. Master's craftsmanship is becoming more refined. Ron smiled as he put away the crystal bottle. "This is currently my most satisfying work. In theory, it should precisely guide the direction of bloodline activation while significantly reducing the risk of distortion." He looked out the window. The sunlight had turned into a warm red, and the afterglow of the setting sun draped the black mist jungle in a golden red veil. Strange, Andre should have arrived by now. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, frowning. He is always very punctual. Ron decided to relax a bit. Turning to the bookshelf, he took down the book Alchemy Basics and started reading. The knowledge he gained from this book last time had already significantly improved his alchemy skills. Maybe reading a bit more could provide more inspiration. The core of alchemy lies in understanding the essence of matter and rearranging its constituent elements. Ron recited softly, his fingers gently tracing the pages. Through specific processes and media, it's possible to transform the form of matter or even change its fundamental attributes. As he delved deeper into the book, Ron felt a familiar sensation. Knowledge was slowly sedimenting in his mind, forming new connections, just like pieces of a puzzle gradually fitting into a complete picture. Alchemy Introductory, Experience Points +1. Indeed, magic potion making and alchemy have many commonalities. Both focus on material changes and the flow of energy, only differing in application and specific methods. As a professional alchemist already proficient in magic potion making, combined with the trait extensive knowledge, Ron displayed extraordinary learning efficiency when studying alchemy. Unknowingly, Ron had been reading for over half an hour, and his experience points in alchemy had steadily increased to Introductory 12/50. He closed the book, rubbed his slightly tired eyes, and looked out the window again. The sky was completely dark, and the magic crystal lamp in the workshop automatically lit up, dispelling the indoor darkness. Yet Andre still hadn't appeared. "Something's not right," Ron murmured. "Andre isn't someone who easily ends up late or misses an appointment." Just as he was about to stand up to head to the law enforcement team to inquire, Alan's voice suddenly appeared in the air. "Master, someone is here. It's Master Andre." A moment later, the urgent knocking on the door confirmed Alan's warning. Ron quickly walked to the door and pulled it open. Andre stood outside the door, his face full of fatigue and worry. There were stains on his clothes. It seemed he'd just gone through some unpleasant events. "I'm very sorry, Ron." He started to apologize as soon as he entered. "There was an emergency, and I had to take care of that first." "What happened?" Ron asked with concern, pouring Andre a cup of hot tea. "You look very tired." Andre took the teacup and deeply breathed in. "Carl is dead." Carl? Ron searched his memory, recalling the intelligence that Mira had once exchanged with him. "I think I heard last time that he and his companions went missing in the Edge Forest. It turns out that." Andre nodded, a trace of sorrow in his eyes. "Yes, he returned from the Edge Forest today, almost reaching the safe zone of the school, but was still attacked by the mutants. The law enforcement team received the news and immediately set out, but it was too late." He took a sip of tea and continued. "The body has already begun to show signs of mutation and pollution. We have to deal with it immediately, otherwise it will cause wider pollution, possibly even breeding new mutants." Ron listened silently. Memories of Davod's twisted and grim form and the battle that nearly took his life flooded his mind. He was indeed very lucky at that time, not being left with pollution during the battle, without having a pocket watch to purify the contamination. The activity of mutants around the school indeed has become increasingly frequent lately. Andre continued. "The law enforcement team's patrol missions are becoming more dangerous as well. Some say it's because of leaks from secret experiments, while others say the pollution is spreading." He shook his head, seeming unwilling to continue on this heavy topic. "In any case, the law enforcement team completed a simple purification after handling the body, allowing me to return here. Sorry for keeping you waiting." "It's not your fault. These sudden events are beyond anyone's control." Ron patted Andre's shoulder, indicating understanding. "The ritual isn't urgent at this moment. You can take a short rest first, and then start." Andre gratefully nodded, but the fatigue in his eyes didn't lessen. "Thank you for understanding. I'll go take a nap first." Originally, Andre was still asking if they should start again tomorrow at noon, but Ron thought for a bit, believing the energy released from bloodline activation was already overly strong. If combined with the noon addition, the activation ritual would probably become a suicidal ceremony. As time passed, the sky completely darkened, but the atmosphere in the workshop grew increasingly tense. Ron and Andre stood at the specially prepared ritual site center, surrounded by 7 specially made candles, the candlelight gently flickering in the breeze, enveloping the entire space in a mysterious atmosphere. The ground was painted with a complex array, which Ron meticulously designed based on the records from the Bloodline Activation Manual, combined with the royal secret ritual details provided by Andre. The array presented a sun shape, with 7 main lines extending outward from the center, each line engraved with special runes, symbolizing life, power, balance, purification, stability, guidance, and awakening. "Are you ready?" Ron asked softly, holding the bloodline activation potion bottle that shimmered with golden light. Andre stood in the center of the array, his upper body bare, his skin appearing healthy and radiant in the candlelight. He took a deep breath, nodding. I'm ready, this is the moment I've long awaited. Ron could feel the tension in his friend's voice, but chose not to mention it. Instead, he began executing the ritual step by step, according to the preset program. According to the procedure you previously gave me, first activate the array. Ron said, taking 7 specially made small energy crystals from his belt pouch. These stones soaked in the essence of sunshine grass, capable of guiding the flow of positive energy. He placed the energy crystals one by one at the 7 key nodes of the array, and as the final stone was placed, the entire array began to emit a faint golden light, marking the activation of positive energy. Now is the second step. Ron glanced worriedly at Andre, whose teeth were already gnashing, clearly tense to the extreme. Runes are not only on the array itself, but also need to be temporarily drawn on your body to guide the potion's energy flow to the correct meridians and bloodline nodes. He retrieved a specially made silver ink bottle, beginning to draw runes on Andre's body. The ink was slightly cool, producing a slight stinging sensation upon touching the skin, a result of the active ingredients within. Ron's technique was skillful and precise, each rune appropriately landing at the key meridian points. Andre felt a peculiar sensation, as if the runes weren't just painted on the skin surface, but had penetrated into flesh and bones. Finally, the most crucial step. Once Ron completed the rune drawing, he took the bloodline activation potion bottle. Drink it, keep your will clear, guide it, and not be led by it. Andre nodded, took the potion bottle. The light through the crystal bottle wall illuminated his face, reflecting a golden ocean in his eyes. Ron, if the ritual fails when you return to the kingdom, can you help take care of? He asked suddenly, with a voice full of unease, and the light in his eyes dimmed along with his words. Shut up, you will not fail. Ron abruptly interrupted the words that were almost like a final bequest. Even if something goes wrong, I'm here. I've prepared plenty of potions to suppress mutations, ready to intervene at any time. This was actually a comforting lie. Once the bloodline activation begins, external forces can hardly intervene. If Andre truly undergoes a complete mutation, Ron's options are quite limited. Perhaps he can only make the end easier. But at this moment, what the other needs is confidence, not fear. Andre took a deep breath, clearly aware of this himself. Then, let's begin. He lifted the potion bottle, nodded at Ron in acknowledgement, then drank it all in one go. The moment the potion touched his mouth, Andre's expression became extraordinarily complex, first surprise, then pain, and finally a trance-like euphoria. Golden light seemed to shine through his skin from within, flowing along the rune paths drawn on his body, forming a complete energy network. He slowly closed his eyes, his hands involuntarily spread open, his body hovering about half a foot above the ground as if lifted by some invisible force. The light of the array grew even stronger as 7 energy crystals simultaneously emitted a humming noise, forming a harmonious tone, a sign of energy resonance. Ron stepped back a few steps, closely monitoring the entire process. He knew the next few minutes would determine Andre's fate. Either he would awaken as a bloodline knight, or be consumed by mutation into a monster. Seconds ticked by, Andre's state seemed stable, but Ron could feel the energy flow within the array beginning to become uneven, as if encountering some kind of obstruction. Andre's expression also started to become distorted, his muscles twitching irregularly as if battling some force within his body. Damn it, Ron's mind was sounding the alarm. He's starting to reject the potion. This is the most common danger during bloodline activation. When the awakening ancient bloodline conflicts with the host's spirit or body, it can cause chaotic energy flow, potentially leading to mutation or more severe consequences. Ron quickly contemplated his options. He could attempt to intervene, but the risk was extremely high, or he could trust Andre's willpower to let him get through this on his own. Andre's consciousness was currently in a peculiar chaotic state. In his spiritual world, a gigantic red dragon-shaped creature was diving toward him, its head fierce, eyes like burning lava, its scales glistening with a metallic sheen. In this life and death moment, countless scenes flashed in Andre's mind. The desperate faces of the candidate apprentices he saw while helping the law enforcement team. Carl's corpse tainted by mutation. Even during his time in the kingdom, the painful memories of being mocked by his brothers and ignored by his father. These visions intertwined to form an indescribable emotion, anger, sorrow, unwillingness, desire. I can't end like this, Andre roared in his heart. I will not become another monster, will not become yet another nameless corpse. The apparition of the red blood-flying dragon halted in mid-air, its golden red vertical pupils fixed on Andre, as if evaluating this human's worth. After a long standoff, the dragon's posture began to soften, its massive form gradually shrinking, finally transforming into a ball of crimson energy, hovering in front of Andre. I accept you as part of my strength. Andre extended his hand, touching the ball of energy. But I, Andre Farrukh, am still the master of this body. With his declaration, the crimson energy flowed into his body like a stream, no longer eroding and occupying, but merging and coexisting. In the real world, the light of the array began to stabilize, no longer fluctuating wildly as before. Andre's body slowly descended to the ground, his feet landing firmly on the surface. The scales that had sprouted on his skin did not disappear, but also did not spread further, extending from his neck to his arms, like a meticulously crafted armor. Ron cautiously approached, uncertain if the person before him still retained sanity, his hand already clutching a pocket watch and a sound wave oscillation magic. Andre slowly opened his eyes, the golden vertical pupils still there, but the clarity of human consciousness had returned to his gaze. His voice was slightly hoarse but filled with an indescribable joy. I feel indescribable. Ron exhaled a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing. You almost made me think I had to prepare your arrangements. He half-jokingly said, there was a moment when I truly thought you would completely mutate. Andre looked at his hands, the scales shimmering with subtle luster under the candlelight. But at the final moment, I remembered many things. Those memories gave me the strength to persevere. Ron observed the changes in his friend. Andre's appearance, besides the localized scales, hadn't changed much, but the aura he emitted was completely different. It was an indescribable pressure, as if a slumbering beast lay dormant within him, ready to awaken at any moment. How are you feeling now? Ron curiously asked. What bloodline has awakened? Andre closed his eyes, seemingly sensing the changes within his body. Red blood-flying dragon, he said softly, a subspecies branch of the sun flame dragon. Though the awakening is not complete, I've only gained part of the bloodline's power, but even so. He didn't continue, but instead reached out to an anvil in the corner of the workshop. Ron was wondering what he was doing when he saw the surface of Andre's palm suddenly covered with a layer of crimson scales, and his fingertips transformed into sharp claws. Then he gently gripped. The anvil, weighing several hundred kilograms and usually needing 2 or 3 burly men to move, was lifted by him with one hand, as if it were just a piece of wood. Even more shocking, Andre's fingertips sunk deep into the metal surface, leaving 5 clear claw marks on the anvil. This, Ron was somewhat amazed. Is this the power of a bloodline knight? Andre nodded and easily put the anvil back in place. Not just power, he said in a low voice. My senses have also become exceptionally keen, able to hear distant sounds and perceive more smells. I can even sense the magic power flowing in the air around us. Ron noticed that as Andre spoke, his pupils contracted and expanded with his emotions, just like a real reptile. Are there other abilities? He asked. Andre pondered for a moment and then took a deep breath. As he inhaled, a mass of crimson flames suddenly formed in his palm, with golden patterns flickering within the fire, emanating an astounding heat. The affinity for the fire element has greatly increased, he said. I can naturally control flames with almost no need for magic power guidance. He clenched his fist and the flames vanished. Then he turned to Ron, his eyes filled with complex emotions. This feeling of being filled with power, it's like I was just a hollow existence before, and now I'm truly awake. Ron nodded silently, understanding the shock brought by this transformation. The former Andre, despite being a prince, was merely an ordinary person struggling to survive in the Black Mist jungle by relying on his family status. But now he had transcended the limits of a mortal to become a truly extraordinary being. Ron approached the array, carefully examining the runes and energy crystals that had dimmed. Speaking of which, there were some issues during your awakening. He said thoughtfully, that energy disorder and near out-of-control state might be due to imperfections in the potion formula and array design. No, it's not entirely the potion's fault. It's also because my innate qualities aren't sufficient. Andre shook his head. I can feel it. This is more because I'm not quite compatible with the bloodline itself. If it weren't for your precise potion guidance, I probably would have turned into a twisted lump of flesh by now. He walked over to Ron, sincerely saying, honestly, according to royal records, the success rate for someone with my qualities attempting to awaken such an advanced bloodline is less than 30%. My success is largely attributable to your potion and array design. Ron frowned slightly, more concerned with how to learn from this experience and better prepare for his own bloodline activation. I need to make some adjustments to the array. He thought aloud, especially the layout of those 7 energy paths. The energy flow disruptions mainly occurred at the junctions of the 3rd and 5th paths. Perhaps adding a buffer there could help. The two discussed the details for a while, and Ron noted down many observations. I think I need to go back and have a big meal, Andre finally said, stretching his shoulders. The bloodline awakening consumed a lot of energy. I feel like I could eat an entire cow in one go. Ron laughed. Then you'd better hurry back. A newly awakened bloodline requires a lot of energy to stabilize. Feeling hungry is normal. Andre nodded, throwing his robe over his shoulder and preparing to leave. But at the door he suddenly paused, turned to Ron and said, Thank you, Ron. Without you, I'd have probably died on Cynthia's bed long ago. The blond youth seemed ready to say something poignant. Before he could begin, Ron punched him on the back, neither light nor heavy. With a dull thud, Andre's words were stuck in his throat. He looked surprised. His newly strengthened body wouldn't be hurt by such a force, but the sudden attack certainly interrupted his much-prepared emotional speech. Stop being so melodramatic. Ron rolled his eyes and impatiently waved his hand. Go back and rest quickly. Get used to your bloodline abilities for now. There are plenty of times you'll need to exert yourself later. Andre laughed silently, knowing Ron's personality, always appearing unsentimental at critical moments to hide his true concern. By the way, Ron suddenly added, his tone as casual as discussing tomorrow's weather. We need to go to Lizard Alley again to buy some things. Make sure there aren't any urgent law enforcement team tasks next time. Andre looked thoughtfully at his friend, who seemed not to need his help in the upcoming bloodline activation ceremony. I understand. He nodded lightly, a knowing look in his eyes. I definitely won't be late for our next appointment. Although he had told Ron the details and procedure of the bloodline activation ceremony, the specific operation was entirely completed by Ron. Now it seems that the other party clearly doesn't want me to observe his ritual process. Everyone has their own privacy and secrets, and Andre won't press for questions. Then I will take my leave for now. Andre donned his robe, his golden pupils glimmering faintly in the darkness. I'll come to you again the day after tomorrow to discuss the methods of controlling bloodline abilities. Ron nodded, seeing Andre off. After closing the door, Ron let out a long breath, his whole body's muscles finally relaxing. Although there were some unexpected events in Andre's bloodline awakening, the final result was better than anticipated. He walked to the window, looking out at the silent black mist jungle, and began to organize his thoughts for the upcoming plans. Because Eric and Leia planned to arrange him into the 3rd phase's courses, the course schedule needed some adjustments, so there would be no classes next week, only resuming the week after. The alchemy and elemental affinity classes were also held every other day, which meant he now had plenty of time to prepare for his own bloodline activation ceremony. Handle recent magic potion, orders in the morning tomorrow. Ron murmured to himself, his fingers lightly tapping on the window frame. In the afternoon, the bloodline activation can begin. Through observing Andre's entire ritual process, he was confident that even if issues arose, there wouldn't be a dangerously catastrophic failure. Previously, his biggest concern was that the ritual itself might have a fundamental flaw that could lead to complete bodily collapse, a scenario where even depleting the 10 energy points of his pocket watch wouldn't save him. But now that worry had vanished. If Andre could successfully complete the awakening, then with his traceback attribute, the success rate would undoubtedly be higher. But still, caution is necessary, Ron reminded himself. After all, everyone's situation is different. He returned to the workbench, beginning to prepare the materials needed for tomorrow. The bloodline activation potion was ready, and the array design had been perfected, now only requiring meticulous adjustments to some minor details to ensure everything was foolproof. Alan suddenly used her vine to gently tap his arm, a concerned expression in her green eyes. Ron turned around, forcing a smile. "It's nothing, just thinking about some things." Alan's vine softly swayed, seemingly expressing some sort of understanding. "Life's transformation always comes with risks, but I believe my master is strong enough to handle any change." Ron looked at her with some surprise. Such near-philosophical thinking appearing in a being that was originally only half-plant seemed particularly extraordinary. "Thank you for your trust, Alan," he said sincerely. "I hope everything goes smoothly tomorrow." As night deepened, Ron continued to refine the details of the ceremony until he was too exhausted and reluctantly went to bed to rest. The next morning, Ron completed all the magic potion orders with extraordinary efficiency. He carefully sealed the last batch of finished products into exquisite crystal bottles, then began preparing for the bloodline activation ceremony in the afternoon. Everything is ready. Ron stood at the center of the ritual site, looking around. Compared to Andre's ritual, the array he designed for himself was more complex and intricate. The basic structure still maintained a sun-like shape, but the main lines had increased to 9, with each line adorned with denser runes, symbolizing stronger control and guidance capabilities. Specially made energy crystals were placed on the ground, each meticulously selected and modulated to guide specific types of energy flow. Alan stood quietly in a distant corner, observing everything. Ron had specifically instructed her not to approach or interfere with the ceremony, no matter what happened. "If I display any abnormalities, do not attempt to help me." He reminded Alan one last time. "Just wait, I will handle it myself." Alan nodded, her leafy board swaying gently. "I will keep my promise, but please be careful." Ron gave a slight smile, then took a deep breath and began to activate the array. He placed the energy crystals one by one at the key nodes of the array, chanting specific spells with each placement to guide the energy flow to the correct pathways. As the last energy crystal was placed, the entire array lit up with a golden glow, brighter and more stable than Andre's ceremony. Next, Ron used specially made silver ink to draw runes on his body, completing the engravings on his back with the help of some auxiliary tools. Each rune was precisely placed on critical acupoints, forming a complete energy network. The stinging sensation of the ink on his skin was more intense than he imagined it, was a sign that the runes had begun to fuse with his flesh. With everything ready, Ron stood in the center of the array and took out the bottle of bloodline activation potion custom made for himself. Compared to the version prepared for Andre, this potion was darker in color, almost deep red. Golden and green specks shimmered within the liquid, components designed specifically to guide the Ralph clan's bloodline. "It is time," Ron whispered to himself, gripping the potion bottle tightly. Despite having the pocket watch to reset his state, his heartbeat still instinctively quickened. Bloodline activation is a true life and death gamble. No one can completely predict the outcome. "Do not be afraid," he silently recited to himself. "Fear only leads to loss of control." Taking a deep breath, Ron drank it in one go. At the moment the potion entered his mouth, it felt as if tens of thousands of molten lava streams surged into his veins, and the agony was nearly suffocating. Clenching his teeth, Ron endured without making a sound. As the potion spread within his body, the pain gradually transformed into a peculiar burning sensation, as if something within his flesh was awakening, struggling to emerge. Ron's consciousness began to blur, and the physical world around him slowly faded away, replaced by an expansive swamp. Thick fog enveloped the entire swamp, and distant, low growls echoed through. Ron stood on a relatively dry patch of land, surrounded by black quagmires that released a rotten stench. Suddenly, a massive figure emerged from the mist. It was a giant serpent, or more accurately, a terrifying multi-headed snake. Each head was as large as an adult human's body, its scales shining with a metallic gleam, and its eyes burned with yellow flames, filled with primitive wildness and ferocity. This was the source of the Ralph clan's bloodline, the swamp multi-headed snake, formidable even if far less than its divine-era ancestors, yet still a fearsome magical beast capable of contending with advanced apprentices. "So it's like this," Ron murmured to himself. Is this the most primitive form? The multi-headed snake seemed to sense Ron's presence, as all its heads simultaneously turned towards him, its eyes flashing with caution and hostility. Then it slowly moved closer to Ron, its body winding through the swamp, leaving a deep trace in its wake. Ron did not back away. Instead, he straightened up, meeting the ancient beast's gaze. He knew that in the spiritual world of bloodline activation, retreating meant failure, or worse, mutation. Just as the multi-headed snake was only a few meters away from Ron, a peculiar transformation suddenly occurred. Traceback attribute activated. Traceback attribute activated. The panel's prompt suddenly flashed in Ron's consciousness. Soon after, the entire spiritual world began to vibrate violently, as if some even more powerful force was breaking through the shackles of reality. Then a translucent choice interface unfolded before Ron's eyes. Bloodline traceback, please choose your traceback direction. Note, this choice will determine your bloodline activation route. Please choose carefully. Snake Hydra Giant Poison Snake. Legendary multi-headed giant snake. Each head shares the same consciousness and toxin, providing vigorous poison, high-speed regeneration. Swamp Consciousness Collective. The ruler of ancient swamps, able to control wetland elements and swamp creatures, providing corrosion, life absorption. Dragon species, Red Flame Dragon. Divine Era Dragon species, distant relative of the Sun Flame Dragon, providing dragon scale armor, Crimson Flame Breath. Sun-winged Divine Bird. Sky's favored creature, possessing the heat to burn everything, providing Eclipse Eye, Scorching Body. Divine Era Magical Beast, possesses an eerie form with 3 heads and 1 tail, providing a unique bloodline ability, Bloodline Duplication. Can replicate one target's bloodline traits through each head and tail, inheriting some of their abilities, hugely potential, considered as Star Ring Bloodline, with potential for advancement. Starry Sky Devourer. Ron looked at the options before him, his heart trembled. Each choice represented different routes of power and growth direction, and his future would be decided here. The bloodline of the multi-headed snake can provide multiple attack and regeneration abilities, which are extremely practical in battle. Life absorption from the swamp can continuously recover during combat, almost standing undefeated. The power of dragon species speaks for itself. The sun, complemented by the crown breathing technique, can allow me to go further in positive energy. Ron weighed the pros and cons of each option one by one. Most of these options offered 2 strong bloodline abilities, almost providing an instant power boost. But his gaze finally fell on the second-to-last option, Chimera. As for the so-called Devourer at the end, he didn't even glance at it. Chimera seemed to offer only 1 talent ability, not as rich as the other options, but Ron keenly realized the infinite possibilities it contained. Bloodline Duplication. This means I can replicate different biological bloodline traits as needed, rather than being restricted to a single path. He thought of the unlimited profession slots he possessed, and the powerful synergy effects brought by multiple professions. His eyes flashed with determination. Although other options offer immediately usable powerful capabilities, in the long run, the bloodline duplication ability of Chimera allows me to replicate the most suitable bloodline traits according to different situations. This flexibility and growth potential far surpass temporary strength. More importantly, Chimera was marked as a Star Ring bloodline, with potential for upward advancement. This means that as his strength increases, this bloodline may further transform, reaching higher levels. Let's choose it. Ron made up his mind in his heart, reaching out to tap on the 5th option, Chimera. The moment the choice was confirmed, the whole spiritual world shook again, far more violently than before. The originally emerging multi-headed snake illusion completely shattered, scattered like broken glass in the spiritual ocean. The swamp scene also began to distort and collapse, replaced by a gray-white void space, with no reference points around, only endless blankness. In this void, a giant figure gradually solidified. It was a giant beast the size of a small mountain, with 3 distinct heads: a lion's head, a goat's head, a dragon's head, and trailing behind it was a gigantic snake head. Its body was an unusual combination of various biological traits, with the robust muscles of a lion, the scales of a dragon, and even some bizarre features that were completely unrecognizable. Every detail exuded an incredible ancient aura, as if from the depths of mythology. Chimera, Ron muttered to himself, both shocked and wary within. The divine era magical beast seemed to detect Ron's presence. Its 3 heads simultaneously turned to him, 6 eyes flashing with terrifying wisdom and wildness, while the snake head drew slyly behind its body. Chimera did not immediately attack, but looked at Ron with an almost curious attitude, as if evaluating the human daring to covet its bloodline power. After a brief standoff, the lion's head let out a deafening roar, causing the entire void to tremble. This was a signal of challenge and also the start of battle. Ron took a deep breath, quickly entering combat state. He knew that to obtain Chimera's bloodline power, he must prove his worth on the battlefield of willpower. Since it's like this, then let's fight. Chimera launched the attack first. The dragon head spewed out a scorching flame, rushing directly towards Ron. At the same time, the goat head emitted a peculiar sound, creating visible shockwaves in the air. Ron quickly dodged, while constructing the sound wave vibration magic model in the spiritual world. This was a spell he meticulously improved in the real world, now usable in the spiritual world too. Sound wave vibration. A formless ripple shot from Ron's palm, striking straight at Chimera's goat head. The ripple penetrated the air, silent yet tremendously powerful, and at the moment of hitting the target, the goat head let out a painful wail, temporarily losing the ability to launch sound wave attacks. But the Chimera's counterattack was swift and fierce. The lion's head suddenly lunged forward, its massive claws tearing through space. Moving so fast it was almost imperceptible. Ron drew the spirit-constructed ironwood sword, and with his mastery level of basic swordsmanship, he intercepted the lethal strike in the nick of time. The sword light shimmered, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, slicing precisely toward the lion head's right eye. However, the Chimera's reaction speed exceeded imagination. It tilted its head slightly to evade the fatal blow, leaving only a shallow scar on its cheek. Truly worthy of a divine era magical beast, Ron marveled inwardly, constantly adjusting his tactics. Battle in the consciousness space was far more perilous than in the real world, with everything directly affecting the essence of the spirit, without any buffer or protection. A slight mistake could lead to mental collapse or even soul annihilation. The battle lasted for hours, with both sides exchanging blows, depleting each other's strength and will. The Chimera's attack methods were varied and fierce, each of its 3 heads possessing different abilities, plus the venomous serpent tail, leaving virtually no blind spots. The lion's head excelled at physical biting and pouncing. The goat's head could launch various bizarre sound wave attacks. The dragon head mastered multiple elemental breaths, and the snake head on the tail would launch surprise attacks laced with deadly poison. Ron, on the other hand, fully utilized the various skills he had mastered. His basic swordsmanship had reached the mastery level, with every strike as fluid and precise as flowing water, both powerful and accurate. The sound wave vibration, having been improved, not only became more destructive, but also harder to defend against. The slime splash was cleverly used by him to disrupt the Chimera's vision. Spiritual interference was aimed at attacking the Chimera's consciousness, attempting to disrupt its thoughts. However, the Chimera's strength was too overwhelming, and after hours of continuous fighting, Ron soon exhausted himself and was killed. Spiritual body resetting. The Time Guardian pocket watch activated. Ron's spiritual body reformed, battered but still resolute. The first attempt, at least I know its combat mode now. He muttered to himself, then returned to the battle. In the second round of combat, Ron focused more on defense and evasion, avoiding direct confrontation as much as possible. He carefully observed the Chimera's attack patterns, searching for patterns and weaknesses. After the lion's head pounces, there is a brief freeze. Before the dragon head breathes elements, there's a noticeable charging action. The goat's head's sound wave attack is hard to dodge, but has a fixed cooldown time. Ron constantly adjusted his strategy in the battle, but the Chimera's power was too terrifying, and despite his best efforts, he was killed again in the second round of combat. Spiritual body resetting. In the following rounds of battle, Ron gradually adapted to the Chimera's combat rhythm and began attempting more aggressive tactics. He discovered that although the Chimera's 3 heads and tail each had their specialties, their coordination wasn't flawless. Sometimes there would be subtle coordination errors between the heads, creating opportunities for him to attack. This is the essence of the Chimera. Although powerful, it is still a composite of multiple creatures with internal coordination issues. In the third round of combat, Ron succeeded in causing serious harm to the dragon head during a chaotic moment when the Chimera's three heads simultaneously launched attacks, but eventually succumbed to the venom attack from the snake tail again. Spiritual body resetting. In the fourth round of combat, Ron attempted even more cunning tactics. He targeted the lion's head with spiritual interference while using sound wave vibration to attack the goat's head, causing brief chaos, giving him the chance to heavily damage the dragon head. But ultimately, he was torn apart by the lion's head's sudden counterattack. Spiritual body resetting. In the fifth round of combat, Ron was almost successful. With precise timing control and skill combinations, he had heavily wounded the Chimera's three heads. Just as he was about to win, he was ambushed by the hidden snake tail, the venom directly affecting the essence of his spirit, leading to his death once again. Spiritual body resetting. In the eighth round of combat, Ron decided to take his final measure. He deliberately let himself get injured, luring the Chimera closer, then at the crucial moment, releasing the pre-prepared binding magic, a modified version of Slime Splash, temporarily restricting the Chimera's movements. Subsequently, he exerted all his strength, thrusting the ironwood sword straight into the Chimera's heart. The Chimera's three heads simultaneously let out cries of agony, its entire massive body trembling. It tried to counterattack, but no longer had the strength. Finally, the divine era magical beast collapsed with a crash, its three heads and serpent tail hanging down lifelessly. Ron, panting, cautiously approached the Chimera. He knew the battle wasn't truly over yet. As expected, when he got close, the Chimera's lion head suddenly opened its eyes, but the look in them was no longer of hostility, but of a peculiar recognition and respect. "You passed the trial." A hoarse voice resonated in Ron's mind. "Proven your worth." Clearly, the entity outside was a terrifying presence that could shatter mountains with a breath. Accompanying Ron, this fledgling apprentice, fighting in the consciousness space for so long, was undoubtedly just a test. Ron remained vigilant. Is this the final stage of the bloodline activation? "Yes, I will become a part of you." Chimera's voice became intermittent. "But remember, I am only dormant, not extinguished." As these words were spoken, its body began to disintegrate, turning into countless light particles, slowly merging into Ron's spiritual core. The sensation was both painful and exquisite, as if thousands of silver needles were piercing the soul simultaneously, yet it brought an unparalleled sense of power. When the last ray of light merged into Ron's body, he felt an unprecedented sense of completeness, as if he had finally found a long-lost part of himself. In the real world, the light of the array reached its peak, almost as bright as daylight. The energy crystals emitted a humming sound, vibrating at a perfectly synchronized frequency, forming a harmonious resonance. The light of the array dissipated, and the energy crystals lost their luster, turning into ordinary stones. Ron felt an unprecedented sense of ease and strength, as if his entire being had been reforged. He looked at his hands, and faint spots of light could be seen on the surface of his skin, symbols of the bloodline awakening. Bloodline activation ceremony, successful square root. All conditions for advancement met. Proceed to advance to Bloodline Knight 2 stars. Ron eagerly selected to confirm the transfer. Transfer successful. Acquired profession, Bloodline Knight 2 stars. Basic attributes enhancement. Constitution 2.0, right arrow 2.5, plus 0.5. Spirit 3.5, right arrow 3.6, plus 0.1. Magic power 1.2, right arrow 1.4, plus 0.2. Breathing body refining, proficient max, right arrow bloodline activation, beginner 1/100. 1. Combat perception increased. 2. Bloodline energy generation rate increased. 3. Physical regeneration ability increased. Acquired special talent, bloodline duplication. Possesses 4 independent consciousness cores, each capable of duplicating part of a target bloodline's abilities. Profession synergy bonuses. Alchemist plus Bloodline Knight plus Wizard Apprentice. Moderate increase in magic potion absorption efficiency. Increase in spiritual control power. Increase in bloodline energy and magic conversion efficiency. Although Ron had anticipated it, the benefits after advancing to Bloodline Knight still filled him with surprise. This gain was far richer than he had imagined, especially the Bloodline duplication trait. Just like Chimera demonstrated, it can duplicate parts of multiple Bloodlines' abilities. Even though the attribute value increase didn't seem significant, the further the attributes developed, the more substantial each 0.1 difference became. Constitution only increased by 0.5, but he felt as if his physical strength had multiplied several times. Additionally, the synergy bonuses of the three professions were truly astonishing. The significant improvement in magic potion absorption efficiency meant that future use of various potions would yield better results. The increase in spiritual control power would benefit the construction and control of spells. The efficiency of converting bloodline energy to magic was undoubtedly laying the foundation for his future path as a magic swordsman. "How do you feel, Master?" Alan, having approached at some point, asked with concern on a notepad. Ron moved slightly, feeling the bloodline power flowing through him, and replied with a smile, "Never better." He leapt gently, and surprisingly, his body soared over 3 meters high, landing softly as if his body weight were only a fraction of what it had been. "My body has become so light yet powerful." Ron couldn't hide his astonishment and casually picked up the nearby anvil, as effortlessly as if it were a piece of wood. What thrilled him even more was that, when he focused, he could clearly sense the existence of 4 independent consciousness cores within him. Perhaps this was the legendary 3 heads and 1 tail, the iconic trait of a chimera. These 4 consciousness cores were not completely separate entities, but extensions and branches of his own consciousness, which could be activated and controlled as needed. "This is simply," Ron murmured to himself, already envisioning countless possibilities, "the most suitable bloodline for me." Bloodline activation was merely the beginning. With such a foundational enhancement, his progress on various supernatural paths would be even smoother. For someone with unlimited profession slots like him, the Chimera's bloodline duplication ability was a perfect enhancement. Breathing body refining transformed into bloodline activation. Ron noticed the change and immediately understood its significance. Breathing body refining primarily guided internal energy flow through the breathing technique to strengthen the body, whereas bloodline activation directly activated inner bloodline power, temporarily granting greater abilities to the body. Of course, enhancing the bloodline activation skill also required progressing through the 3rd stage of the breathing technique. But unlike before, where the breathing technique trained the physique, the 3rd stage aimed to make one's bloodline more active. Ron attempted to run the crown breathing technique, channeling the bloodline power within, and immediately felt a surge of heat rushing to his limbs. His muscles became more solid and powerful, sensory acuity significantly improved, and he could clearly hear faint sounds hundreds of meters away. "This feeling," Ron mused, "Chimera's power is far stronger than I imagined." As dawn appeared, the mist of the black mist jungle gradually dissipated, and 2 figures walked side by side on the stone path. "So you say you can now smash stones with a single slap?" Andre asked incredulously. "Even I need to give it my all to barely accomplish that." Ron chuckled and shook his head. "It's just much stronger than ordinary people, but compared to true powerhouses, I'm still far behind." In these few days, both of them were getting accustomed to the abilities after their bloodline awakening. "By the way, there's something I've been meaning to ask you." Andre suddenly lowered his voice, speaking cautiously. "I have noticed, my dragon bloodline feels an inexplicable sense of suppression in your presence, as if being watched by a natural enemy. Is this normal?" Ron raised an eyebrow, seemingly unsurprised by this discovery. "Perhaps I'm carrying something that subdues dragon species." "No, it's not that kind of feeling." Andre shook his head, a hint of concern in his golden eyes, more like suppression at the bloodline level, which shouldn't appear with the multi-headed snake bloodline. Unless... He suddenly stopped, staring at Ron. "Your bloodline is far more complex than what's recorded in your family's archives, isn't it?" Ron didn't directly answer but merely smiled slightly. "Everyone has their secrets, don't they? None of this is important." Ron patted Andre on the shoulder, casually changing the subject. "I suddenly have a question I'd like to ask you." "What question?" Andre was clearly curious about Ron's bloodline secret, but he also understood there would be no answer if he pursued it further. To be honest, Andre, have you ever thought about becoming the king? Ron's gaze was calm, his voice steady, as if he were merely asking what the other had for dinner today. This seemingly casual question was like a massive stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring up a colossal wave. Andre was thunderstruck, suddenly halting his steps, his golden vertical pupils instantly narrowing into dangerous slits. He instinctively looked around, his neck taut, gaze scanning every shadow by the roadside with attention seemingly ready to repel an ambush. It took a few seconds for Andre to come to his senses, a hint of embarrassment and self-deprecation appearing in his eyes. He was no longer in the court, but in the black mist jungle, a place teeming with the extraordinary. Who would care here about the succession of a distant kingdom? This series of instinctive reactions did not escape Ron's notice. He raised an intrigued eyebrow. It seemed the 13th prince indeed harbored some hidden ambitions. This was far more interesting than he had imagined. If the other just wanted to be a laid-back prince, becoming a marginalized figure upon returning to the royal capital, then Ron's long-term plans would likely crumble. Why do you suddenly ask this? Andre's voice was slightly hoarse, his Adam's apple bobbing twice, clearly frightened by this sudden question. Ron, this kind of joke isn't funny. Ron shrugged, his gaze subtly sweeping over Andre's slightly flustered expression. Andre's reaction had already told him everything. But he still decided to give it another push. You still haven't answered my question. Do you want it or not? Unknowingly, the two had arrived at the workshop's entrance. Pushing the door open, they found Alan waiting in the foyer. Seeing the host and guest entering, her dress, woven from vines, swayed gently, silently guiding them into the parlor. Welcome back, Master Lord Andre. Alan conveyed her greetings with a board of leaves, her movements graceful and appropriate. Thank you, Alan. Ron nodded slightly. Please prepare some hot tea for us. Alan nodded in acknowledgement and turned to go to the tea room. Her movements were now quite smooth, almost devoid of the initial stiffness. Only the occasional slight trembling of the vines still revealed her plant nature. Alan soon brought the tea set, offered 2 cups of steaming herbal tea, and then quietly withdrew, standing silently in the sunlight of the courtyard. Although her consciousness and behavior were increasingly human-like, her craving for sunlight remained an innate, indelible trait. Andre sat in the chair, holding the teacup but hesitating to sip, merely staring at the rippling water in the cup, as if it concealed some unfathomable secret. If you have to ask. He finally raised his head, his eyes unsettled, speaking hesitantly. Honestly, I never dared to dream about this before. 13th in line, with dozens of siblings, even my father can't remember my birthday. Even in my dreams, I wouldn't dare to dream of becoming the king. Ron silently watched him, saying nothing, his gaze sharp, as if piercing through his soul. Andre's expression suddenly changed. A light illuminated his golden vertical pupils, as if a prairie fire was igniting deep within his eyes. Now I've awakened my bloodline, become an official knight, felt this power, if you ask whether I want it. He took a deep breath, fingers clenching into a fist. Then yes, I do want it. Ron knowingly nodded. Just as he suspected, ambition always grows with power. Like someone who, at first, never thought that becoming an officer in Loyang's north would lead to unifying the north, wielding command over vassals through the emperor. Power changes hearts, an eternal truth. Since Andre harbored such ambitions, things would be much easier. If he had truly been a content and idle prince, Ron would indeed need to find another way. Good, that's more like it. Ron lightly patted the table, eyes gleaming with a sharp light. By the time I become an advanced apprentice, you should have fully adapted to your bloodline power, reaching the pinnacle of your strength. Once fully stimulated, the red blood flying dragon bloodline is enough to contend with an average advanced apprentice. Among your generation of princes and princesses, how many can truly threaten you in strength? Ron's piercing gaze locked onto Andre, as if foreseeing an impending bloody storm within the royal family. If that day indeed came, the Chuanwu Gate, why not? Andre's Adam's apple moved, he nodded, his gaze gradually firming. Truly none, since my eldest and second brothers inherited the 2-legged flying dragon bloodline. Most of the other siblings have only awakened the fire lizard or even lesser bloodlines. But he hesitated, a trace of doubt flickering in his eyes, clearly harboring concerns he had yet to express fully. "Are you worried about your power base?" Ron pointed it out first, as if he had already seen through the other party's thoughts. "Indeed, your foundation in the royal capital is too shallow, lacking enough nobles and troops to support you. But by then, with me assisting you from the periphery with my identity as a professional alchemist, you need not worry." Andre's pupils contracted slightly. Clearly, he hadn't expected Ron to so bluntly reveal his concerns. For a moment, his expression was unfathomable, alternating between surprise, suspicion, vigilance, and hope. "Ron, are you serious? Are you really willing to support me?" He fixed his eyes on Ron, seemingly trying to discern any hint of jest or deceit. "Of course." Ron smiled faintly, his gaze calm like water yet unfathomably deep. In truth, his plan to place Andre on the throne was by no means a spur-of-the-moment idea, but a strategy carefully thought out and meticulously calculated. There were at least two important considerations. First, if Andre could ascend to the throne, he could provide the Ralph clan with protection. Ron, sooner or later, would have to head to the central rich lands to pursue higher realms of power, and he couldn't remain long at the clan's side. With a king as a backing, the future of the clan could remain unshaken amidst turmoil. Second, more crucially, the royal family held the complete legacy of the crown-breathing technique, including the secret passage to the legendary Crown Knight. Apart from this, the royal treasury undoubtedly contained many rare treasures and ancient knowledge long lost. Forcefully seizing these things was unrealistic. The Farouk royal family, as an ancient clan standing for hundreds of years, conservatively estimated to have at least a dozen official knights-level combat forces, with an advanced apprentice holding the fort and many intermediate apprentices. Not to mention the various trump cards left by the two crown knights, even an ordinary official wizard would get a headache. And Andre's path was precisely his perfect solution in the plan. Internal strife is like meat rotting in one's own pot. The struggle would always be kept within a certain intensity. But before that, I need you to help me with one small task. Ron took an exquisitely shiny silver blood collection device from the workbench, a special device for preserving the vitality of extraordinary creature blood. "I need a sample of your essence blood to study the bloodline traits of the red blood flying dragon." Andre was taken aback for a moment, then relaxed his brow and cheerfully took the blood collection device. "Is that all? No problem." He rolled up his sleeve, skillfully inserted the silver needle into his arm vein, and dark red blood with a golden sheen immediately flowed down the pipeline into the blood collection bottle. The mere sight of that blood gave a rush of heat, as if it was not blood but flowing lava. For a bloodline knight that has already awakened, such a loss of blood was merely an insignificant consumption, recoverable in a few days, and not worth mentioning at all. Ron carefully accepted the blood sample, solemnly storing it. "This bloodline sample is crucial to my research, thank you." Andre waved it off with indifference. "A small matter, you helped me complete my bloodline activation before and saved my life. This little consumption is nothing to me now." After Andre left, Ron immediately got into status, wholeheartedly diving into the research of Chimera bloodline talent. Chimera's 4-core consciousness correspond to 3 heads and 1 tail, with each core able to independently replicate 1 bloodline trait. Theoretically, this granted him the possibility of possessing 4 different bloodline powers simultaneously. And Andre's red blood flying dragon bloodline, of high level, suitable purity, reliable source, and potential for further advancement, was undoubtedly an extremely ideal first experiment material. Ron took out the bottle with the essence blood, gazing at the liquid emitting strange light, excitement and anticipation surging in his heart. If he could successfully replicate this bloodline, his combat power would undoubtedly usher in another improvement. He first attempted the simplest and most direct method, placing his palm on the blood bottle, trying to use spiritual perception to sense and replicate the bloodline information within. However, there was no response, as if it was just ordinary liquid without any special attributes. "It's not that simple." Ron frowned, a hint of contemplation appearing in his eyes. He carefully poured out a drop of essence blood into his palm, closed his eyes, and tried to resonate it with the Chimera bloodline energy in his body. Still, there was no effect. The blood lay there motionless, emitting a faint warmth. Perhaps it requires a deeper level of contact or even a certain ritualistic method, Ron murmured to himself, falling into deep thought. He put down the blood bottle, closed his eyes, and began trying to feel those instincts hidden deep within the bloodline. After awakening the Chimera bloodline, he vaguely felt ancient memories flowing through his blood. They were not clear images or sounds, but a vague feeling like being covered by thick gauze, faintly visible yet difficult to distinguish. Ron attempted to immerse his mind in that blurry sea of memory, searching for fragments related to replication. Midst a myriad of chaotic, broken memory fragments, he finally caught a clue. An ancient self-initiated ritual, used for extracting and assimilating the bloodline power of other creatures. Ron opened his eyes, a glint of understanding and excitement flashing through them. The Chimera's ability to replicate other bloodlines was not through simple contact or devour, but through a special ritual, extracting and restructuring foreign bloodline information, then integrating it into their own consciousness core. He took out a small knife and gently made a cut on his left index finger, letting his own blood drip into Andre's essence blood. The moment the two types of blood made contact, a blinding red light flared up, illuminating the entire room. Ron felt a wave of dizziness, as if something were tearing at his consciousness. But the sensation lasted only a moment before disappearing without a trace. When he regained his senses, the two types of blood had completely merged, forming a deeper dark red hue, emitting a faint golden light, as if stars were twinkling inside. Ron carefully collected the hybrid blood, and guided by the innate instincts of the Chimera bloodline, drank it all in one go. The moment the blood touched his tongue, Ron felt as if an invisible awl pierced through his entire body. The scorching sensation rushed from his throat to every limb and joint, like thousands of fiery snakes slithering through his veins, igniting every inch of his skin, every bone, and every muscle. Ron clenched his teeth, gripping his fists tightly until his nails dug deep into his palms. The pain far exceeded his imagination, but he made not a sound, silently enduring the violent reactions brought by the fusion of bloodlines. He could feel his first consciousness core. The dragon head corresponding to the Chimera was undergoing dramatic changes, as if being reshaped by an external force. That core, which had been vague like a mass of flowing energy, now began to manifest a clear form, emitting a scorching aura. The consciousness core of the Chimera was absorbing and transforming the bloodline information and energy of the red blood flying dragon, extracting the most essential parts to form a new, unique bloodline power belonging to Ron. This process lasted almost half an hour, every minute and every second of which was like torment for Ron. But as time passed, the pain gradually diminished, replaced by a strange warmth, like a gentle flame flowing within, nourishing every cell in his body. Finally, with the last wave of energy fluctuations subsiding, Ron felt a new power within him. The bloodline power of the red blood flying dragon had been successfully replicated by the first consciousness core. Bloodline replication successful. Replicated bloodline, red blood flying dragon, dragon head core. Basic attributes enhanced. Constitution 2.5, right arrow 2.7, plus 0.2. Magic power 1.4, right arrow 1.5, plus 0.1. Acquired bloodline abilities, light and heat affinity, scale armor protection. Ron exhaled a long breath. His sweat had already soaked through his clothes. He looked down at his hands, slowly channeling the new power within. Instantly, a layer of fine crimson scales rapidly covered the surface of his arms, gleaming with a metallic luster in the candlelight. These scales were almost identical to Andre's, but Ron could sense subtle differences. The edges of his scales were smoother, arranged more neatly, as if meticulously designed. When he attempted to conjure flames, the differences became more pronounced. The scarlet flames gathered in his palm were purer than Andre's, nearly transparent golden red, rather than mixed with dark red and black impurities. The shape of the flames was more regular, the control more refined, able to shift form and size at will. Interesting, Ron murmured, carefully observing the flame in his palm. I seem to far surpass Andre in fire element control, likely due to the influence of sun's protection. But he tried to crush a stone with his scale-covered hand, finding it easy to do. But if he compared the sheer enhancement level, it was somewhat weaker than Andre's given his already high base physical quality. It seems replication does not fully copy, but adjusts and adapts according to one's own traits. Ron pondered, "My spiritual power is stronger, so I excel in energy control, while Andre's constitution is the highest among all abilities, thus he is better in physical enhancement." Bloodline replication is not a simple copy, but a unique product that integrates with one's own traits, meaning even the same bloodline might exhibit different traits and abilities. But this is already quite good. As a first attempt at bloodline replication, the results have exceeded expectations. Ron nodded in satisfaction, starting to think about how to effectively utilize this newly acquired power. Moreover, the replicated red blood flying dragon bloodline seems to hold unique growth potential. Every time it was activated, he could feel the power becoming purer and stronger, as if gradually adapting and integrating with his body. If this trend continues, perhaps one day, his replicated bloodline might reach or even surpass the original level. What delighted Ron the most was discovering a mysterious resonance when he tried to combine dragon scales with the crown breathing technique. Under the influence of the breathing technique, the dragon scales would emit a faint golden glow, with notable enhancement in defense and resilience, even capable of reflecting portions of physical attacks. This might be the unique aspect of the Chimera bloodline, Ron speculated. Not only can it replicate other bloodline traits, but it can also resonate and amplify existing abilities, forming new composite abilities. Chimera bloodline plus limitless profession slots. The adaptability of this combination is just too high. Ron watched the scarlet flames dancing in his palm, his eyes gleaming with endless ambition. After all, this was just the beginning. Andre's red blood flying dragon bloodline was only the first step. He still had 3 consciousness cores awaiting to be filled. As the sample analysis came to an end for now, Ron decided to take some time to sort through his current situation and future plans. This was a habit he had always been mindful of, cultivating to systematize and organize everything. Now let's see the state of my abilities. Ron closed his eyes and slowly unfolded the memory library he had meticulously constructed in his mind. This was one of the unexpected gains from the Star Eater's ravings. His spiritual sea was broader and deeper than that of a typical apprentice, with a more intricate and complex thought structure. In that magnificent memory palace, every piece of knowledge and every skill had its dedicated place. Memory bookshelves, seemingly tangible when neatly arranged, with books formed by spiritual power placed on them, these represented his various capability data and growth records. Ron's consciousness freely traversed this intangible library, accurately finding the area that recorded personal growth. He gently touched a crystalline book constructed of spiritual power, and its contents immediately presented themselves clearly in his mind. His attributes and skills could be explicitly divided into 3 categories: the wizard path, the knight path, and various auxiliary profession skills represented by the alchemist. Each category occupied a specialized area within the memory library, marked by unique glows. The wizard path presented a bluish-purple halo, the knight path emitted a golden-red radiance, while auxiliary professions flickered with a greenish light. After mentally organizing this data, Ron nodded with satisfaction, as these records clearly showcased his growth trajectory. Compared to a few months ago, when he barely advanced to an elementary apprentice, his progress now could be described as astonishing. However, there's still a long way to go. He constructed a refined planning hall in the central area of the memory library, arranging his recent action plans by priority and chronological order. First is the Intermediate Apprentice Certification. Go to the Central Hall tomorrow for formal certification as an intermediate apprentice, enter the Candidate Wizard sequence, and acquire more resources and authority. Simultaneously, he should timely reveal his medicinal body resonance, special talent, to provide a reasonable explanation for his rapid growth, but he needs to be cautious with his wording to avoid drawing too much attention. Second is the preparation for the Alchemist Gathering. Attend the gathering organized by Magnus next Wednesday, where he needs to prepare modified formulas for exchange and make 3-5 samples to present his achievements. Additionally, focus on channels where special bloodline samples can be obtained. The third item is workshop management optimization. Teach ALAN bookkeeping and inventory management, establish complete customer files and periodic settlement systems. Also, expand the workshop equipment, especially those related to alchemy and bloodline research. Fourth, course and study plans. Devote all efforts to the third phase of the spiritual control and magic construction courses. At the same time, maintain a steady progress in alchemy and elemental affinity courses, aiming to qualify for advanced courses within 1 or 2 months. Lastly is bloodline research. Contact a slave merchant next month to purchase various alien race embryos, conduct preliminary bloodline modulation experiments, and continue to refine chimera bloodline fusion research. Opening his eyes, Ron returned to reality from deep meditation. This efficient planning within the memory library was one of the characteristics of wizard thinking: calm, rational, systematic, and comprehensive. In fact, the greatest challenge recently was the threat of spiritual contamination. Although he had just used the pocket watch to clear a bout of spiritual contamination, which wouldn't affect his daily life temporarily, in the long run, this was an unavoidable issue. He created a new section in the memory library, specifically for researching countermeasures against spiritual contamination. Finding advanced methods for the pocket watch, increasing channels for obtaining favors, and developing magic potions for auxiliary purification. I must find out the advancement method for the pocket watch as soon as possible, Ron muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the silver pocket watch. This mysterious watch had saved him from danger multiple times, but with the deepening of spiritual contamination, its purification ability gradually seemed inadequate. Finding the advancement method early would undoubtedly solve his greatest worry. However, there are other matters requiring his attention now. Ron called out to the tree spirit, "Alan, come here for a moment." The tree spirit walked lightly to his side, nodding slightly. "Master, what do you need?" Alan carefully spelled out characters using a writing pad. "I want to teach you some knowledge about financial management," Ron said warmly. "The scale of the workshop is growing and orders are increasing. I need you to help me manage some routine accounts and inventory records." Alan's eyes lit up, and the vines trembled slightly, seemingly excited about this new task. Willing to learn to help the master. Ron nodded and took out a blank ledger and several orders. "Let's begin with the basics. This is the order amount, this is the material cost, and the difference between the two is the profit." Over the next hour, Ron patiently taught Alan basic account management and material recording methods. To his astonishment, Alan's learning ability was remarkable. She seemed to grasp concepts almost instantly and quickly mastered the fundamentals. "You're learning very fast, Alan," Ron sincerely praised her. "Want to help, Master?" The tree spirit's words were simple but genuine. Master gave new life. Ron looked into the tree spirit's green eyes, which glimmered with a yearning light. The slave mark ensured her loyalty, but what truly drove her effort might be the cherishing of a new life and the longing for bloodline evolution. In this extraordinary world, every creature was in pursuit of evolution and growth. Alan longed for further awakening of her bloodline, and he could provide that opportunity, forming a stable symbiotic relationship. "By the way, Alan, there's something else," Ron continued. "Tomorrow, I will go to the Central Hall for my formal certification as an intermediate apprentice. While I'm away, the workshop will be in your hands." "Understood, we'll take care of everything." Alan nodded solemnly. "Very good," Ron smiled with satisfaction. "Once the certification is completed, I'll officially become part of the candidate wizard sequence. At that time, our workshop will also gain more resources and rights." Alan seemed to have some understanding of the term wizard, and visibly showed a hint of reverence upon hearing it. "Master is strong, will become a true wizard." Ron smiled faintly, not denying the prophecy. Becoming an official wizard was indeed one of his goals, but far from the end. More than just the wizard path, he valued the limitless possibilities brought by multidimensional development. Wizard, knight, alchemist, each path has its unique value, Ron mused to himself. And my advantage lies precisely in being able to integrate these seemingly disparate paths. With the sun descending in the west, Ron stood by the window, his gaze penetrating the mist of the black mist jungle, as if seeing a broader world beyond. In the distance, the so-called Central Rich Lands and Crystal Tower awaited him. Along with a more expansive geographical concept, the Ring Abyss continent group documented only in ancient books, and those rumored otherworlds and myriad mysticism secrets. In pursuit of endless unknowns, he too held infinite longing in his heart. The mornings in the black mist jungle always carry a certain gloom. Sporadic sunlight pierces through the heavy mist, casting a faint golden shimmer on the ancient buildings. At dawn, Ron stood on the workshop terrace, gazing at the morning glow of the black mist jungle. The morning breeze gently caressed his cheeks, and he could clearly feel the monumental changes happening within himself. The powerful strength of the bloodline knight flowed within him, and among the four consciousness cores of the chimera, the dragon head representing the red blood flying dragon was continuously pumping scorching blood into his heart. It had been 3 days since he completed the bloodline activation ceremony, during which he had been adapting to the changes brought by the chimera bloodline, and the red blood flying dragon ability successfully copied by the first consciousness core. Now he was able to control the generation and retraction of dragon scales at will, and could even form a thin layer of scale armor deep beneath his skin, providing protection without being noticeable to others. "It's time," Ron said to himself, tidying his new deep gray robe one last time. This was specially prepared for today. Compared to the light gray of a normal elementary apprentice, this robe's hue was deeper, symbolizing the imminent change in status. Alan stood at the doorway, holding a small wooden box. "Master, this is a gift I prepared for you," she said carefully, handing the box to Ron. Ron took the box, opening it gently to reveal a delicate brooch in the shape of a green leaf outline, with a small red gemstone in the center, glimmering warmly in the morning light. "I made it using one of my leaves, and a red crystal left over from your potion refining." Alan's vines swayed slightly. "I hope it brings you good luck." Ron was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Alan to prepare such a thoughtful gift. He carefully pinned the brooch onto his robe, right over his heart. "Thank you, Alan, it's the best gift," Ron said sincerely, a warm feeling rising in his heart. Leaving the workshop, Ron walked along the stone-paved path towards the central tower. The black mist jungle was especially quiet today, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. As he walked, Ron's thoughts drifted to his recent achievements. The bloodline knight profession was already completed, and through the dual breakthroughs, the attribute enhancements allowed him to meet the basic requirements for several other professions. Demon Hunter requires a constitution of 2.5, now it's 2.7. Magic Swordsman requires a constitution of 2.5 and a spirit of 2.0, both of which I've already exceeded. Ron calculated in his mind. But I'm still not very familiar with how to perform beast organ grafting and magic sword creation, so I'll need to check the library for relevant information. This advancement in the bloodline knight profession provided an important insight, leveraging the synergy between professions to create a positive cycle of attribute growth. He could first seek professions with relatively simple requirements, then use the attribute enhancements gained from profession advancement to pursue other branches with higher attribute requirements. This snowballing development strategy would allow him to make significant progress on all extraordinary paths. Once I advance to middle apprentice and enter the candidate wizard sequence, I'll obtain higher access rights and find more detailed information on these professions. Ron thought to himself, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Passing through a quiet garden, the central tower loomed ahead. This lofty ancient building was the central landmark of the Black Mist Jungle and the most important administrative center of the school, where various important certifications and ceremonies were held. Arriving sufficiently early, there were only a few people in line at the desk, where the duty personnel weren't solely handling apprentice certifications. They also dealt with various other tasks. Ron queued patiently at the end. Ahead of him, an elderly male apprentice was also undergoing certification. From his nervous expression, this seemed to be another attempt after multiple tries. When it was Ron's turn, he calmly approached and handed his elementary apprentice badge and various documents to the duty officer. "What do you need to handle?" asked a neatly dressed middle apprentice with a polite yet distant expression on his face. "I'm here for the formal certification as a middle apprentice and to apply to enter the candidate wizard sequence. I have already met the requirements to enter the sequence." Ron calmly replied, presenting the joint recommendation letter prepared for him after communicating with Eric and Leia, along with his test results from last week. Aside from the spiritual power requirement, A middle apprentice also needed to meet the comprehensive capability requirements related to magic construction, and these test scores were the best proof. The duty officer examined the documents, eyebrows slightly raised, skipping a grade directly to the third-term courses, and personally recommended by Master Eric. Yes, Ron maintained a humble posture. I was fortunate to receive the appreciation of both senior apprentices Eric and Leia. Hearing this, the officer confirmed it with the alchemy items on the desk and his superior, then nodded to Ron. Involving the candidate wizard sequence, my duty authority cannot handle it. Please follow me to the dedicated certification room. The duty officer led Ron through the hall to a deep corridor. Statues lined both sides of the corridor, each one lifelike, as if they might awaken at any moment. Ron noticed some of these statues depicted creatures with strange forms, some even difficult to recognize as any known race. These are all significant figures in wizard history. Noticing Ron's gaze, the duty officer explained. Not just humans, any race that achieves on the path of wizardry might leave a trace here. Eventually, they arrived at a door inlaid with sapphires. The duty officer gently knocked 3 times, then stepped aside. The certification officer is inside. I wish you good luck. Thank you. Ron nodded in gratitude, took a deep breath, and pushed open the heavy gemstone door. The interior of the room was unexpectedly simple, without any luxurious decorations or complex ceremonial equipment, just a rustic oak table and a few chairs. Behind the table sat a middle-aged man with a solemn demeanor, his gray-white hair neatly combed back, his face marked with the traces of years. Judging from the strong magic power fluctuation hidden in his aura, it was obvious he was an official wizard. It seemed the school indeed placed great importance on these wizard seeds, actually assigning an official wizard to be responsible for this matter. Good morning, young man. The certification officer raised his head, a hint of scrutiny flashing in his eyes. I am Sauron Griffiths, one of the certification officers in the candidate wizard sequence of the school. Are you here for the intermediate apprentice certification? Yes, Lord Griffiths. Ron responded respectfully, handing over the documents. I am Ron Ralph, a professional alchemist. Sauron took the documents and started reading them carefully, his eyebrows occasionally furrowing, occasionally relaxing. Interesting, he finally spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Ron. You have been an elementary apprentice for less than half a year, and now you want to become an intermediate apprentice. Yes, sir, Ron responded calmly. Usually, it takes at least 3 to 5 years to move from elementary to intermediate apprentice. There was obvious doubt in Sauron's voice. Your progression is rather too fast. This was precisely the skepticism Ron anticipated. He nodded slightly, his voice humble yet firm. I understand your doubts, Lord Griffiths. In fact, it is related to my special talent. Sauron raised an eyebrow. Special talent? Yes, I have a talent known as medicinal body resonance, Ron cautiously explained. This allows me to absorb the effectiveness of magic potions more efficiently, especially those used to enhance spiritual power. Sauron's gaze became sharp. Medicinal body resonance. It is indeed recorded in the special talent collection as a second-tier talent. How did you discover you had this talent? At first, I just noticed that magic potions had a stronger effect on me than on my peers later. By conducting comparison experiments with friends around me, I gradually confirmed this matter, Ron answered steadily. Without overemphasizing or underplaying, letting his current level as a professional alchemist speak for itself. Interesting. Very interesting, Sauron rubbed his forehead. As if contemplating something, this does explain why you've achieved such success in magic potion making. But the speed of your spiritual power increase is still surprising, Sauron pondered for a moment. Then stood up. In any case, we need to conduct a formal test. Follow me. He led Ron through several corridors. Arriving at a room shrouded in a magic field, in the center of the room stood a gigantic crystal. Positioned like a mirror, this is the star mirror. Capable of directly reflecting a person's spiritual power intensity and quality, Sauron explained. Please stand before the crystal and concentrate your spiritual power. Ron nodded. Stepping in front of the crystal, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, concentrated on his spiritual core, then slowly released a stream of spiritual power, guiding it toward the star mirror. The crystal immediately lit up with a bright blue light. countless starlit spots appearing within it, moving and gathering like living entities, finally forming a bright orb, a spiritual power intensity of 3.6 scale. Sauron's voice carried undeniable astonishment. This far exceeds the entry standard for an intermediate apprentice. And the quality is quite pure, without significant chaotic fluctuations. He observed the light orb in the crystal for a while longer to confirm there were no anomalies before indicating for Ron to stop the test. Let's proceed with a magic construction test. Sauron retrieved a special crystal plate from a nearby cabinet. Please construct a triple-layered magic model on this. Maintaining it for at least 1 minute, Ron nodded and received the crystal plate. Concentrating again, this was precisely what he had practiced repeatedly in Eric's course. And it was already quite familiar to him. His spiritual power flowed into the crystal plate, beginning to construct a complex 3-layered circular structure with the augmentation of the stable state trait. The magic model he constructed was exceptionally stable, 3 energy rings perfectly overlapping, forming a harmonious and unified whole. Outstanding control ability. Sauron nodded approvingly. Such stability is challenging even for some seasoned intermediate apprentices. As the test concluded successfully, Sauron led Ron back to the initial room and signed his name on the certification document. Congratulations. Ron Ralph, you are now officially an intermediate apprentice of the Black Mist School, and also a member of the candidate wizard sequence. Sauron handed a light blue apprentice badge to Ron. This is your new badge, symbolizing your identity and status. Ron accepted the badge cautiously, feeling a faint magic power fluctuation emanating from it. This badge was not only a symbol of identity, but also a simple magic energy storage device that could provide a small amount of additional magic power in emergencies. Thank you, Lord Griffiths. Ron bowed politely to express his gratitude. No need to be polite. Sauron's expression became more amiable. I am very interested in you, young man. The medicinal body resonance is quite a rare special talent in the wizard world. If you are willing, you may consider joining my research group in the future. We have been trying to understand and replicate the mechanisms of various special talents. It is my honor. Ron only responded politely, without giving any definite answer. He was highly cautious about this kind of research in his heart. Sauron saw the look on the other's face and could only refrain from delving further into the topic. Then, as the certification officer, I need to explain some basic matters about the candidate wizard sequence to you in detail. In the next half hour, Sauron introduced in detail the operation method, rights, and obligations of the candidate wizard sequence. As a sequence member, Ron would acquire more resources and permissions, including the ability to apply for the use of more advanced laboratories, access deeper layers of books, and the opportunity to participate in research projects hosted by official wizards. At the same time, he also needed to fulfill some obligations, such as submitting research reports regularly, participating in activities organized by the school, and providing professional services when needed. Lastly, about the point system, Sauron took out a detailed form. The candidate wizard sequence uses a point system to evaluate the contributions and value of its members. He pointed to the numbers on the form. Points are directly related to your ranking in the sequence, and the ranking determines the priority in resource allocation and promotion opportunities. Ron listened intently, keeping this information in mind. I understand, Lord Griffith. He nodded and said, I will treat every opportunity to earn points seriously. Very well, Sauron smiled with satisfaction. Then the certification is over. From today, you are a talented student in the school's candidate wizard sequence. I wish you to go further on the path of a wizard. When leaving the central hall, he felt the subtle energy fluctuations emanating from the new badge on his chest. Indeed, an alchemy item, and quite delicately constructed. Once my alchemy skills reach the skilled level, I can try to disassemble and examine it. He shook his head and laughed, intending to place this badge in a specially sealed box at the workshop, only wearing it when going out. Ron didn't believe that the school would not leave some hidden hand on these highly valuable targets in the candidate wizard sequence. Leaving the central tower, he decided to immediately head to the library to utilize his newly acquired permissions to access more advanced materials. Walking through several winding stone paths, Ron arrived at the familiar ancient library. Guarding the entrance was a gray-robed elder different from before, who glanced up at the blue badge on Ron's chest, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. A newly promoted intermediate apprentice, the elder slightly raised an eyebrow. "You look quite young." Ron nodded politely. "Yes, just passed the certification." The elder scrutinized Ron for a few seconds, then sidestepped to make way. Intermediate apprentices can enter the second and third layers of the data area. Remember to abide by the library's regulations. After thanking him, Ron walked into the library and immediately felt an atmosphere different from before. The first layer of the library was still the familiar scene, but now he could clearly perceive the stronger magic fluctuations flowing in the upper-level space. The second and third layers, Ron muttered to himself as he stepped towards the spiral staircase leading upwards. As Ron ascended, he could feel the magic concentration in the air significantly increase, bringing a slight tingling sensation. The space on the second floor is smaller than the first floor, but more exquisitely arranged. The spacing between bookshelves was wider, and each area had dedicated reading tables and magic crystal lamps. Most striking was a giant crystal ball in the central area, surrounded by several intermediate apprentices engrossed in reading. Ron walked softly between the bookshelves, searching for the materials he was interested in. Unlike the first layer, which mainly housed foundational knowledge, the content on the second layer was clearly more in-depth and professional, covering various advanced wizardry theories and practice guides. New spell construction theory, essentials of elemental manipulation, spiritual power field construction and maintenance. Ron's gaze swept over row after row of book spines, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. These were precious materials he couldn't access before, each containing knowledge that could significantly enhance his abilities. But his main purpose in coming here was not those. Arriving before the guiding stone, Ron placed his palm on it, clearly conveying his need. Demon Hunter, Demon Beast Organ Fusion, Magic Swordsman, Magic Sword Creation. Following the guiding directives, Ron walked up the stairs to the third floor, where the magic concentration was even higher than the second floor, creating a slight sense of oppression. The layout of the third layer was completely different from the two below. Instead of open bookshelves, it consisted of enclosed small reading rooms, each with a sign like device at the entrance. According to the guiding stone's instructions, Ron arrived at a reading room marked Extraordinary Professional Research. He placed his intermediate apprentice badge in the authentication area beside the door, and after a moment, runes lit up on the door with a slight clicking sound, indicating it was unlocked. Upon entering, Ron found a comfortable small research room with a large oak table in the center, and the surrounding walls filled with various ancient books and scrolls. Most eye-catching was a half-human-sized crystal pillar in the corner, bearing dozens of miniature holographic images displaying the forms of various extraordinary creatures and professionals. Ron walked to the crystal pillar, gently placing his palm on it to convey his query request. Demon Hunter, Demon Beast Organ Fusion. Ripple-like light patterns spread across the crystal pillar's surface, then a certain book on a bookshelf glowed faintly, indicating the presence of the information he needed. Ron took down the heavy ancient book emitting a faint glow, titled Blood Transformation, The Art and Practice of Demon Beast Organ Transplantation. The book was bound with exquisite craftsmanship. The cover was made of a peculiar semi-transparent leather, soft and elastic to the touch, making one wonder about its true origin. Finding a comfortable spot to sit, he began to focus on reading. The contents of this book were more detailed than he imagined, covering everything from the selection criteria for demon beast organs, preservation methods, transplant surgery details, handling rejection reactions, to post-operative care and ability development, all meticulously documented. Demon Beast Organ Fusion is essentially a semi-permanent physical modification that, by transplanting specific demon beast organs into humans, grants the recipient some of the abilities of that demon beast. The three most critical steps are: correctly selecting a demon beast organ that matches one's own aura, using a specially made adaptation agent to reduce rejection reactions, precisely reconstructing the energy paths to ensure the demon beast energy can harmoniously coexist with the human energy system. As the reading continued, Ron gradually understood the complete process for transitioning into a demon hunter. Compared to the piecemeal information he had previously acquired, the actual operation was far more complex and dangerous. Particularly, the description of rejection reactions was chilling. Even though complete anti-rejection measures exist compared to ancient times, around 50% of recipients still experience severe rejection after surgery. Mild cases manifest as persistent high fever, severe pain, and temporary loss of consciousness. Severe cases can lead to abnormal hyperplasia at the organ site, genetic mutations, or even complete deformity, losing human form and reason. Statistics indicate that recipients with higher physical attributes have a significantly reduced probability of rejection. Furthermore, if the recipient has previously undergone other forms of bloodline activation, their body's adaptability to foreign energy would increase, reducing risks. Reading this far, Ron breathed a sigh of relief. With his current constitution of 2.7, plus having successfully completed bloodline activation, the risk of rejection should be greatly reduced. After carefully reading through the book, Ron located materials on magic sword creation through the crystal pillar, magic and steel, the secret of magic sword forging. This book was equally rich in content, detailing the core elements and transition process of becoming a magic swordsman. Unlike the demon hunter, the key to the magic swordsman did not lie in physical modification, but in forging a magic sword that resonated with the individual soul. Through a special ceremony, a part of one's spiritual power was permanently sealed into the sword, thus establishing a unique bond of unity between person and sword. A true magic sword is not merely an enchanted weapon, but an extension and projection of the holder's soul. Therefore, every magic sword is unique, unable to be completely wielded by others. If the holder dies, the magic sword would lose most of its power, remaining merely an ordinary sharp weapon. The process of magic sword creation was equally complex, requiring special material, superb forging skills, and precise soul sealing techniques. But compared to the high-risk surgery of becoming a demon hunter, this transition method was much less dangerous, mainly testing the intensity of spiritual power and the ability to control magic power. The magic sword of a magic swordsman is often referred to as a master sword, its name derived from the fact that every magic swordsman is a renowned sword master. The quality of the master sword directly affects the future growth potential of the magic swordsman. Therefore, material selection and the forging process must be meticulous and without the slightest negligence. Ron carefully noted down the characteristics of the ideal sword materials and the key stages in the forging process, which would be indispensable knowledge for him when transitioning to a magic swordsman in the future. Walking on the path back to the workshop, the unique dim light of the black mist jungle filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Ron couldn't help but touch the intermediate apprentice badge on his chest, feeling the faint magic power fluctuations within it. He seriously suspected that this thing was actually a tracker, just not sure if it would have clear record and surveillance functions. Since I've already entered the candidate wizard sequence, I must give it my all. He silently calculated in his heart. The third phase of spiritual control and magic construction courses are of utmost importance, and alchemy and elemental affinity courses can't be neglected either. According to Sauron's tip, the candidate wizard sequence has clear progress requirements and evaluation standards for its members. If one wants to secure a favorable position in the sequence and gain more resources, they must show continuous and stable growth. Strive to reach the top within a year, Ron murmured to himself, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Returning to the workshop, Alan was busy arranging various potion bottles on the medicine shelf. Seeing Ron return, she immediately put down her work and turned to welcome him. "Congratulations, Master, on advancing to intermediate apprentice." Alan's vines gently swayed, with clear words appearing on the leaves. "I saw the new badge on your chest." Ron smiled and nodded. "Thank you, it seems your perception is becoming sharper and sharper. In fact, I can feel the magic power fluctuation on the badge. It's completely different from a normal elementary apprentice badge." Alan responded, the wisdom glimmering in her green eyes. Ever since absorbing the residual energy of the sun flame essence, Alan's development indeed exceeded Ron's expectations. Not only did her appearance become increasingly human-like, but her thinking and emotional expression also became more complex and nuanced. Ron nodded, then turned his attention to another important matter: next Wednesday's alchemist gathering. Magnus had suggested during their last mention of the gathering to prepare some of his own improved formulas for exchange. Clearly, this was not just a social event, but an important opportunity to showcase one's abilities and build networks. Sitting at the workbench, Ron opened his formula notebook and began carefully selecting suitable magic potion formulas to showcase at the gathering. The Sun Flame essence is too precious, and since it was given to me by Master Magnus, it's unsuitable for sharing at this gathering. Though my improved stimulant potion is quite effective, it isn't particularly outstanding. He weighed in his heart, fingers continuously turning through the notes. Perhaps the Amber Thought liquid could be a good choice. The Amber Thought liquid is a recently self-improved spiritual aid magic potion, capable of temporarily enhancing the user's mental agility and memory, especially suitable for absorbing large amounts of information in a short time. Compared to similar products available on the market, Ron's version has lower side effects and does not cause dependency, making its practical value quite high. It is also one of the main products of his workshop recently. Also, the Gray Scale Protection Ointment. Ron muttered to himself, it's also quite an excellent improvement. The Gray Scale Protection Ointment is a topical magic potion that can form a practically imperceptible protective film on the skin's surface, effectively resisting corrosion, toxins, and minor physical damage. This product has widespread application scenarios in magic potion laboratories and field exploration. Ron's improved version not only extended the duration of the protection effect, but also mitigated the common skin stinging and discoloration side effects of the original formula. After thinking for a long time, Ron finally decided to bring these two improved magic potion formulas, plus a sample product, as his gift at the gathering. However, attending the gathering was not just about showcasing his achievements. More importantly, it was about acquiring valuable information and formulas from other alchemists. Accumulating formulas and magic potion-making knowledge is of utmost importance in my transition to a magic potion professor. Ron clearly knew that his long-term plans required the continuous absorption and integration of various extraordinary knowledge. Magic potion making, as one of the core pillars, must maintain continual growth, having carefully stored away his prepared formulas and samples. His thoughts then turned to his study plans, now that he became an intermediate apprentice. He would face a whole new set of course challenges, especially the third phase of spiritual control and magic construction courses, which would be several times more difficult than before. Ron opened a new notebook and began to detail the study plan for the next month. The third phase courses twice a week are the main focus, requiring full effort, although alchemy and elemental affinity courses have a lower frequency. They cannot be overlooked, especially the experiments and practical components involved during leisure time. He needs to study independently in the library, focusing on high-tier theories such as magic circuit construction, inspiration flow control, and magic model optimization. Bloodline ability development and training must also be scheduled for fixed time slots. At least 1 hour every day. The magic potion refining in the workshop and order processing should be arranged as much as possible in the evenings and early mornings. He filled his schedule to the brim, leaving himself hardly any time for sleep, thankfully. After becoming a bloodline knight, his constitution had improved significantly twice, and less sleep didn't matter much to him anymore, perhaps. Once his constitution reaches a higher level, he could completely forego sleep, then study intensely for 24 hours a day, shaking his head to end his reverie. Ron opened several reference books recommended by Eric and Leia to begin previewing the content of the upcoming third phase courses. As he delved deeper into his reading, he gradually understood the essential differences between the third phase and the previous two. The first two phases mainly focused on constructing and stabilizing a single magic model, while the third phase began to involve short-term continuous construction and coordinated control of magic models. This is the first step toward becoming an official wizard with complex combined magic in the future. Ron felt deeply. It's also the critical watershed between intermediate apprentices and advanced apprentices. It is said that apprentices who can proficiently master short-term continuous construction of more than 3 magic models will receive special ratings when promoted to advanced apprentice. Currently, I have already mastered sound wave vibration and slime splash spells. The next step is to quickly master a third one, preferably a defensive spell, such that the three can be more comprehensive when combined. He pondered various possible choices, his gaze landing on the book. Elemental Guidance Basics. On the bookshelf, fire element or light element would be a good choice, especially considering my high affinity for these two elements. Ron recalled his evaluation in the Elemental Affinity class by Master Layla. Fire Resistance Ring or Shield of Radiance might be an ideal starting point. His plan was to attempt building and stabilizing the three magic models simultaneously after mastering the third basic magic, laying the foundation for future combined magic, of course. All of this would require a lot of practice and training, and the Time Guardian Pocket Watch's reset ability would play a crucial role in this process, helping him complete a large amount of high-intensity training in a limited time, assuming I can reset my state 10 times a day. It's equivalent to the efficiency of 11 people studying simultaneously, Ron calculated silently in his heart. It should be completely feasible to master the contents of all three phases of courses and gain advanced qualifications within a month. The night deepened. Yet he was still immersed in his studies, showing no sign of fatigue. It wasn't until Alan gently nudged his arm, reminding him that it was already past dinner time, that he realized how engrossed he was. Thanks for the reminder. Alan, Ron smiled. Closing the book. Looks like I'll need to learn to manage my time better. Just as he was about to get up to prepare dinner, he suddenly remembered something he needed to explain. Oh right. Alan, next Wednesday, I need to attend an alchemist gathering and I might return late. You are responsible for watching over the workshop. If any guests come, just say I'm out on business and will return soon. Alan's vines swayed gently, indicating understanding. I'll take good care of the workshop. Rest assured, Master, seeing Alan's growing initiative and sense of responsibility. Ron couldn't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction. His gaze swept over the calendar on the wall. There were still 5 days left until the alchemist gathering next Wednesday. He knew that before attending. He needed to complete the initial third phase course study and prepare the magic potion formulas and samples for exchange. He felt that this was completely feasible within a month, mastering all the advanced content of the three-phase courses to gain the advancement qualification. As the night deepened, he remained immersed in his studies, showing no trace of weariness. Everyone seemed to be chased by some dreadful monster, and even a brief rest would lead to being utterly devoured. Spiritual surrounding, magic power aggregation. Structurally stable. Spiritual power gathered at Ron's fingertips into a complex structure. This was the core exercise of the third phase spiritual control course, constructing a triple stable model and injecting a specific magic power sequence into the model. In the classroom, more than 10 other students were equally focused, with a crystal ball floating in front of each, flashing with various colors, reflecting each one's progress in spiritual construction. Master Eric stood at the front, his gaze sweeping over each student like an eagle, eyes showing a mix of approval and sternness. Pay attention to the stability of your structure, he reminded sternly. A circuit that's too complex will cause energy leakage, while one too simple can't bear enough magic power. The key is balance. In Ron's crystal ball, a 3-layered geometric structure gradually formed, with the outermost layer being a dodecahedron, the middle an octahedron, and the core a perfect sphere. The different levels were connected by tiny energy bridges, forming a coordinated and unified whole. This triple structure was called the Starlight Model, an advanced version of basic magic construction with increased difficulty. But for Ron, who already had magic construction proficient, this challenge wasn't too big. Once the structure inside the crystal ball stabilized, Ron began the second stage magic power injection. This required even more control than the construction itself, as any slight mistake could collapse the entire model. He took a deep breath, mobilizing his internal magic power, allowing it to slowly flow into the model along the preset path. Magic power seeped into each layer of the structure like a stream, from the outside to the inside, eventually gathering into a bright starlight at the core sphere. Very good, Ron. Eric stopped beside him and nodded with satisfaction. Your structural stability and magic power control have both reached quite a high level. Thank you for your guidance, Master Eric, Ron humbly replied. Next week, we'll be doing casting practice in a more complex environment, such as model construction in a spiritual interference field. Eric reminded, I hope you can maintain this level. As he moved to the next student, Ron breathed a slight sigh of relief. From the first day of becoming an intermediate apprentice, he had devoted himself entirely to the third phase courses. Simultaneously, the alchemy and elemental affinity courses were also progressing steadily. Especially in alchemy, with Master Thompson's special guidance, his progress was exceptionally rapid. After the class ended, Ron did not leave immediately, but continued practicing the variant forms of the Starlight model for a while. It was his habit extra practice after class for deeper mastery. When the classroom was empty except for him, Eric returned to tidy up the teaching tools. Seeing him still practicing diligently, he couldn't help but smile slightly. You've surpassed all other apprentices of your period in speed, Ron, Eric walked over and said. In just 2 weeks, you've basically mastered the core content of the third phase courses. Ron put away the crystal ball and respectfully replied, This is all thanks to your careful guidance, Master. Eric shook his head. Don't be too modest, your talent and effort are the main reasons. I discussed with Leia, if you can maintain this progress, you can qualify for advanced courses next month. Ron's eyes lit up. Advanced courses. Yes, Eric explained, the content will be more in-depth, personally taught by our masters. It would be a great honor, Ron sincerely said. By the way, I've heard you're also doing well in alchemy and elemental affinity courses recently, Eric asked. Just maintaining a stable progress, Ron humbly said. Master Thompson and Master Layla have provided a lot of guidance. Eric smiled slightly. Diverse development isn't a bad thing, as long as you can balance all aspects. The wizard's path is ever-changing. Finding the one that suits you best is the key. When leaving the classroom, Ron already had a clear plan in mind. Go all out, striving to qualify for the advanced courses within a month. This would open the door to higher-level knowledge for him. Returning to the workshop at night, Ron found Alan focused on something at the desk. Welcome back, Master. Alan looked up, greeting with a leaf riding board, wisdom shining in those green eyes. What are you doing? Ron approached to ask. Sorting this month's accounts as per your instructions. Alan replied, displaying her neatly arranged records. Last week's income totaled 173 magic stone fragments. Expenditures were 86, net earnings 87. Combined with previous total income, we currently have a total of 400 magic stone fragments. Ron nodded, satisfied with Alan's performance. Recently, he began teaching Alan basic bookkeeping and material management, which not only lightened his burden, but also allowed Alan's abilities to further develop. Well done, Alan, Ron said with a smile. Tomorrow we need to procure a batch of new materials. Can you prepare a list? Already prepared, Master. Alan promptly displayed another sheet, detailing various magic potion materials and alchemy ingredients, even marked with estimated prices and priorities. Ron took the list and examined it carefully, highly satisfied with Alan's meticulous work. Once my bloodline duplication ability becomes more proficient, I'll try to help you activate more ancient bloodlines. He promised, I believe there is extraordinary potential within you, Alan. A glimmer of gratitude and anticipation flashed in the tree spirit's eyes. Seeing the expectant emerald gaze of his companion, he felt a bit guilty, sensing that his promise was like a carrot dangling in front of a mule. A week later, Ron stood in front of the elegant conference hall known as Cedar Hall, holding an invitation, feeling slightly nervous. This was his first time attending such a formal gathering of alchemists, with attendees including potion masters with certain prestige within the school and even a few mentor-level figures. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his coat, making sure the badges of a professional alchemist and an intermediate apprentice were clearly visible, and pushed open the intricately carved oak door. The interior was elegantly decorated, with modest green wallpaper adorned with delicate plant motifs, and a few magic crystal lamps suspended from the ceiling, casting a gentle glow. In the center of the venue were several long tables displaying various bottles and jars, samples, and formulas brought by the attendees. The surroundings featured several comfortable chairs and small coffee tables for the convenience of the participants to exchange and discuss. There were already over a dozen alchemists in lively conversation, the atmosphere relaxed yet highly academic. Just as Ron stepped into the venue, Magnus noticed him and approached with a broad smile. "Ah, Ron, you made it," the elder alchemist greeted warmly. "Come, let me introduce you to some colleagues." He led Ron towards several distinguished alchemists and made brief yet appropriate introductions. "This is Adrian, specializing in healing potions. This is Sophia, with unique research in spiritual enhancement potions. And this is William, a master of alchemy and potion integration." Ron greeted each alchemist politely, mentally noting their specialties and characteristics. These were potential sources of knowledge and collaboration partners. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ron, the young genius I've mentioned," Magnus said with a smile. Having just become a professional alchemist not long ago, he has already shown extraordinary talent, especially in potion modifications. The senior alchemist's gazes immediately turned more attentive, with admiration as well as a hint of scrutiny. "Young man, I've heard you have a special talent called medicinal body resonance," Adrian asked, eyes filled with academic curiosity as the news seemed to have already spread. Ron displayed modesty appropriately. "Yes, my perception of potion ingredients seems to be keener than most, giving me some advantages in potion modifications." He chose his words carefully, neither exaggerating his abilities nor undermining his confidence. Sophia nodded, her expression thoughtful. "This talent is indeed rare. I once read in ancient texts that alchemists with the medicinal body resonance ability often achieve remarkable accomplishments in a short time." Ron smiled slightly. "You flatter me. I have a long way to go, and I hope to learn a lot from all of you." "Speaking of which, what works did you bring to share with us?" William asked curiously. Ron took out several crystal bottles from a delicate wooden box he carried and carefully placed them on the display table. "These are some recently modified formulas, including the gray scale protection ointment and the revised version of the amber thought liquid potion." He briefly introduced the features and innovations of each potion, his tone calm yet confident. The senior alchemists gathered around, showing keen interest in these potions. Especially the amber thought liquid, its unique formula design and effect sparked widespread discussion. "This formula structure is very creative," Sophia praised while carefully inspecting the formula blueprints Ron provided. "How did you think of combining moonlight grass with silver star vine, two seemingly conflicting materials?" Ron explained his thought process, how he used a special treatment method to neutralize their antagonism while retaining their beneficial components. "Interesting, very interesting," William exclaimed excitedly. "This way of thinking is quite similar to some principles in alchemy. Young man, have you studied alchemy?" "Recently, I've indeed been learning some basic knowledge," Ron admitted. "I believe there are many areas where magic potion making and alchemy can learn from each other." "Absolutely correct," William enthusiastically patted his shoulder. "I am one of the practitioners of this approach. If you are interested, you're welcome to exchange ideas at my workshop. Cross-disciplinary research often leads to unexpected breakthroughs." This was exactly what Ron hoped to hear, and he earnestly expressed his gratitude and anticipation. As the conversation deepened, Ron not only shared his experiences, but also gained many valuable suggestions and insights. The senior alchemists were quite satisfied with this young newcomer's performance, each expressing the desire for further exchange in the future. Halfway through the gathering, Magnus found an opportunity to speak privately. "Ron, you've performed outstandingly," the elder alchemist praised. "Especially your humble attitude and eagerness to learn has left a great impression on everyone." "Thank you for your guidance and introduction, Master Magnus," Ron sincerely replied. "I've gained a lot from this gathering." Magnus nodded, then lowered his voice. "I have some good news for you. Corina recently mentioned you. She's very interested in your progress." Ron's heart skipped a beat. Corina was the powerful wizard who had brought him from the kingdom to the Black Mist jungle and Trish's mentor. "What did she say?" Ron asked cautiously. "She seems particularly interested in your special talent and rapid progress," Magnus said meaningfully. "At the upcoming Candidate Wizard Sequence quarterly meeting, she might take a closer look at you. This is a rare opportunity, having the attention of an official wizard." Ron felt a bit nervous, knowing Corina's attention was a double-edged sword, both an opportunity and a potential danger. "Thank you for the reminder. I will be prepared for it." Magnus patted his shoulder, eyes filled with encouragement. "Don't be too nervous. Just be yourself and showcase your abilities and potential. Wizards appreciate genuine talent rather than contrived performances. By the end of the gathering, Ron exchanged formulas and insights with several alchemists, gaining a lot. On the way back to the workshop, his mind had already drifted to the upcoming candidate wizard sequence quarterly meeting. The first ray of morning sunlight had just penetrated the eternal mists of the Black Mist jungle, and Ron was already seated cross-legged in the meditation room, immersed in deep meditation with the Star Eater's ravings. Since successfully activating his bloodline, the improvement in his constitution had facilitated smoother spiritual power flows, thus enhancing the depth of his meditation. The starry sky in his spiritual world had become increasingly distinct, the starlight flickering as if within reach. Although the accumulation rate of spiritual contamination had not decreased compared to before, the improvement in his constitution had increased his bearing capacity. As Ron was wandering within the star map, a faint fluctuation entered his perception. It wasn't ordinary interference, but rather the special frequency of a vine lightly touching the ground. Aelan's warning. Ron gently exhaled, slowly withdrawing his scattered consciousness, and opened his eyes. "Master, there is a visitor." Aelan's vine waved gently outside the door, with neat words appearing on the leaf writing board. "Who?" Ron asked with slight curiosity, as it was rare for visitors to come at this hour. "A beautiful lady with brown hair, accompanied by a leopardess." Aelan's leaves trembled slightly, seemingly quite interested in the visitor too. Ron raised his eyebrows slightly, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his lips. The only brown-haired girl he knew was Trish. Since establishing his workshop, although rumors had spread, she hadn't come to visit, and now she finally made her appearance a month later. "Please have her wait in the reception room. I'll be there shortly." Ron stood up, straightening his robe, brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeves. Aelan nodded and left, her vine drawing an elegant arc through the air. Ron stood in front of the mirror, carefully examining himself. Although the changes after the bloodline activation were subtle, they were noticeable in ways that ordinary people would miss, but for an intermediate apprentice, they would probably be apparent at a glance. He wondered to himself, what could be her purpose for this visit, and why did she choose this particular time to come? Ron tidied up his attire and walked slowly towards the reception room. As he pushed the door open and entered, his gaze paused slightly before quickly returning to normal. Trish was clearly dressed up today. Light green silk gown outlined her increasingly slender figure, with intricate silver thread embroidery depicting forests and stars on the hem. Her brown long hair was fixed at the back with a silver leaf hairpin, a few loose strands naturally hanging beside her ears, making her pretty face even more enchanting. Ron, seeing him enter, Trish smiled somewhat bashfully and pursed her tenderly colored lips. "Long time no see, Trish." Ron noticed the leopard girl standing respectfully half a step behind her, nodded slightly, and then looked at Trish. "It's been such a long time, I thought you had forgotten about your fellow villager." His tone was half teasing, half complaining, but it was clear he wasn't genuinely upset. A trace of guilt flashed across Trish's face as she bit her lower lip. She was momentarily speechless, then took a deep breath. "I've been really busy lately with so many things to handle, so I haven't been able to visit you in person." Ron waved his hand, signaling her not to take it too seriously, and guided them both to sit down. Yu instinctively stepped aside, maintaining her guard duties, her beast-like eyes constantly scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Aelan silently brought over the tea, and Trish expressed her gratitude, clearly surprised by the human-like actions of the tree spirit, but quickly focused back on the conversation. "I've heard you've already entered the candidate wizard ranks, and as an intermediate apprentice no less." Trish took a gentle sip of tea, her tone filled with genuine admiration and a hint of complexity. "I must say your progress is truly astounding." Ron picked up his teacup, discreetly observing his fellow countrywoman before him. "Thanks to you, the magic potion orders you introduced provided a stable income for me, allowing me to focus on other improvements." "It's mutual." Trish smiled slightly. "Your magic potions have also helped me quite a bit." She suddenly paused, seemingly pondering how to continue the topic. "How have you been doing lately?" Ron raised an eyebrow, showing just the right amount of curiosity. Trish hesitated for a moment, then continued. "I've been collaborating with Master Corina on a bloodline activation experiment, which has been the main reason for my busyness lately. His interest was instantly piqued, but he maintained a steady demeanor on the surface. Bloodline activation experiment. Sounds interesting, tell me more. As a newly completed bloodline knight and holder of a chimera bloodline with 3 consciousness cores available for filling, any information related to bloodlines was extremely important to him. Yes, Trish nodded, a hint of pride in her eyes. Master Corina is helping me activate the forest elf bloodline within me. Although it's still in the early stages and not very effective yet, there have been some noticeable changes. As she spoke, she subconsciously reached up to touch the tip of her ear, guiding Ron's gaze to notice her ears. They were no longer entirely rounded human ears. The tops were starting to take on the pointed shape characteristic of elves. Her eyes were also beginning to show a distinct emerald hue, shimmering like gemstones in the unique magic crystal lamp light of the school. Ron stared unblinkingly at these changes, feeling a strong surge of curiosity and imagination. Trish noticed his gaze, and instead of avoiding it, she slightly raised her chin with a hint of pride. It truly is amazing. Ron nodded in agreement and then asked, aside from the physical changes, is there any substantial ability enhancement? Trish's eyes lit up, clearly anticipating Ron's question. She stood up and walked over to a row of potted plants by the window. Of course, let me show you. The girl's slender fingers gently touched one of the pots with a newly sprouting seedling. She closed her eyes, her expression becoming exceptionally focused. A few seconds later, a green glow extended from her fingertips to the seedling. The plant then began to grow at a visible speed, with tender green stems stretching taller, new leaves unfurling, and even a few pink flower buds sprouting. Natural affinity, one of the signature abilities of the forest elf. Trish withdrew her hand, a look of undisguised pride on her face, but then she looked a bit deflated. However, right now I can only affect small plants, like herbs and flowers. Affecting mature trees is still far away. That's already incredible. Ron sincerely praised her, especially considering the potential value of this ability in cultivating magic potion materials. In the future, the quality of the magic potion materials you grow will surely surpass those on the market by a great margin. As he spoke, a slight rustling sound caught their attention. They turned simultaneously towards the source of the sound. Alan was slowly walking in from the sunlit courtyard, the vines swaying gently as if responding to some silent call. Master, Alan's leaves rustled to form letters. I feel a peculiar sense of closeness, but at the same time an instinctive fear. Trish's eyes widened, clearly amazed by a tree spirit capable of writing. But this amazement lasted only a moment, quickly replaced by intense curiosity. She instinctively moved closer to Alan, her gaze as if beholding a treasure. Is this a reverted tree spirit? Ron, you actually have such an assistant. She approached Alan cautiously, as if handling an extremely precious piece of art, her eyes filled with envy. She's in a state of ancestral activation, and the transformation is already quite advanced. Trish's voice carried a tinge of undisguisable jealousy. You are really lucky. Encountering a tree spirit that naturally activates its deep bloodline is nearly impossible to find. Ron chuckled inwardly. He was indeed lucky, though this fortune came from 70 magic stone fragments from the Blake exotic race exchange, rather than some stroke of fate. You seem to know a lot about tree spirits. Ron raised an eyebrow. Forest elves and tree spirits are symbiotic races. Trish's expression softened suddenly, as if she were discussing long-lost family history. In ancient times, tree spirits were revered as the forest guardian by forest elves and were their closest allies. She reached out to touch Alan's vine but hesitated, worried about offending this peculiar being. Ron nodded gently, it's fine. With the owner's permission, Alan leaned slightly towards Trish, allowing her to gently stroke the vine. This movement resembled a plant naturally inclining towards the sunlight, revealing an instinctive affinity. Amazing, truly amazing, Trish murmured. From her bloodline's vitality and transformation, the potential far exceeds ordinary tree spirits. It likely originates from a purer ancient bloodline. You've truly found a treasure, Ron. Back to your bloodline activation. He steered the conversation back on track. What method did Corina use? A special ritual or some kind of magic potion? As this was mentioned, Trisha's eyes lit up again. She gave me a special meditation technique, specifically designed to work with the forest elf bloodline already in me. She paused, lowering her voice somewhat. Actually, her goal isn't just to activate ordinary forest elf bloodline. She hopes I can transition to a higher-level moon elf bloodline. When mentioning moon elf, Trisha's eyes sparkled with an unmatched yearning, akin to a middle school student discussing a dream academy. Moon elf? Ron raised an eyebrow. This term had appeared a few times in the various ancient texts he had read, but was always mentioned vaguely. The royal family that guards the life tree. Trish explained, her tone full of reverence. Stronger than ordinary forest elves, mastering the mysteries of life and moonlight, once one of the most revered races in ancient times. Speaking of moon elves, the look of longing in her eyes was strikingly similar to the desire in Andre's eyes when Ron mentioned the sun flame dragon. Evidently, for those with special bloodlines, exploring and enhancing one's lineage is an instinctual desire. However, Trish's expression turned complicated, her brows slightly furrowed. The mental pressure from this special meditation technique is considerable, much greater than that experienced by users of ordinary advanced meditation techniques. A trace of caution flashed in Ron's eyes, and Trish continued. That's why I've been asking Lai Yu to buy various mental protection magic potions for me. She smiled a bit sheepishly as she added, recently, I heard you could refine special magic potions that suppress spiritual contamination, which made me even more eager to visit you. Ron secretly sighed in relief. It seemed the other party was here out of legitimate needs and hadn't discovered his long-held secret. He responded nonchalantly, yes, I've been researching related formulas recently, but the effects are limited, only providing temporary relief rather than solving the contamination issue fundamentally. Alan, unnoticed, had already brought new tea and snacks for the two and quietly stepped aside. So Ron sipped his tea and asked tentatively, with just the meditation technique and magic potion assistance, how effective is bloodline activation? Trish's expression became complex, tinged with expectation, disappointment, and a bit of reluctance. To be honest, the progress is much slower than expected. She sighed slightly. Master Corina believes a stronger catalyzing environment is needed to truly break through the bloodline's shackles. Trish hesitated, pondering whether to share the next piece of information, before finally lifting her head to meet Ron's eyes. Have you ever heard of the bloodline altar? An unfamiliar and mysterious term. Though Ron had researched extensively in the Extraordinary Bloodline Encyclopedia, he had never encountered this term. He shook his head slowly. No, what is that? Trish looked around, ensuring that only the two of them were present in the room. Alan and Lai Yu didn't count as people, then leaned forward, her voice lowering instinctively. It's a secret. Only those in the candidate wizard sequence are qualified to know about it. Considering your current status and position, I thought you should know. Ron's curiosity was fully piqued, and he too leaned slightly forward, glancing at the apprentice badge locked in a secured box in the distance to ensure they were not being monitored. Do you know why the Crystal Tower chose to establish the Black Mist School in this desolate jungle? Trish asked. Because the extraordinary resources here are quite abundant. Ron speculated based on the information he had gathered, and its relative remoteness makes it easier to maintain secrets. That's only part of the reason. Trish shook her head. The main reason is that there is a rift leading to an exotic realm here, connecting to a mysterious place known as the Bloodline Altar. Ron's pupils contracted otherworld. As someone who had traversed worlds, his understanding of this concept far exceeded that of ordinary people. If the Black Mist Jungle indeed held a stable otherworldly rift, it would be an incredibly valuable resource and opportunity. This altar, is it a portal to the otherworld? Ron tried to control the excitement in his voice, but the light in his eyes was hard to hide. If there's truly a stable otherworld rift in the Black Mist Jungle, that would be an invaluable resource. Trish looked at his suddenly eager expression, a knowing smile on her lips. You seem particularly interested in the concept of the otherworld, Ron. But I must disappoint you. The so-called exotic rift isn't the vast, complete otherworld you imagine. At most, it's just a residual image projection from world collisions. Ron's enthusiasm noticeably cooled. You mean? A truly complete otherworld is a domain only official wizards, and even great wizards are qualified to enter and explore. Trish's tone turned serious. For apprentices like us, just approaching a true cross-realm passage would be torn apart by the surrounding dimensional turbulences, our bodies and souls completely shattered. Seeing Ron's now completely calm expression, she added, "But don't be disheartened, even just a rift. The extraordinary resources and unique structures within it are enough to greatly attract large powers like the Crystal Tower. In fact, that's one of the main reasons they established the Black Mist School stationed here." "I see." Ron quickly adjusted his mood. "So, what's the specific function of this altar?" "This altar possesses magical powers." Trish's eyes sparkled again. "It can help with bloodline activation and tracing back, making it easier for one to break through the limitations of their bloodline and evolve into a more ancient, purer form." The term tracing back made Ron's heart leap. Isn't that exactly the core function of his previous tracing back trait? If he could leverage the altar's power, perhaps he could make the Kopid bloodline abilities even stronger and purer. "This altar," Ron tried to keep his tone steady, "can anyone enter?" Trish shook her head, her expression a bit regretful. "Of course not. The slots are extremely limited and require approval from the school's higher-ups. As far as I know, the Black Mist School gets only 5 slots each time. The rest are reserved for the Crystal Tower." Her eyes glinted with expectation, her voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable tension. "However, considering your recent rapid rise, especially revealing a special talent like medicinal body resonance and successfully entering the candidate wizard sequence, I think you have a good chance of securing a slot." This remark was both an information sharing and a hint. If Ron secured a slot, Trish hoped to form some kind of alliance with him. After all, in such an unknown and dangerous environment, having a reliable companion undoubtedly provided a great advantage. "This altar, how often does it open?" Ron asked the key question. "Usually once every 5 years, Trish replied. "The next opening time will be in more than half a year. That's also why Master Corina has been intensifying my training recently. She thinks I need to enhance my strength to a certain level during this period to withstand the altar's trials." "Trials?" Ron raised his eyebrows. Yes, Trish's expression turned grave. "It's said that the bloodline altar is not just a place, but also administers different trials based on the entrance qualifications and potential." She softly added, "In the past, some have died because they couldn't withstand the trials, so the school is extremely strict with the slot evaluations. Every selected individual must demonstrate substantial potential and value." Ron fell into contemplation. This was undoubtedly a huge opportunity, but it also came with significant risk. Nonetheless, with the various skills and trump cards he currently held, especially with the Time Guardian pocket watch as a life-saving artifact, he still had a fairly strong grasp of managing the risks. "Thank you for the reminder, Trish," he finally said. "This information is very important to me." "No problem." Trish smiled, a sly gleam in her eye. "We're fellow townsmen. It's only right to look out for each other. Besides, if we both get a slot, we can look out for each other inside the altar as well." Her expression softened, carrying the unique shyness and expectation of a young girl. "My biggest worry is the potential dangers during the altar trials, but with a reliable companion like you, I'll feel much more at ease." Ron faintly smiled. This invitation carried both utilitarian motives and sincerity. Trish, as one of the few peers in the candidate wizard sequence with a shared hometown origin, was indeed an ideal ally choice. "If we both get a slot, we'll definitely look out for each other." This answer seemed to satisfy Trish. Her face blossomed with a bright smile. "Great, let's hope we both get this opportunity." She lowered her voice, adding mysteriously, "Master Corina is very interested in you, especially your medicinal body resonance talent. If you do get a slot, she might personally provide you with some guidance, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "I will definitely cherish it." Ron responded outwardly, but was extremely vigilant inside. The two continued to chat about recent learning experiences and school anecdotes, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. Ron noticed that Trish seemed more open and lively than before. The original restraint and aloofness faded somewhat, replaced by a vibrant vitality, perhaps also influenced by the activation of her forest elf bloodline. In a wild, The candidate wizard sequence will hold a quarterly meeting, during which all sequence members and the main masters and vice deans within the school will attend. Before parting, Trish reminded again, Master Corina will also be present. That will be an important opportunity for you to showcase your value. I will prepare well, Ron nodded, and I also wish you greater progress in bloodline activation. Trish smiled and nodded, while Lai Yu respectfully nodded to Ron. Ron watched them leave until their figures disappeared at the end of the path in the black mist jungle, before withdrawing his gaze and turning back into the workshop. Bloodline altar, power of tracing. Light of contemplation flickered in his eyes. This might be an excellent opportunity for me to further purify my red blood flying dragon branch bloodline. Returning to the workshop, Alan was still tidying up the teaware left by Trish. Master, her vines gently swayed. The energy on her body makes me feel both close and fearful. Why is that? According to ancient texts, tree spirits and forest elves were once close companions. The dormant bloodline memory in you might have sensed this. Ron explained, as for fear, maybe it's because it contains a trace of moon elf elements. The royalty naturally imposes a threat to lower existences within the same chain. He looked thoughtfully at Alan's body, gradually becoming more humanoid, and suddenly had an idea. Alan, if there's a chance to activate deeper bloodlines within you, would you be willing to try? There might be some risks. Alan's vines trembled at an unprecedented frequency, her green eyes flickering with anticipation. If it's a ceremony hosted by you, I am willing to try any possibility. Ron felt warmth in his heart, raising his hand to gently stroke Alan's vine. I will do my utmost to help you, just as you have always helped me. The news about the bloodline altar provided him with a clear time node half a year later, precisely a complete year after he finished his apprenticeship. In this limited time, he must maximize his strength. He looked up at the calendar, a fire igniting in his heart. Half a year, neither long nor short, he murmured to himself. Within this time, I need to make my value completely stand out, to become one of those 5 slots. As night fell, the workshop remained brightly lit. A figure busied itself at the workbench, with various ancient texts and notes piled on the desk, the schedule on the wall densely filled with arrangements for the coming half-year. The key to energy solidification lies in frequency resonance. Ron's fingers lightly brushed over the yellowed pages of the hefty ancient tome, eyes absorbing every detail without pause. Ever since he began studying alchemy, he developed a habit of spending at least 2 hours every day dedicated to in-depth study of theory. A corner of the workshop had long been set aside as a dedicated area for alchemical research. Unlike the neat and orderly layout of the magic potion area, this place appeared quite chaotic. Various oddly shaped devices scattered around, half-finished alchemy products carefully stored in specially made containers, and the walls plastered with his hand-drawn energy flow maps and elemental affinity charts. 3 cycles, 9 rhythms, 27 seals. Ron muttered under his breath, sketching complex rune structures in his notes. The energy storage technique taught by Thompson last week was extremely delicate, but the classroom explanation was ultimately limited. To truly master this technique, Ron had to consult a vast amount of supplementary materials and conduct practice repeatedly. He picked up an ordinary stone from the table, his fingers gently gliding over its surface. In the eyes of an ordinary person, this was nothing more than a plain gray stone, but Ron could feel the faint earth energy contained within. Ron took a deep breath, hands encircling the stone, beginning to guide spiritual power to construct a sealing array. This was his 7th attempt this week, the previous 6 resulting in failures. Either the energy leaked or the structure collapsed. But this time, equipped with the experience from the previous failures, plus a sudden inspiration from last night, his operation became more precise and fluent. Spiritual power wove a complex energy network around the stone, layer upon layer, tightly fitting. 3 cycles, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, but his hands were steady as a rock. Rhythm, the energy network gradually solidified, and the stone began to emit a faint glow. At the moment the last seal was completed, the stone suddenly brightened, the internal energy perfectly stored, forming a stable energy core. Success, Ron couldn't hide his excitement, meticulously examining every detail of the sealing structure. Unlike previous attempts, this energy core was extremely stable, without any leakage or fluctuation. Alchemy experience points +1. Breakthrough, alchemy, beginner 50/50, right arrow alchemy, skilled 1/100. Obtained additional trait, resonance, enhanced perception and control efficiency of extraordinary energy. This breakthrough came so naturally, it seemed like the best reward for his devotion to learning during this period. Ron could clearly feel his perception of energy becoming sharper and control more precise, as if he suddenly had eyes specifically tuned to perceive energy in the dark. He eagerly summoned his profession panel in his mind. Profession change condition met. 1. Alchemy skilled square 2. Complete an alchemy square root. Would you like to change to alchemy apprentice immediately? Confirmed. He chanted in his heart. The familiar warm energy flow surged from his heart, spreading throughout his body, but this time the sensation slightly differed from before. The energy seemed purer, flowing more orderly, like water meticulously calculated. Profession change successful. Acquired profession. Alchemy apprentice, 1 star, basic attributes enhanced. Spirit 3.6, right arrow 3.7. Plus 0.1, magic power 1.5, right arrow 1.6. Plus 0.1, profession special bonus. Slight increase in perception of subtle particles. Slight increase in material traits grasping ability. Acquired profession skill. Matter analysis. Beginner, the attribute boost post-profession change was already considerably limited. Yet this was expected after all. This was akin to exploiting a loophole. He was already quite satisfied with any enhancement. Moreover, late-stage attribute boosts, even a 0.1 difference could surpass numerous past measurements. Ron awaited the emergence of the new profession skill. Yet surprisingly, the panel displayed a special notification, detected profession interaction. Alchemist plus alchemy apprentice. Stability slightly increases when conducting magic potion refining and alchemy. Skill fusion triggered. Herb recognition. Skilled plus matter analysis, beginner, right arrow extraordinary recognition, skilled 1/100, Ron widened his eyes. This was his first encounter with a skill fusion scenario. Evidently a special interaction effect arising from 2 related professions. Next, a cool sensation flowed through his eyes, his vision suddenly becoming extraordinarily clear. Moreover, as his gaze fell on surrounding objects, he instinctively perceived their material composition, energy structure, and even manufacturing process. He picked up an ordinary stone. Just a glance allowed him to discern the presence of minor iron elements within, approximately formed by a volcanic eruption 300 years ago, and could even sense the faint magical resonance hidden inside. This is extraordinary recognition. Ron's heart was filled with amazement. This new ability vastly surpassed the previous herb recognition. No longer confined to herbs and magic potion materials, but extended to nearly all extraordinary substances. The foundational analytical ability of alchemy combined perfectly with the precise recognition of magic potion making, creating a special insight akin to seeing the essence directly. He couldn't help but recall those professional appraisers in the black market. Even the most senior appraisers needed various tools for assistance, often only specializing in a particular category of items. Yet now, with just his eyes, he could conduct an all-around extraordinary material recognition. No wonder I've never heard of a dedicated appraiser extraordinary profession. The combination of alchemist and alchemy apprentice naturally produces an effect far superior to a specialized appraiser. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window lattice of the workshop, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow on the ground. Ron sat upright at his desk, eyes slightly closed, as the red blood-flying dragon bloodline within him gently pulsated in rhythm with the crown-breathing technique. Each breath came with a subtle surge of energy and blood within. Ever since completing the bloodline activation and successfully replicating Andre's red blood-flying dragon bloodline, he could clearly feel a significant increase in his affinity for both the fire element and the light element. The bloodline power flowed through the meridians in his body like a scorching golden red river, nourishing every inch of muscle and bone. Bloodline activation experience points +1. Current progress, bloodline activation, beginner 28/100. The progress is slower than expected. Ron opened his eyes, his finger subconsciously brushing against the inside of his left arm, where faint scale patterns could be seen beneath the skin, only visible under light at specific angles. Bloodline activation is a long process requiring patience and continuous cultivation day after day to truly harmonize the replicated bloodline perfectly with oneself. Fortunately, he had the synergy effect of an alchemist that allowed him to better absorb the effects of various auxiliary potions and accelerate this process. With the acquired skill, extraordinary recognition, his understanding of extraordinary substances had reached a new level. Not only could he see the surface structure, but he could also sense the internal energy flow and trace element composition. Let's test this new ability's actual effect first. Ron pondered, his gaze sweeping across the workshop. He first picked up a withered herb that was drying on the shelf. With a gentle touch of spiritual power, a series of information immediately flowed into his mind. Twilight grass, collected 3 weeks ago, with approximately 60% of its medicinal efficacy retained. Suitable for crafting calm potion, but no longer suitable for advanced mental potions. Contains trace amounts of magic elements, mainly concentrated in the root and stem sections. Collected from the northeastern area of the Black Mist jungle, with slightly acidic soil. This level of detailed information far surpassed his previous herb recognition ability. The latter primarily focused on judging the medicinal properties and purity, but now he could even deduce the plant's growth environment. This is quite similar to the identification ability in games, though it's unclear if I can extract such accurate information for higher-tier items. However, some high-tier knowledge in this world should not be looked at carelessly. Like the Devourer, recorded within the meditation visions, if one were to carelessly apply the identification skill on it. Ron shook his head, not daring to imagine the dreadful consequences, and directed his attention to a potion he had refined. Amber Thought Liquid Improved Version, purity 92%. Main ingredients include moonlight grass essence, silver star vine extract, and thought insect brain marrow liquid. Estimated effect duration, 4 hours 12 minutes, side effect index, 1.3, far lower than the ordinary formula's 3.7. Suitable for continuous use, with usage not exceeding 3 times within 72 hours. Stable composition, excellent structure, suggested retail price, 15 magic stone fragments. Extraordinary recognition experience points +1. Current progress, extraordinary recognition, proficient 4/100. It seems that the higher the tier of extraordinary items identified, the faster the experience points increase. Perhaps he could develop a side career as an appraiser one day. Moreover, this in-depth understanding of his own creations gave Ron an unprecedented sense of control. He could even pinpoint which parts of the potion still had room for improvement, and which ingredients could be adjusted for better effects. Suddenly, he noticed the Time Guardian pocket watch on his wrist emitting faint energy fluctuations, seemingly calling for his attention. Ron carefully picked up the pocket watch, focusing his attention and using the extraordinary recognition ability to observe. Time Guardian's pocket watch, initial stage. Special creation, material unknown. Its energy storage is depleted, and it needs to absorb energy on its own to unlock new functions. The charging medium requires matching time attribute energy. Under standard planar flux units, 70 to 90 units are required for basic charge. Specific details currently cannot be identified. Extraordinary recognition experience points +3. Current progress, extraordinary recognition, proficient 7/100. Material unknown, Ron frowned. But more importantly, the information about charging and unlocking functions undoubtedly pointed him in the direction of enhancing the pocket watch's capabilities. Time attribute energy. Seems like I need to find a place or material that can provide this special energy. Ron thought, carefully putting away the pocket watch. First, I should head to Lizard Alley to find out where exactly it was unearthed. There might be some clues. After a moment of contemplation, Ron organized his thoughts and prepared to head to the central area of the school for today's alchemy weekly test. It had been several days since he transitioned to an alchemy apprentice, and today happened to be the weekly test scheduled by Master Thompson. Alan, I'm going for the weekly test and should be back before noon, Ron said to the treant, who was tending to the plants in the courtyard. Alan nodded, vines swaying vaguely. I wish you all the best, Master. I will take good care of the workshop." Ron smiled and gently nodded at the treant. Leaving the workshop, he walked briskly towards the central area of the school. The morning mist of the Black Mist jungle had not yet dissipated, and in the thin fog, one could occasionally see the silhouettes of apprentices hurrying by, but most of them remained silent, focused on their thoughts. In the wizard's world, time and energy are the most valuable resources, and no one wants to waste them on meaningless socializing. Arriving at the central area, Ron headed straight for the alchemy testing room. Pushing open the heavy oak door, there were already 6 or 7 apprentices waiting inside, with Master Thompson organizing the test materials at a long table. Ron just in time. Thompson saw him and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Today's test is energy storage in alchemy. As you know, it is the most basic but also the most important skill in elementary alchemy. Ron smiled slightly. "Yes, Master Thompson, I am ready." "Good, your place is over there. The materials are ready." Thompson nodded, pointing to a workbench. "The requirement for this test is complete the sealing of a standard energy core within an hour, with stability and purity as the main scoring criteria." Ron came to the designated location and saw various alchemy materials on the workbench. A piece of ordinary stone as the base, several basic mineral powders as conduits, and a small bottle of refined magic liquid to provide initial energy. These were standard configurations, with the core challenge being how to construct the energy storage array and maintain its stability. Thompson looked around, seeing no objections, announced, "The test begins now, 1-hour timer." Ron took a deep breath and immediately entered a focus state. Unlike previous private attempts in the workshop, this time he had already successfully completed energy storage, and thus advanced to an alchemy apprentice, mastering deeper skills. He first used extraordinary recognition to carefully inspect the stone base, confirming its energy structure and elemental composition, then precisely calculated the optimal energy path layout. 3 cycles, 9 rhythms. Ron recited in his heart, his fingers gently gliding over the stone surface, spiritual power, weaving a complex energy network like fine threads. With the blessing of the resonance, additional traits, his control over energy became more precise, like an experienced pianist feeling the subtle changes of every note. The energy balance points that previously required repeated attempts are now almost instinctively found in the best position. The mineral powders were added in sequence, each in a specific ratio and order, forming fine energy conduits on the stone surface. Ron noticed that compared to the last experiment, his understanding of materials had deepened, allowing him to control the amount and sequence more precisely, making the entire system's energy flow smoother. The refined magic liquid was carefully dripped onto crucial nodes, providing basic energy for the whole system. As the last drop of liquid fell, the stone surface began to flicker with a faint blue light, with the energy circulating along the preset paths. After half an hour, Ron had completed all the preparatory work, with the next being the most critical sealing step. This required extremely high spiritual power control and precise grasp of energy balance, with any carelessness potentially rendering previous work futile. Closing his eyes, he mobilized all his spiritual power to construct the final sealing structure. This was a process requiring precision down to the micrometer, with any slight deviation possibly causing the entire structure to collapse. With Ron's spiritual power infusion, the stone base suddenly lit up with a bright blue light. Energy fluctuations formed visible ripples in the air, then quickly gathered, finally condensing into a stable core. The entire process was smooth and efficient, finishing nearly 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Ron opened his eyes, satisfied at his work, a perfect energy core emitting even blue light. This product was more stable and purer than any of his previous attempts, showing a deeper understanding of alchemy. Alchemy experience points +1. Current progress, alchemy proficient 4/100. Finished, Thompson walked to Ron's side, somewhat surprised looking at his result. "So fast, let me see." The old alchemist carefully picked up the energy core, examining every detail closely. His brows furrowed slightly at first, seemingly searching for possible flaws, then gradually relaxed, finally showing a rare appreciation in his eyes. "The stability is near perfect, the purity is at least 30% higher than standard requirements, and the harmony of energy flow. This is not the work of a beginner, Ron. Thompson's praise drew curious glances from the other apprentices, some even pausing their work to look over. Thank you for your approval, Master, Ron simply replied. This is all thanks to your meticulous guidance and my extra effort in theory recently. Thompson shook his head, a certain decisiveness flashing in his eyes. No, guidance alone couldn't achieve this level. Ron, I believe you're ready for more advanced learning. Your perception and control over energy have surpassed the basic course scope. He carefully examined Ron's work, then took out a small crystal instrument, moving it around the energy core. The numbers on the instrument changed continuously, finally stopping at a high value that even surprised Thompson. Speaking of learning ability, Thompson gave Ron a meaningful look. I noticed you seem to have developed a sharper perception of materials recently. Is this pure talent, or have you learned some new technique? Ron's heart skipped a beat, not expecting Thompson's observation to be so keen. He pondered for a moment, deciding to reveal some information moderately, neither completely hiding it nor laying everything out. Indeed, Master. As I delve deeper into magic potion making and alchemy, I find my perception of materials becoming sharper. This might be the result of a mutual enhancement between the two disciplines, allowing me to comprehend the inherent traits of materials more comprehensively. Thompson nodded thoughtfully. An interesting development. Indeed, there are often deep connections between different disciplines that can produce unexpected synergies. And you, Ron, seem to be naturally endowed with the talent to discover and utilize these connections. After the test, Ron carefully put away his energy core, along with the alchemy activation agent awarded for being first in the weekly test, and left the testing room in good spirits. Just as he was about to head to the library, a black-gray parrot with a large beak flapped down from the sky. Apprentice Ron, Lady Layla requests your immediate presence in the elemental affinity classroom. Seeing the parrot call out his name, he wasn't particularly surprised, as it was one of the school's public messengers. However, today was not the day for the elemental affinity class, so Ron frowned and asked, "May I ask what it is about?" Lady Layla did not specify the reason, only mentioned it, regarding the adjustment of your elemental course schedule. The parrot answered respectfully, its attitude much more courteous than toward an ordinary apprentice, obviously because Ron had entered the candidate wizard sequence. I understand, thank you for the notice. Ron nodded politely in thanks, receiving a look of astonishment from the parrot. He then changed direction, heading towards the elemental affinity classroom. Along the way, he pondered the possible reasons for Master Layla's sudden summons. Since acquiring the red blood flying dragon bloodline, his affinity for fire element and light element had indeed significantly increased, and his performance in recent courses had earned her praise. But being called suddenly, was there a special task, or was there an issue with his performance? Unable to be certain, Ron could only quicken his pace to reach the classroom as soon as possible. Upon reaching the elemental affinity classroom, the door was already open, and Layla was standing by the window, sunlight streaming through the stained glass and casting a halo over her long hair. Ron, I heard you took Thompson's weekly test in the teaching area today, so I thought I'd have the messenger notify you to come by on your way. She turned and smiled, eyes filled with appreciation. I've been observing your recent course performance, especially your control over light element and fire element. Your progress is quite evident. Thank you for your affirmation, Layla Sr., Ron responded politely. Layla walked to the center of the classroom, beside the elemental pool where various colored elemental light points floated, resembling a miniature galaxy. Did you know elemental affinity isn't just about mastering a single element, but more importantly, understanding the connections and transformations between elements? She waved her hand lightly, and the light and fire element light points in the elemental pool began to approach each other, eventually merging into a brighter, gold-red light. For example, the combination of light and fire can produce a more powerful effect. This is a type of high-tier elemental manipulation, usually only covered in advanced courses. Ron observed intently, already guessing her intention. She might be about to teach him more advanced elemental knowledge. I had intended to let the master guide you into elemental fusion study after you completed all the foundational courses. Layla looked directly into Ron's eyes, her expression becoming more solemn. but your progress has surpassed our expectations, particularly your dual affinity for light element and fire element, which is an exceptionally rare talent. She walked to a bookshelf, took out an ancient book, and gently opened it, revealing a page of a complex elemental fusion diagram. Among all my students, very few can naturally exhibit an affinity for two complementary elements like you. It reminds me of an ancient theory, elemental bi-state resonance. Ron listened attentively. Although unfamiliar with this theory, he sensed it was a crucial piece of knowledge. Elemental bi-state resonance refers to a phenomenon where someone with high affinity for two complementary elements can establish a unique energy circuit between the elements, enhancing elemental power rather than canceling each other out. Layla explained, her fingers lightly touching the diagram on the page. In ancient times, some great elemental mages created many astonishing spells through in-depth research on elemental bi-state resonance. She took a crystal ball from inside her robe, sealed with a magic model, containing a complex gold-red energy structure like a solidified flower of flame. Usually, even in advanced courses, a significant amount of magic stone fragment is required to obtain a complete magic model, but considering you have shown sufficient value and potential. Layla handed the crystal ball to Ron. This is a spell prototype called Ring of Brilliance, combining the blinding effect of light element and the burning ability of fire element, an extremely practical defense and attack spell. Ron received the crystal ball with both hands, feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from the internal magic model, both warm and bright, like a dazzling miniature sun. At this moment, his heart was somewhat excited, for a magic model is the foundation of magic construction, and having a ready model can significantly shorten the time to master a new spell. Moreover, this kind of combined magic of two elements is usually only accessible to advanced apprentices. Ron was about to express his gratitude sincerely when Layla gently smiled, cutting him off. No need to be overly polite. We wizards always believe that knowledge should flow to where it can be most valued, and your talent and hard work make you worthy of this knowledge. However, the spell prototype is just a basic framework. You need to refine and adjust it according to your understanding and abilities. Her expression turned solemn. This process might take weeks or even months, especially for a fusion spell where the balance of each component is crucial. Ron nodded. I understand, Master. I will study this magic model diligently and will not let down your trust. Very well, Layla nodded in satisfaction, then added. Additionally, I've suggested to the Master to elevate your elemental affinity class directly to the advancement stage. If you can successfully master the Ring of Brilliance, it will best support this decision. Having already experienced a promotion, he felt a slight joy in his heart, thanked her politely, learned about the specific teaching arrangements, and then took his leave. The advanced stage course arrangements differ from the foundational stage, focusing primarily on two areas. One is elemental fusion, the other is the practical application of elemental magic. With fewer learners, the courses are more spread out, generally once every 2 weeks, but each session's content density and difficulty are greatly increased. And after he left, Layla used a reagent to detect spiritual contamination, observing the much lighter color with a satisfied smile on her face. Unfortunately, as an advanced apprentice, she could only partake in basic course stages. If only more such talents could come along. Fusion of light and fire. Ron muttered to himself, his fingers gently caressing the surface of the crystal ball. Over the next 2 days, Ron spent most of his time researching the Ring of Brilliance magic. This is a combined magic involving the fusion of light element and fire element, with a structure far more complex than any magic he had mastered before. The backyard of the workshop was temporarily transformed into a practice field by him, surrounded by various energy detection devices to monitor the energy fluctuation and stability of the magic. The energy flow at this node needs adjustment, Ron thought with a frown, looking at the magic model in his hand. The ratio of light element and fire element also needs fine-tuning. Under the current ratio, the burning effect of the fire element is too strong, while the blinding effect of the light element is not ideal enough. Elemental perception experience points +1. Current progress, elemental perception beginner 36/50. After dozens of attempts and adjustments, Ron finally found a relatively ideal ratio. Increase the proportion of the light element by about 15%, while slightly adjusting the blending point of the two elements so that the light element can achieve the maximum blinding effect at the initial burst, while the fire element can continue to exert its burning ability afterward. Once more, Ron took a deep breath, stretched out his hands, and his spiritual power guided the light element and fire element extracted from the elemental pool to merge in front of his palms. With the infusion of spiritual power, the two elements slowly blended, forming a golden-red energy ball. Ron's fingertips moved slightly. The energy ball swiftly expanded, transforming into a light ring with a diameter of about 2 meters. Bright golden light flickered inside the ring, while small crimson flames danced along the edges. Ring of Brilliance. With a low shout from Ron, the light ring burst from around his body, sweeping through several wooden targets in front. The surface of the stakes was immediately scorched in a circle of charred marks, while the light ring itself dissipated gradually after penetrating 3 targets. The effect is better than I expected. Ron nodded in satisfaction, observing the marks on the stakes. The depth of char marks was even, showing the balance of energy distribution. The trajectory of the light ring was also quite stable, with no signs of energy leakage. The basic form has been mastered. The next step is to try some tactical variations. Ron mumbled to himself, starting to contemplate the practical application of the Ring of Brilliance. Through further experiments, he discovered that the flexibility of this magic far exceeded expectations. By adjusting energy input and spiritual control, he could alter the size, thickness, flight speed, and even the duration of the light ring. More importantly, he also found that he could split the light ring into several smaller rings, or embed additional energy structures within the light ring to achieve more complex effects. Indeed, it's an advanced-level magic model, potential far beyond zero-ring magic, but with a little more perfection, the sound wave vibration shouldn't be too bad either. Ron sighed in his heart. Ring of Brilliance Beginner, experience points +1. Ring of Brilliance Beginner, experience points +1. Ring of Brilliance Beginner, experience points +1. Current progress, Ring of Brilliance Beginner 13/50. As he was about to end today's training, a knock on the door resounded. Alan went to answer the door and reported through the vines shortly after. "It is Sir Andre visiting." "Invite him in." Ron tidied up his slightly disheveled clothes and headed toward the door. Andre still maintained that elegant and composed noble demeanor. Ron keenly noticed that his eyes had completely turned into golden vertical pupils, and his skin was smoother and tighter than before, exuding a metallic texture. Evidently, his bloodline activation had also made significant progress during this period. "Ron," Andre greeted warmly, his golden pupils exceptionally bright in the dim light. "I heard you've successfully leveled up in alchemy again. You always manage to surprise everyone with your progress." "Likewise," Ron responded with a smile, gesturing to Andre's eyes. "It seems your bloodline activation is proceeding well. The vertical pupils have fully formed." Andre nodded, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. "The red blood-flying dragon bloodline has fully adapted to my body. Now I can control the generation and retraction of scales, and can even unleash dragon breath in a short period." He looked around and lowered his voice. "If it weren't for the damn school rule prohibiting private duels, I really would like to have a conversation with those who looked down on me before." Ron chuckled, guiding Andre toward the school's training ground. "Although you can't take revenge on them, you wouldn't mind exchanging a few moves with me, would you?" In the center of the training ground, 2 figures faced each other, the atmosphere instantly tense. "Well, not going to test your newly acquired power?" Ron asked with a smile, his ironwood sword carving a graceful arc in the air. Andre's golden vertical pupils shone with excitement as he slowly drew the sword from his waist. "I'm eager to see whose bloodline activation has a better effect." As soon as the words were spoken, Andre shot towards Ron like an arrow, the sword edge whistling towards a vital point. This attack was astonishingly fast and full of power, evidently proving the enhancement in constitution following bloodline activation. Ron remained calm, lightly tapping his foot, subtly shifting his body to deflect the ferocious strike with precision using his ironwood sword. The 2 swords clashed, emitting a crisp metallic sound, sparks flying in all directions. "Not bad speed," Ron commented, then reversed his sword, slashing towards Andre's shoulder. Andre quickly bent down to dodge, simultaneously pushing off with his legs. He slid like a golden red lightning along the ground to Ron's side, thrusting his sword blade upward. "Ha!" he shouted low, the tip of his sword carrying a heated breath. A glimmer flashed in Ron's eyes as he shifted his steps lightly, simultaneously twisting his waist. The ironwood sword traced an arc, not only deflecting Andre's thrust, but also leaving a shallow mark on his chest. Ron's swordsmanship was as fluid as flowing water, each move executed with precision, showcasing the subtleties of master-level basic swordsmanship. Unwilling to concede, Andre fully activated the red blood-flying dragon bloodline within him. Instantly, a layer of fine red scales appeared on his chest, blocking Ron's sword edge. He laughed heartily. "Seems like this scale armor is quite useful." The duel between the two grew increasingly intense, the ironwood sword and longsword weaving complex trajectories in the air, the sound of clashing metal ringing incessantly. Each of Andre's attacks carried immense force, as if backed by the strength of 1,000 pounds. While Ron's sword technique was precise and smooth, like a swimming fish, always finding the opponent's weakness at the most opportune moment. "Your swordsmanship is indeed a notch above mine," Andre said, panting. His body was already marked with several shallow wounds, but the scales quickly regrew over the injuries, mitigating most of the damage. "But in terms of overall strength, I might not necessarily lose to you." As he spoke, he leaped suddenly, the tip of his sword aiming straight for Ron's throat. This strike came at a lightning-fast speed, at an angle so tricky it seemed to have locked onto Ron's vital point. However, Ron's reaction was even quicker. His body twisted at an incredible angle while the ironwood sword in his hand slashed precisely past Andre's wrist. TSS, Andre let out a sharp intake of breath from the pain, but the wound was quickly covered by scales, stopping the blood flow. "In a pure hand-to-hand fight, it seems we can't determine a winner." Ron smiled slightly, letting the ironwood sword hang downward. "Why not try something else?" Andre wiped the sweat from his forehead, nodding in agreement. "Sure, let me see what your something else is." Ron's expression suddenly became focused, his eyes deep as if they could see through everything. Instinctively, Andre felt a threat, and was about to retreat when he realized an invisible wave had already rushed toward him. Sound wave vibration. Invisible energy ripples instantly pierced through the air, striking Andre's chest directly. Despite the scale protection, Andre still felt a powerful force, sending him flying backward uncontrollably for several meters, crashing into the wooden fence of the training ground. What is this thing?" Andre exclaimed as he clambered to his feet, realizing that while the dragon scale armor was strong, it still couldn't completely resist such an invisible energy attack. But Ron gave him no time to think, stretching both hands forward, golden red energy gathering in front of his palms and quickly expanding into a halo. Ring of Brilliance. A golden red halo shot out like a meteor, passing through Andre's body. Immediately, Andre felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and the world around him became a blur. Simultaneously, a burning pain seeped through every pore of his body, as if he was engulfed in flames. "Damn it," Andre cursed, instinctively releasing dragon breath to counterattack. But by then, he had completely lost his target, and the dragon breath could only weakly disperse into the air. After a few seconds, his vision gradually restored, and Andre saw Ron standing there with a victorious smile on his face. You are truly a freak," Andre said with a wry smile, using his sword to support himself as he stood up. "Relying on bloodline power alone is not enough to defeat you." Ron stepped forward, taking a pale blue liquid from his pouch. "Wound healing potion, my own improved formula, 30% more effective than those on the market." "Thanks," Andre accepted the potion, smiling bitterly. "Seems I underestimated your growth rate. What was that halo? It doesn't seem like something an intermediate apprentice can master." "Just a little experiment," Ron answered nonchalantly, observing as Andre's wounds quickly healed under the potion's effect. "I've been trying to combine different elements and energy forms to create more efficient magic models." Andre shook his head, eyes full of admiration. "You're truly a monster, Ron. I thought the power I'd gained recently was strong enough, but it seems I'm still far from matching you." Once Andre's injuries had completely healed, Ron's expression grew serious. I need to go to Lizard Alley tomorrow morning. There are some important matters to handle. Will you come with me? Lizard Alley? That place isn't exactly peaceful. Andre raised an eyebrow and asked. That's exactly why I need your help. Last time we encountered some little trouble there, and there might be battles this time as well. Ron looked straight into Andre's eyes. With your current strength, you should be able to handle it. Andre nodded without hesitation. Of course, whenever you need. What time? Tomorrow at noon, meet at the south gate, Ron replied. Prepare for battle, bring your best weapon and gear. Andre patted the sword at his waist, displaying a confident smile. Leave it to me, I've been itching for action lately. See you tomorrow, Ron. The two agreed to meet at the school south gate at noon tomorrow and head to Lizard Alley. After Andre left, Ron returned to the study in the workshop, his thoughts surging like a tide. After pondering for a while, he decided to make sure he was fully prepared to ensure smooth sailing for this trip. He took out a piece of paper and began to list the items he needed to bring. Several bottles of recovery potion, 2 bottles of defense potion, 1 bottle of speed enhancer, a few alchemy flash bombs. Although the transition to Bloodline Knight had significantly enhanced his constitution, it was always prudent to be better prepared for the potential dangers of Lizard Alley. Oliver stood in his private quarters at the top of the tower, looking down through the window at the scenery of the Black Mist jungle. As night fell, countless magic crystal lamps lit up everywhere in the school, like stars scattered in the dark forest. Occasionally, mysterious lights flickered in the distant experimental area, accompanied by deep rumbling sounds, evidence that some wizard was conducting extraordinary experiments. This scene should have been refreshing, but Oliver's expression was unusually grim. On his desk lay the latest ranking list of the candidate wizard sequence, with one name circled in red: Ron Ralph. 24th place, up 6 ranks. Oliver murmured, his palm clenched in agitation. That kid's rise is too fast. The candidate wizard sequence consisted of 30 members, all the most promising intermediate and advanced apprentices in the school. Being higher on the ranking meant access to more resources and opportunities, and represented more attention from the school's upper echelon. Medicinal body resonance, Oliver softly recited, which was Ron's publicly acknowledged special talent and one of the key reasons for his rapid ascent. It's indeed a rare talent. No wonder Master Corina is interested in him. Mentioning Corina, Oliver's expression grew even more complex. As an important official wizard in the school, Corina's every move was closely watched. Her recent interest in Ron had already sparked a lot of speculation. Oliver picked up a cup of red liquid and took a slow sip. This was a specially prepared magic potion that could soothe mental fatigue, with a faint strawberry fragrance but a slightly bitter aftertaste. Just like his mood at the moment, complex. Davod, Oliver sighed, recalling the accident a few months ago. Originally, it was just a little trick aimed at Holt. He secretly gave Davod a bit of psychological suggestion, making the already mentally unstable apprentice more paranoid, thus causing trouble for Holt during patrol. Who knew that after Davod completely lost control, a batch of valuable research materials ended up in Ron's hands? What a blunder, Oliver chuckled bitterly, putting down the cup. He originally thought that batch of materials was useless to Ron, especially those research notes on sound wave magic. Everyone in the school who had studied them believed that Davod's concept of sound wave magic had fundamental flaws, was difficult to perfect, and had limited value. Even the complete memory fragments that Oliver extracted from Davod's mind only confirmed this point. The theoretical framework of sound wave magic itself had problems. The energy structure was unstable, making it impossible to form a truly effective magic model. Strange thing, Oliver muttered to himself. I clearly extracted the complete memory fragments from Davod's mind, including all of his research findings, but those materials were obviously incomplete. Could it be that he hid something elsewhere? This question haunted him, especially after hearing that Ron seemed to have mastered some kind of enhanced version of sound wave magic, deepening his suspicions. He walked over to the bookshelf and gently pressed a concealed mechanism. The bookshelf slowly moved aside, revealing a hidden door. Passing through a narrow passage, he entered a secret room. In the center of the room was a giant cage made of special alloy, with a twisted figure curled up inside. The creature was neither human nor beast, its limbs extended disproportionately, and black patterns covered its skin like flowing ink. The only part that still retained human features was the twisted yet recognizable face it used to be his brother Marcus. Earlier, he had learned through the law enforcement team's secret channels about Carl's death. The elementary apprentice, who always accepted assignments from the Edge Forest, was found dead on the outskirts of the North District, covered in signs of mutation and pollution. He was very clear about the real cause of Carl's death. It was caused by a failed experimental subject losing control while he was testing the effect of the Sin Domain black crystal. And that experimental subject was his failed brother Marcus. "Good evening, Marcus," Oliver said softly, his voice filled with exhaustion. The creature in the cage suddenly lifted its head, emitting a sound somewhere between a roar and a cry. The eyes, once similar to Oliver's, were now filled with pitch-black liquid, leaving only a faint red dot in the center. "I brought something new." Oliver paused, taking out a piece of black crystal from his pocket. "This should alleviate your pain." Marcus's attention, however, was not attracted by the black crystal. His ferocious gaze turned to the wall, where the latest candidate wizard sequence ranking list was posted. Rolling black liquid seeped from his eyes, hissing as it hit the ground, instantly corroding several small holes. Following Marcus's gaze, Oliver saw Ron's photograph on the list. Unbeknownst to him, Marcus's claws had already gouged deep marks into the floor, almost tearing the metal floor apart. "Did you notice him too?" Oliver chuckled bitterly. "Yeah, that kid's rise is unnaturally fast." Marcus let out a low growl, seemingly in response to Oliver's words. Putting down the black crystal, Oliver prepared to leave the secret room. His recent situation made him feel unprecedentedly oppressed. Cynthia hardly ever met with him anymore. She seemed to have found her own stable source for obtaining the Sin Domain black crystal. "Those guys," Oliver clenched his fists, "they must have bypassed me and contacted Cynthia directly." What troubled him even more was that his master's gaze had grown increasingly unusual lately. That scrutinizing look made his skin crawl, as if all his secrets had been laid bare. "Am I already in a predicament?" Oliver muttered to himself. He knew his options were becoming fewer and fewer. Continuing to rely on the Sin Domain black crystal to boost his power meant greater risks, and he could be discovered by the school at any time. But if he stopped using it, his ranking within the candidate wizard sequence would surely drop, which for an ambitious advanced apprentice equated to slow death. Perhaps fully awakening with the Sin Domain black crystal and then defecting from the school was his last choice. Although this path was fraught with danger, there was at least a glimmer of hope. Oliver closed his eyes in pain, his temples throbbing. He felt an unprecedented fatigue and despair, as though standing at the edge of a cliff, with pursuers behind him and an abyss before him. Meanwhile, in the secret room, the mutated Marcus continued to stare intently at the photo of Ron on the wall, with black liquid oozing from all over his body, pooling at the bottom of the cage to form a slithering black lake. His claws kept scratching the ground, creating sharp metallic sounds, which further irritated Oliver, who pressed the shock button with a frown. At noon the next day, Ron and Andre met at the south gate as scheduled. Andre was wearing a light outfit convenient for action today, with a sharp longsword hanging at his waist. Ron wore a plain dark robe, holding what appeared to be an ordinary wooden staff, but was actually a disguise for the ironwood sword. "Ready?" Andre asked, a flash of anticipation in his eyes. Ron nodded. "Everything's ready, let's go." Leaving the school area, the two chose a little traveled path towards Lizard Alley. Compared to their last visit, they were more familiar with the route this time and moved faster. On the way, Ron briefly explained his purpose to Andre. "I need to find that old woman who sent people to attack us last time. She might have information I need." "Old woman? You mean that terrifying old lady with yellow skin and deep-set eyes?" Andre recalled. "She didn't seem special, but if she really sent people to attack us, she must have some unusual abilities." Ron nodded, affirming his suspicion. "Indeed, but this time we're well prepared and won't be easily tricked." Passing through a shadowy path, the mycelial network of peeping mushrooms spread out like a spider web under their feet. Ron noticed the mushrooms were more active today than last time, the patterns on their caps flickering with a faint glow as if conveying some message. At the entrance of Lizard Alley, the multi-headed dragon totem on the stone pillar appeared especially sinister in the dim light. Passing through the archway, they entered the familiar chaotic marketplace. Today's lizard alley was noisier and more crowded than on their last visit. The shouts of alien race vendors rose and fell, and the air was filled with complex scents mixed with spices, herbs, and some unidentified biological fluids. We took a shortcut this time. The Sunset Tavern should be farther away. Ron pointed in a direction. Let's first find Grey Dwarf Otto. He should know about that old woman. The two made their way through the noisy crowd, arriving at the Sunset Tavern. Compared to last time, the tavern was more packed with customers, and the atmosphere was even more lively. Passing through the crowded hall, they no longer needed to be held up at the door because of their friendly transaction last time, and they easily found Otto's compartment. The Grey Dwarf was sitting there, with several bottles of potions of different colors in front of him, intently examining them. Seeing Ron and Andre, he was initially stunned but quickly showed a cunning smile. Otto greeted in a rough voice, "Long time no see, what good things are you looking for today?" Ron wasted no time, going straight to the point. "I'm looking for someone." He took out a sheet of paper with a lifelike portrait of an old woman drawn on it. Every wrinkle, every spot perfectly depicted thanks to his extensive knowledge trait with a photographic memory. Otto glanced at the portrait, immediately becoming vigilant. "This old lady, what do you want with her?" "She wasn't very friendly to us last time. I want to pay her a visit," Ron said calmly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Otto shook his head. "Young man, that's not a wise choice. That old lady's not ordinary. There aren't many in Lizard Alley with a greater power than hers." Ron smiled slightly, taking the alchemist badge from his chest and placing it on the table. "I'm not ordinary either." The Grey Dwarf's eyes widened instantly. "Professional alchemist." His voice was filled with surprise. "Last time you were just." "People always grow, don't they?" Ron said calmly. "Now about that old woman, how much do you know?" Otto hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. "Even with your status now, this information is still dangerous." Ron was not in a hurry. He slowly extended his hand, and a circle of golden red light, the energy configuration of part of the Ring of Brilliance, appeared in his palm. "I believe we can reach a mutually beneficial agreement." Ron's voice remained calm, but Otto keenly sensed the immense magic power in his palm. Feared that once released, everyone in the tavern would suffer a dire fate. "I can give you 10 magic stone fragments, plus 1 free identification service as a professional alchemist. Those potions you were checking, some seem hard to tell if they're real or fake, right? This kid is truly a lunatic." The Grey Dwarf's expression grew complex, intertwined with surprise, greed, and fear. Eventually, he took a deep breath and nodded. "Deal." Under Ron's appraisal and the lure of 10 magic stone fragments, Otto detailed the intelligence on the old woman. "She's called Mola, nicknamed Old Spider, supposedly mastering various bizarre spells. She has a shop named Mage Pawn Shop in the deepest part of Lizard Alley, where all sorts of peculiar items are stored." Otto lowered his voice. "She has a group of lizardmen warriors and various other henchmen, rumored to keep a man-eating wizard, something even advanced apprentices dare not to provoke easily." "Why did she attack us?" Ron asked directly. "Old Spider never does a first trade with anyone," Otto explained. "She always tests visitors first to see if they're worth trading with. You managed to escape last time. That was already lucky." Leaving the Sunset Tavern, the pair headed towards the depths of Lizard Alley. Andre sneered. "Testing is just a nice way to call robbery. If she wants to play such games this time, I don't mind treating her hired hands to some dragon breath." The two walked along the narrow cobblestone path deeper in. The surrounding stalls and shops gradually became sparse, and the scent in the air shifted from bustling marketplace aroma to a gloomy, damp smell. As they turned a corner, Ron suddenly felt a wave of spiritual energy. He stopped immediately, his spiritual power attentively scanning the surroundings. "There's an ambush," he said quietly, his wooden staff ready to morph back into the ironwood sword. Andre nodded slightly, the golden vertical pupils narrowing to pinpoints. "I smell some reptilian creatures sent, possibly lizard men." Just as he finished speaking, several figures suddenly emerged from the shadows ahead, blocking the entire path. They were 8 burly lizardmen warriors, fully armed, wielding scimitars and shields. "Humans, hand over your magic stone fragments and valuables," the leading lizardman said in a hoarse voice, flicking his forked tongue. or get ready to become our food." Ron and Andre exchanged a glance, seeing determination in each other's eyes. "Lizardmen were just passing through," Ron calmly said. "We don't intend to cause trouble, nor do we have anything valuable. Let us pass, and it's good for everyone." The lizardman leader let out a sharp hiss of laughter. "Nothing valuable? Then what's that on your neck? My tongue can sense its energy fluctuations." Only then did Ron realize that he was inadvertently wearing the leaf-shaped brooch given by Alan, which indeed contained a hint of natural energy. "Last chance, human," the lizardman leader threatened, the scimitar in his hand glinting coldly. "Hand over the valuables and we'll spare your lives." Ron took a deep breath, and spiritual power began to flow within him. "Looks like the negotiation failed, Andre. Are you ready?" "I've been waiting impatiently." Andre's eyes had already completely turned golden, and scales could faintly be seen on the surface of his body. The lizardman leader roared angrily, signaling his subordinates to attack. At the critical moment, Ron acted first. Sound wave vibration. Invisible energy waves shot out from Ron's palm, piercing through the air at an astonishing speed, directly hitting the three frontmost lizardmen. The creatures didn't even have time to raise their shields before being hit by the invisible shockwave. Their bodies flew backward several meters, as if struck by a giant hammer, crashing heavily into the wall, dark green blood immediately spilling from their mouths and noses. Immediately afterward, Ron's wooden staff quivered, instantly reverting to the form of an ironwood sword, charging towards the lizardmen on the right. The sword glimmered like water, each swing carried precise and deadly sharpness. The sword blade cut through the throats of two lizardmen. Clean and swift slashes scarcely splattered any blood. Those two creatures didn't even have time to utter a sound, falling with expressions of disbelief. Meanwhile, Andre was not to be outdone. He took a deep breath, fully activating the red blood-flying dragon bloodline within. Dense scarlet scales instantaneously appeared on his chest. A scorching flame spewed from Andre's mouth, transforming into a surging line of fire rushing towards the lizardman group. The flame's temperature was so high that the air itself warped and distorted in the heat waves. The remaining three lizardmen were engulfed by the flames before they could dodge, continuously emitting pitiful cries as they were charred by the sustained high heat. The entire battle lasted only a few seconds. All 8 lizardman warriors were knocked down. Charred corpses and decapitated bodies lay scattered. None survived. "These guys are too outrageous." Andre looked at the bodies on the ground, smoke rising from his mouth as he said disappointedly, "I thought there would be some challenge." Ron squatted down to inspect the lizardman leader's corpse and found a strange mark, a spider-shaped tattoo etched on the inside of its left arm. "It seems this is not a simple robbery." He pointed at the tattoo and said, "This is likely Mola's mark. I can feel the magic within it, indicating they are under her control. I don't think mercenaries of this type would die for their master." Andre leaned closer to observe. A trace of contemplation flashed in his eyes. "Spider. Old Spider Mola." "Most likely." Ron stood up, clapped the dust from his hands. "Looks like Otto was right. Mola indeed likes to test visitors." The two continued forward, with heightened vigilance. This section of Lizard Alley was almost devoid of pedestrians. The dark and damp alley lined with dilapidated buildings, occasionally accompanied by rustling noises, uncertain whether from rats or other creatures. After roughly 10 minutes of walking, a sudden heavy footfall sounded ahead, the ground trembling. "Be careful." Ron immediately halted, spiritual power dispersing, probing the situation ahead. "A big one is coming," Andre warned alertly, gripping the sword hilt, ready for battle. Moments later, a towering figure appeared at the corner ahead. It was an ogre mage at least 3 meters tall, with skin a sickly gray-green, covered with bumps and scars. The most striking feature was its head disproportionately large, with a giant single eye on its forehead, its body covered with mysterious tribal tattoos. It wore a crude animal skin uniform, holding a sturdy magic wand, the tip inlaid with a gem glowing with purple light. "Ogre mage?" Ron quietly confirmed, his gaze becoming serious. "This guy is far more dangerous than a regular ogre." The ogre mage let out a low growl. The single eye on its forehead flashed with purple light. "Human, I can sense the special aura on you. The master is very interested." It swung the wand, the gem at the tip bursting with a bright light, a purple energy beam shooting out, directly hitting Ron and Andre. "Watch out," Ron shouted, while golden red energy condensed around him, rapidly expanding into a halo. Ring of Brilliance. The golden red halo met the purple energy beam in mid-air, producing a dazzling flash and deafening explosion. The shockwave shattered nearby walls, rubble flying. Such strong magic. Ron stepped back slightly to dodge the aftermath of the enemy's energy beam, his output clearly inferior. No wonder even advanced apprentices don't dare provoke it lightly. The ogre mage seemed startled by Ron's counterattack, but quickly roared maniacally, its tribal tattoos starting to flicker ominously. The single eye turned blood red, the surrounding air began to warp, a series of twisted energy ripples spreading outward. Spiritual attack. Ron immediately identified the attack method, quickly construing a spiritual barrier while warning Andre. "Protect your consciousness, it's trying to interfere with our spirits." Andre gritted his teeth, brows furrowed, clearly resisting the invisible spiritual assault. "This guy is much stronger than I imagined." The ogre mage, seeing its spiritual attack having limited effect, changed tactics again. It inserted the magic wand into the ground, starting to chant a cryptic spell. The ground shook accordingly, rubble and dust began to converge, forming 3 stone giants, each over 5 meters tall, emanating dense elemental energy. "Go, tear them apart," the ogre mage commanded the stone giants to charge at Ron and Andre. "I'll deal with these stone giants, you take care of the ogre." Andre shouted to Ron, fully activating the dragon bloodline within him, enveloped entirely in scarlet scales. Ron nodded, his eyes becoming exceptionally focused. "It's time to give it our all." Spiritual power exploded instantly, like an invisible storm sweeping through his body. The ogre mage seemed to sense the danger, a trace of fear flashing in its single eye. It waved its magic wand, conjuring an energy shield in an attempt to protect itself. Spiritual interference. Ron suddenly exerted his spiritual field, an invisible ripple erupted outwards from him. The rippling waves penetrated the air, directly striking the ogre mage's spiritual core. This move was specifically designed by wizard apprentices to target intelligent creatures. The energy shield was easily pierced through under the impact of the spiritual ring. The ogre mage let out a cry of pain, its massive body staggering back a few steps, the magic wand slipping from its hand. Its eyes were full of confusion, unable to understand why its defense was so easily broken. But Ron's attack did not stop. He followed up the spiritual interference, guiding the light and fire elements within him to condense. Ring of Brilliance, maximum power. This time the ring formed was 3 times larger than before, with a diameter of 6 meters, the gold-red energy dancing on the ring, flickering with a dangerous glow like a living being. The ring burst forth suddenly, piercing through the ogre mage's body at an astonishing speed. Unlike an ordinary ring of brilliance, Ron had mobilized more magic power in this strike. Although the utilization efficiency was far from the super magic techniques of official wizards, its power had undoubtedly increased significantly. At the moment when the ring pierced through its body, the ogre mage seemed to ignite from within. Under its skin, the gold-red energy could be seen flowing through its veins. Its giant eye instantly lost focus, its mouth gaped wide but emitted no sound. A figure had already flashed in front of the ogre mage like a ghost, the ironwood sword in hand, gleaming with a chilling light. Don Cross Japanese symbol, OVERLIMIT. The sword light cut through the night sky like a meteor, almost too fast to track. A perfect cross-shaped cut appeared at the ogre mage's chest and neck. The incision was so neat it was terrifying, as if measured with a ruler. The ogre mage's expression froze in shock and terror as its massive body slowly fell, crashing to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. The light in its eyes quickly dimmed, life vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, the 3 Earthstone giants also lost their energy support at the moment of their master's death, collapsing into piles of lifeless rubble. Andre panted heavily, his body bruised by the falling stones but otherwise unscathed. "This is a bit exaggerated." Andre looked at the ogre mage's corpse, eyes full of awe. "I hadn't even reacted, and you've already finished over there." Ron sheathed his sword, speaking calmly. "Direct confrontation would consume too much energy. The best strategy is to take them by surprise and kill with one strike." He walked to the ogre mage's corpse, picking up the magic wand and carefully examining the purple gem at its tip. An energy crystal, still retaining some energy. He commented, casually dismantling the wand and pocketing the energy crystal separately. It might aid my future research. It's a pity that these wild casters only used rough spells they were naturally awakened to. Otherwise, he could have collected more magic models. Andre looked back at the path they had come. We've already taken down over 10 lizardmen warriors and an ogre mage capable of rivaling an advanced apprentice. That guy must have some screws loose to send over so many elite henchmen like he's throwing them to their deaths. I feel it shouldn't end so easily. Ron nodded, continuing forward. But no matter what, today I must meet that old woman and find out why she attacked us. The two continued onward, the surrounding environment growing darker and more eerie. The walls vaguely bore web-like patterns, the air filled with an ancient and mysterious aura. Turning the last corner, an ancient brick building loomed ahead. An old wooden sign hung overhead, with the simple words Mage's Pawn Shop carved on it. We've arrived. Ron took a deep breath, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Stay alert, this place reeks of eeriness. The two approached the pawn shop cautiously, pushing open the rickety wooden door. Inside was a dimly lit space, cluttered with various peculiar items. Faded portraits, incomplete sculptures, rusted weapons, dust-covered jewels. The air was thick with a sense of age and mystery. Is anyone there? Ron called out softly, his spiritual power warily probing the surroundings. His answer was a slight rustle from behind a curtain in the corner. The curtain was gently drawn back, and a hunched figure slowly emerged. It was the old woman with unhealthy yellow skin. The old woman's voice was dry and hoarse, like bark scraping. A young wizard apprentice and a bloodline knight. I've lived in the Black Mist jungle for so many years, rarely seeing a pair like you. Ron and Andre watched the old woman warily, not letting their guard down. Are you Mola? Ron asked directly. The old woman displayed a near-toothless grin. Yes, child, I am the old spider Mola. It seems you've learned my name yet still dared to venture here. Commendable courage. Ron stared directly into Mola's deeply sunken eyes. The ambush in Lizard Alley last time, and today's road lizardmen and ogre mage, were all you're doing, weren't they? Mola's smile deepened, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. Clever child, yes, those were my little greetings. Greetings? Andre sneered, his eyes flashing with a golden light. You call that a greeting? Mola smiled ambiguously, not responding to Andre's sarcasm. So, young ones, tell me. The raspy voice echoed within the cramped pawn shop, and her hunched figure cast an eerie shadow under the dim light. What are you seeking here? Ron cautiously observed the old woman's every move, particularly those sharp eyes, incongruously bright for her age. We are looking for material called Sands of Time, he spoke frankly. I've heard that you might know something about it, weeks ago. In pursuit of understanding the ways to advance the Time Guardian pocket watch, he had read in ancient texts about materials that could store time energy. Among them was mentioned the rare substance known as Sands of Time. Mola grinned, revealing a few yellowing teeth. A peculiar glint flashing in her eyes. Sands of Time, such precious material. Do you know why it's so rare? Because it comes from the cracks in time, almost not belonging to our world. Andre stood next to Ron, arms crossed. His golden vertical pupil scanning warily across the space full of strange items. Is there anyone who can provide this material? We are willing to pay a corresponding price. Mola did not answer directly, but instead circled behind the counter, her dry fingers caressing a row of jars. Price, yes. Everything has a price, but the question is, what kind of price can you pay? She suddenly lifted her head, looking straight into Ron's eyes. Young apprentice, I can sense something special vibrating within you. Your soul is unique. Ron's heart tightened, but he maintained his calm surface. We only wish to learn information about the Sands of Time, without discussing other topics deeper. Too impatient, young one. Mola sighed, a strange smile appearing on her aged face. Before talking about such precious materials, I need to confirm whether you have enough value. As soon as she said this, she suddenly raised her bony fingers. Snapping sharply in Andre's direction, Andre's body suddenly tensed up. His previously vigilant golden vertical pupils turned vacant and lifeless. His whole person frozen like a statue. Ron exclaimed, while his right hand quietly moved towards the pocket watch at his waist. His left hand gripping the ironwood sword, spiritual power swiftly coursing through him, ready to perform sound wave vibration. Ron's spiritual power had already spread out, attempting to discern the true identity of this mysterious old woman. And at that moment, a shocking transformation occurred. Mola's hunched form began to twist and transform, wrinkles rapidly receding. Yellow skin gradually becoming fair, her entire body reshaping into a completely new image. Ron's eyes widened, his breath nearly stopped. Standing before him had transformed into the figure of Lady Allen herself. Even the voice was identical to that of his mentor. "Ron, my child, don't be nervous." Lady Allen's voice was gentle and steady. "I've always known your secret. You possess a dual soul. You do not belong to this world." Ron felt dizzy, as if struck by a heavy blow. His second deepest secret, now laid bare so openly, was more shocking than facing any formidable enemy. "What are you?" Ron fought to regain his composure. Spiritual power already poised for attack. "I am the one who sees all, Ron. Every one of your secrets, every thought, is as clear to me as black and white text." Lady Allen smiled faintly. "Your soul, which does not belong to this world. Your brain housing dual memories, I know it all." Ron felt a chill spreading from his spine to his entire body. If this being truly knew all his secrets, then all his plans in the black mist jungle faced collapse. "Child, you should leave here." Lady Allen's image suddenly underwent a subtle change. A hint of greed possessed only by a predator flashing through her eyes. "This is not a place you should come to. Some secrets are not for an apprentice like you to touch. I will keep it confidential for everyone as long as you leave now." Just as Ron was about to draw his sword, a semi-transparent message suddenly popped up in his view. "Detection of rare artifact. Transformer skin activated 1. Consumes energy to simulate the appearance and partial abilities of a designated target. 2. Blocks spiritual power detection and allows for a seamless disguise. Current charge status, 99%. Can be charged by devouring live souls. Note, the artifact is about to reach the charge threshold, advancing into glory legacy, and will thus completely break free from control to become a separate entity." The transparent message was like a beacon, illuminating his thoughts shrouded in shock. The intricate clues connected rapidly in his mind. People's disappearances in Lizard Alley, Otto's warning, those inexplicable tests, and this transformer before him able to probe memories, all pointed to the same truth. This being claiming to be Mola was nothing but a rare artifact about to complete its advancement. Used the special environment of Lizard Alley to collect souls. Now it's just short of the final energy to complete charging. That's why it was bluffing here to scare him away, then finish collecting the last soul energy to complete its advancement and entirely break free. What a brilliant performance, Transformer Skin. He stared directly at the Lady Allen. Before him, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. "You might have peeked at some fragments from my mind, but your understanding of those fragments is not as deep as you pretend. You are not as knowledgeable about my past and the other world as you claim are you." Lady Allen's expression slightly stiffened. She could only read the most superficial information. She wisely didn't refute directly, only saying, "What nonsense are you talking about, child? If you could truly read my mind, you would know I am not someone who is easily scared away." Ron's voice grew more confident. "Now let me guess your truth. You are a special extraordinary item, capable of transforming and peeking into some target's memories, accumulating energy by devouring souls." Ron looked around at the various bizarre items displayed. "And this Maze pawn shop is just a trap you set up to collect the necessary soul energy." Lady Allen's face began to twist, and her voice became less amiable. "Smart little fellow, much sharper than I expected, so in that case." With a strange hum, Lady Allen's form completely disintegrated, replaced by a mass of translucent, constantly writhing leather-like substance. It twisted and deformed in the air, eventually consolidating into Ron's form. From hair to clothing, even the determination in his eyes was identical. "I had intended to give you a dignified exit opportunity." The being shaped like Ron spoke, its voice completely identical. "But since you're bent on seeking death, then." It suddenly raised its hand, and a sound wave vibration shot straight at Ron. Ron sidestepped to dodge, simultaneously deploying his own sound wave vibration in counterattack. The two invisible energy waves collided in the air, sending ripples visible to the naked eye, the shockwave shattering several jars on the walls. "It's useless," the transformer revealed a cold smile identical to Ron's. "I can perfectly replicate every ability, every skill you have." In its hand suddenly appeared a weapon identical to Ron's ironwood sword, even flashing with the same anti-magic runes. "Come, let's see who's the stronger Ron Ralph." Ron quickly adjusted his breathing, bringing his body into the optimal state with the crown breathing technique. Meanwhile, he noticed Andre still standing motionless like a statue, evidently bound by some strong spiritual control. "Rest assured, he has been completely hypnotized by me," the transformer said, its voice completely identical to Ron's. "This is a contest between us, no outsider interference needed." With that, it thrust its blade with the same sword momentum as Ron's. Ron raised his sword to parry, the two ironwood swords clashing, erupting in dazzling sparks and a sharp metallic collision sound. At the moment the blades met, Ron could clearly feel the powerful force contained within the opponent's sword form, almost equivalent to the great increase in power after he transformed into a bloodline knight. Every strike of the transformer was extraordinarily precise, its sword tip always aimed at Ron's vitals, forcing him to constantly shift defensive stances. "Every breathing rhythm, every swordsmanship move of yours, I know it all." The transformer's voice came from between the interlocked blades with a tone of mockery. "You cannot defeat your own shadow." Ron remained unfazed, gripping the sword hilt tightly with both hands, spiritual power and bloodline power surging simultaneously within him. He tried to break the opponent's attack rhythm with the special rhythm of the crown breathing technique, while avoiding getting caught in the transformer's rhythm. The transformer seemed to perceive Ron's intent and changed its attack pattern 3 times in succession. The sword momentum was like a violent storm, each strike carrying a crimson burning magic power, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Ron was forced to retreat continuously, until his back against a wall of the pawn shop, unable to retreat further. Backed into a corner now, the transformer sneered, its sword tip aimed straight at Ron's throat. "With skills like these, you think you can become my master?" Ron calmly watched the transformer, attempting to deploy the Ring of Brilliance, hoping to break the opponent's defense. Golden red energy condensed in his palm, swiftly expanding into a bright ring sweeping towards the transformer. The ring cut through the air, stirring up a hot wave, illuminating the entire dim interior of the pawnshop. However, to everyone's shock, the transformer also condensed an identical ring. The two energy rings collided in the air, creating a deafening explosion, neutralizing each other, transforming into a sky full of golden red light fragments. "I already told you, I can perfectly replicate every ability of yours," the transformer repeated smugly to exert psychological pressure on him. A sneer appeared on its face that Ron never had. "Whatever technique you use, whatever magic you cast, I can counter with equal or even greater power." He was indeed at a disadvantage in battle. The transformer not only replicated his appearance and abilities, but even mimicked his thought process uncannily. What's worse, the transformer seemed to possess a more abundant energy reserve, each attack filled with frenzy, and showed no signs of fatigue. Their battle spread from inside the pawnshop to the alley outside. The clashing sound of swords echoed in the narrow space, magic energy fluctuations, causing the surrounding walls to emit dust, and rock shards to break free and scatter everywhere. Ron unleashed a series of precise sword strikes, each targeting the transformer's vital spots, the sword momentum like flowing clouds and water, continuous and unending. The intricacy of the Corona swordsmanship was fully displayed at this moment. The sword edge traced a complex and beautiful arc in the air, intertwined with light and shadow, like a deadly dance. But the transformer could always perfectly defend with the same moves, and even find opportunities to counterattack. Its movements were so smooth, as if it already anticipated Ron's every intention. "How is it starting to feel despair now?" the transformer taunted, its sword blade igniting a deeper crimson hue that was the manifestation after fully activating the red blood flying dragon bloodline. "I not only possess all your abilities, but also powers that you are unaware of." Ron was compelled to retreat, sweat soaking through his clothes, his breathing becoming labored. He attempted all the skills and spells he mastered, but the Transformer could always counter them and even retaliate with faster speed and greater force. What was more concerning was that he could feel his stamina depleting rapidly. Both his muscles and spirit started signaling fatigue, while the Transformer seemed to have endless vitality, its offensive growing more ferocious. "You are Ron Ralph, but you are not the best Ron Ralph," the Transformer's voice echoed in the alley. "I have all your power, plus the energy I've collected before to support it. How could you possibly defeat me?" Strong sound wave vibration suddenly struck. Ron had no time to fully evade, getting partly hit, his body crashing into the wall, the tremendous impact almost suffocating him, a trickle of blood emerging from the corner of his mouth. The Transformer slowly approached, its step steady and exuding a sense of oppression, a victorious smile on its face, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. "Accept the reality, you are no match for me." Ron slowly exhaled, activating the scale's armor and self-healing effects brought by the red blood-flying dragon bloodline, so his injuries were far from dire. His hand quietly reached into his bosom, knowing he carried something the opponent absolutely did not have. As the Transformer's words fell, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Ron's mouth. Even at a disadvantage, his gaze remained as steadfast as ever, showing no hint of panic. "You've copied my abilities." Ron slowly straightened up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "But there are things you can never copy." The Transformer sneered, blustering when disaster strikes. "You've exhausted everything. What trump card do you have left that I don't know about?" Ron quickly drew a silver pocket watch from his chest and pressed a mechanism under the Transformer's astonished gaze. The black gem at the center of the pocket watch instantly lit up, and an unusual energy fluctuation spread out, enveloping Ron's entire body. "Consume Energy 3, reset current injuries." In an instant, the injuries on Ron's body vanished as if time had rewound, and his aura restored to its peak state before the battle. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, transforming his entire demeanor. "The Time Guardian's pocket watch, stolen by that damned goblin while I was asleep, so it ended up in your hands." The Transformer exclaimed, showing surprise for the first time in its voice. "And you've already managed to preliminarily activate it." Before the opponent could react, Ron suddenly launched an offensive. His sword technique became even more fierce, with each strike faster by half and heavier by 3 parts than before. The Transformer was forced to retreat repeatedly, and the surprise on its face gradually turned into seriousness. "I see the pocket watch reset your state. I studied it for years and still." Ron ignored him, flipping his left hand to draw a light red potion from his pouch and drank it down in one gulp. As the potion went down his throat, his eyes grew brighter, his muscle lines became more defined, and his entire reaction speed and strength increased significantly. The Transformer's expression changed slightly, trying to retrieve a potion from its own body, only to find it could only mimic Ron's actions, but not his tools. It could barely simulate an ironwood sword, let alone the ability to directly simulate magic potions and alchemy materials. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a Transformer but a creator. "You can only copy the abilities I show, but you can't replicate my tools. Moreover, it requires time for you to prepare to replicate my state again, and I won't give you that chance." Ron sneered coldly, his ironwood sword drawing an arc straight for the Transformer's throat. The Transformer narrowly dodged, but saw that Ron's other hand had already thrown 2 alchemy flash bombs. The flash bombs exploded in mid-air, releasing blinding light and deafening blasts. The Transformer, having copied Ron's form and abilities, allowed its senses to operate accordingly. The bright light and loud noise temporarily disoriented it, its form staggering slightly. Ron seized this fleeting opportunity, charging forward like an arrow, thrusting the ironwood sword in his right hand straight at the Transformer's heart. At the same time, his left hand suddenly opened, a golden-red ring of brilliance gathering in his palm, expanding instantly. Ring of Brilliance. Though the Transformer's vision was impaired, an instinctual sense of danger barely allowed it to dodge a fatal thrust, but it couldn't completely avoid the subsequent Ring of Brilliance. The golden-red ring pierced through its body, burning its insides with intense heat while producing a powerful blinding effect. The Transformer let out a shrill scream. Its body's surface began to undulate unstably, partially displaying liquid metal traits. Ron didn't give the opponent a chance to catch its breath and retrieved the last potion from his pouch, Shadow Peak, his strongest prepared auxiliary potion for this encounter. As the potion went down his throat, his figure blurred dramatically, his speed reaching an inconceivable level. The Transformer hadn't fully recovered from the previous attack when it felt a barrage of sword light assailing it. Ron's figure was like a phantom, attacking simultaneously from all directions, each strike as fast as lightning, precisely hitting its key points. Sound wave vibration. Ron suddenly halted, thrusting his hand forward, an invisible sound wave energy directly hitting the Transformer. This time, he harnessed nearly all of his remaining magic power, elevating the sound wave vibration to unprecedented heights. The Transformer's body twisted and deformed under the sound wave shock, its silver liquid surface boiling like never before. Its body abruptly expanded, forming a massive silver sphere, which then exploded, transforming into numerous liquid metal fragments scattering in all directions. These fragments, as if alive, changed direction in mid-air, assaulting Ron from all angles. Ron quickly unfolded a defense, but a few drops of metallic liquid penetrated his defenses, landing on his skin, immediately igniting excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain while searching for the Transformer's main body. Ring of Brilliance. The golden-red ring radiated with unprecedented speed and power, directly piercing through the Transformer's body. The intense heat charred every part of it, with energy rippling from within, tearing its silver liquid body into countless fragments. The Transformer let out a final cry of indignation, its body completely collapsing, dispersing into a pool of silver liquid on the ground, never to coalesce again. Ron was panting heavily, his entire body drenched in sweat. He looked at the pool of unmoving silver liquid on the ground, cautiously prodding it with the tip of his sword, confirming the Transformer had lost its vitality. "Looks like I won," he said calmly, his voice devoid of any pride, holding only profound exhaustion. The storage of the rare ancient artifact, Skin of the Transformer, has begun. Please choose the direction of consciousness rebuilding. 1. Complete submission. Erase all original personality and reshape it into a tool of absolute obedience. 2. Limited autonomy. Retain basic personality but set clear behavior boundaries and loyalty. 3. Partnership. Retain full personality but establish an equal and mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship. Ron looked at the three options and fell into deep thought. The first option was the safest, but would greatly reduce the artifact's flexibility and potential. The third option was the riskiest, but the reward could also be the highest. While the second option was a relatively balanced choice. After going through the life and death battle just now, Ron knew well the dangers of this artifact. It could read memories, change its form, and almost killed him. Choosing to completely trust such an entity was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. I choose the first plan. Ron finally decided, erase all original personality and reshape it into a tool of absolute obedience. It doesn't matter, he doesn't need to develop the other party's potential. Safety is of utmost importance. Choice confirmed, complete submission. Rebuilding begins. The skin of the Transformer began to emit a faint glow, with the surface patterns constantly changing, as if undergoing some kind of reprogramming. "No, you can't do this." The Transformer sensed Ron's intention, with silver liquid violently churning, trying to escape. Rare artifacts should not have their own will. Ron stated calmly, operating the interface with his hand, "You have violated your essence." The Transformer struggled frantically, splitting into dozens of silver tentacles trying to attack its opponent, emitting ear-piercing screams. Rebuild progress 30%. I've waited hundreds of years, devoured hundreds of souls, just to break free from enslavement. The Transformer's voice was filled with despair and anger. I refuse to become a tool again. Rebuild progress 85%. I have absorbed nearly the critical amount of soul energy, only one step away. The Transformer's voice became twisted and desperate. I can almost taste the flavor of freedom. Unfortunately, you will not have that chance. Self-awareness has been fully rebuilt. The Transformer's final struggle faded into nothingness, and the mass of silver liquid obediently flowed toward Ron, attaching to his skin, forming an almost imperceptible thin film. Ron could feel the Transformer completely merging with him, having become a pure tool without its own will and thoughts. The struggle, anger, and desire for freedom of self-awareness completely disappeared, leaving only the basic functional program. This process lasted for a few minutes, during which Ron could feel the connection with the artifact growing stronger. He felt a cool sensation, but it was not uncomfortable, as if wearing an extremely fitting second skin. The skin of the transformer has attached, synchronizing connection is being established. Connection complete, you can now fully control the skin of the transformer. Current disguise state, original appearance displayed default state. Hint, the self-awareness of the skin of the transformer can be edited at any time. I can provide you with any form of disguise, including aura and partial ability simulation, at any time. This time, the transformer's voice sounded directly in Ron's mind, but with no emotional fluctuations. At the same time, I can completely shield from external spiritual power detection to protect your secrets from being pried into. Ron attempted to control it with his mind, surprised to find he could easily change appearance. He tried to transform into Andre's appearance, and then back to himself, the process smooth and natural, even the aura was identical. Amazing, Ron softly praised, this is even more perfect than I imagined. Of course, this disguise also requires energy support. The transformer mechanically explained. I need to sleep to maintain basic energy, and will only awaken when you need me to function. At this moment, Andre, who had been under spiritual control, finally regained consciousness, blankly looking around. What happened? He asked in confusion. Why did I suddenly lose consciousness? Ron quickly returned to his original appearance, walking over to Andre. That old lady used some kind of spiritual control magic. We just went through an intense battle. Andre was even more perplexed, but here looks. Like it was destroyed by a great storm or something. Indeed, except for some sturdier items, most bottles and jars inside the pawnshop were shattered everywhere. Ron smiled slightly. It's okay, actually most of the battle happened outside the shop. He then fabricated a simple story, claiming he countered and defeated the old woman with spiritual power, and obtained information about the sands of time. Andre was half convinced, but since he did indeed lose a portion of his memory, he could only accept this explanation. So, did we find what we wanted? Ron nodded, taking out a small bottle from his pocket. Inside was some golden grains shimmering with a strange light, which the transformer had just provided him. These are the sands of time, although not much, but enough for my research. Great, Andre breathed a sigh of relief. Can we go back now? I feel a bit dizzy. Of course, we'll return immediately. Ron supported Andre, secretly relieved the transformer's spiritual control had saved him the trouble of explaining. As they left the pawnshop, Ron looked back. All valuable items stored by the transformer had now all been taken away by him. But in his perception, the entire shop was still shrouded in an energy field, as if secrets awaited discovery. Perhaps there might be another time to return. He gazed at the mysterious little shop, then supported the still somewhat dizzy Andre and left Lizard Alley. On the way back to the school, Andre was in a semi-unconscious state. Ron used this time to communicate with the transformer in his mind, gaining more information on the rare ancient artifact. By the time they finally returned to the school, it was near dusk. After sending Andre back to his dormitory, Ron returned to his own workshop alone. Pushing open the workshop door, Alan was arranging the magic potion materials. Seeing Ron return, she immediately put down her work and came up to greet him. Master, welcome back. Alan's vines gently swayed, and fluent writing surfaced on the leaf notebook. You look tired yet excited. Was your harvest bountiful? Much better than expected. Ron smiled in response, gently caressing Alan's vines. I obtained some very valuable things. Do you need to rest? Alan asked with concern. I've already prepared dinner and hot tea. Thank you, Alan, Ron said gently. I'll go to the laboratory first. I'll be out shortly. He quickly walked into his laboratory, making sure the doors and windows were closed, then spoke to the transformer in his mind. Now you can continue to tell me in detail about the information you have. The transformer separated from Ron's skin, transforming into a small humanoid figure standing on the experiment table. As my core instructions now require, I will answer all your questions. First of all, regarding myself. You can consider me as a basic intelligence that has originated from an artifact. The transformer began to explain. Additionally, I need to gain soul energy by killing creatures to recharge, which is also why that persona had been running a robbery gang in Lizard Alley. Ron nodded, which was in line with his speculation. Because regular hibernation is necessary, and maintaining a mercenary team also requires significant funding. The transformer continued, therefore my savings are not much, totaling only 10 complete magic stones. Now they are all yours. An unexpected fortune of 10 magic stones. It was enough to make him overjoyed. The transformer pointed to the storage chest Ron had brought back earlier. Besides the magic stones, there's a special item you can use. Curiously, Ron opened the storage box capable of fully isolating the magical energy fluctuations of objects, inside which lay a piece of deep silver-gray metal about the size of a palm. Ron carefully picked up the metal block, feeling the mysterious energy contained within. Soul steel, the mechanical voice of the transformer carried a hint of awe. An extremely rare, extraordinary material, weapons forged with it possess remarkable malleability, able to freely change shape according to the holder's needs. Ron's eyes widened. How valuable is it? Difficult to measure, the transformer replied. In the Dwarf City-States Alliance, this piece of soul steel could buy a city. Even using magic stones as a unit of measurement, it's hard to accurately price. Ron carefully placed the soul steel back into the storage box, already contemplating how to utilize this precious material. Furthermore, regarding the sands of time, the transformer continued. They are indeed the key material to activating the Time Guardian pocket watch, but real sands of time are extremely rare and can only form in areas where the flow of time is abnormal. And the small bottle I gave you was collected over many years. It's enough for preliminary experiments, but to fully activate the pocket watch, more will likely be needed. Ron carefully returned the soul steel to the storage box, his thoughts turning to the issue of the sands of time. He gazed at the small bottle of golden sand grains that shimmered with a strange light, his mind flooded with countless questions. I have many questions about the sands of time. First, how do they actually form? The transformer seemed to anticipate this question. This question involves some information you might have heard. Did you recently hear about the bloodline altar? Ron's eyebrow raised, not expecting the transformer to bring this up. I have heard of it. It's said to be a mysterious place situated in an exotic realm crevice around here. It's not just a mysterious place. The transformer's mechanical voice deepened. The bloodline altar is actually a time projection of some ancient world, a fragment of history that has been solidified, and the sands of time are time traces formed in such a special environment. Ron's eyes lit up. Are you saying these sands of time were obtained from the bloodline altar? Precisely, each time the Crystal Tower and Black Mist School opened the bloodline altar, the previous persona would secretly send subordinates to try to collect the time fragments scattered during the opening process. Its mechanical voice carried a hint of helplessness. But it is by no means an easy task. Each operation consumes considerable manpower, and the harvest is extremely limited. The small bottle of sands of time in your hand is the entire accumulation over the past decades. Ron thoughtfully observed the golden sand grains in the bottle. Under the light, they presented a flowing texture, as if each grain encapsulated countless minute time fragments. What exactly is the situation with this bloodline altar? Can you describe it in detail? The transformer expressed regret. Regrettably, I know little about the specifics of the altar. As a rare antique, I am confined to a small area around Lizard Alley, unable to personally visit that exotic realm crevice. I can only rely on descriptions from the subordinates who occasionally escaped back and... The transformer paused, and that horrifying aura that spreads here each time the altar is opened. Horrifying aura, Ron keenly picked up on the term. The transformer's form seemed to tremble slightly. It is an overwhelming pressure that can make all living beings tremble. Even at a great distance, it still makes me instinctively fearful. That is the aura belonging to a Dark Sun level wizard. A trace of doubt flashed in Ron's eyes. Dark Sun level, I've never heard of such a classification. That is the tier division beyond official wizard. The transformer explained. According to the increasing order of power, They are morning star level, moon level, dark sun level, and further up is the domain of the legendary Great Wizard, which is beyond my understanding. Ron silently absorbed this information, his understanding of the extraordinary world deepening once more. The strongest in the Black Mist School is only the Deputy Dean, who is said to have reached the moon level. The Transformer continued to add, and every time the Crystal Tower sends a dark sun-level wizard to personally lead an expedition to the Bloodline Altar. Just how destructive is a dark sun level, Ron couldn't help but ask. Judging purely by destructive power, a dark sun-level wizard using super magic techniques could easily evaporate the sea within a near 1,000-mile radius, or directly sink a medium-sized landmass. The Transformer's voice carried a hint of awe. If that dark sun-level wizard from the Crystal Tower truly exerted all their power, this region containing the human kingdom and many alien race territories would likely turn to ashes in an instant. Ron couldn't help but draw in a deep breath. Such terrifying power has already exceeded his imagination. At the dark sun level, one can destroy continents. What kind of strength would a great wizard possess who transcends this gap of essential life? Like the records in the book, enough to shatter stars and even manipulate entire galaxy systems. But this also made him more certain of the Bloodline Altar's value to have such a powerful entity personally escorting it. This altar must contain incredibly precious opportunities. The Crystal Tower values the Bloodline Altar so much, it seems I must find a way to obtain the qualification to enter, Ron stated firmly. The Transformer affirmed, with your talent and potential, plus the various resources you currently possess, obtaining a slot isn't impossible. But even if you enter the altar, caution is necessary. The place where a dark sun-level wizard personally guards, the danger within must be of the same level. Ron pondered for a moment and asked again. Regarding the Sands of Time, do you know how to use it most effectively to activate the pocket watch? I only know it's the key material, but the exact activation method. The Transformer shook its head. You'll likely need to figure it out yourself. However, since the pocket watch has already started reacting to you, I believe you will find the right way. Ron picked up the small bottle, carefully observing the golden sand inside, his mind filled with innumerable thoughts. Obtaining more Sands of Time from the Bloodline Altar to fully activate the Time Guardian pocket watch is one of his important goals moving forward. It paused for a moment and added, as a pre-programmed auxiliary, I will do my utmost to assist you in exploring the truths of this world, seeking more rare ancient relics and unlocking their powers. Ron nodded, his gaze resting on both the Sands of Time on the experimentation table and the storage box hiding soul steel as he began to draft his plans. With the Bloodline Altar's activation time drawing near, he must expedite his steps to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming opportunities and challenges. The Transformer patiently answered all his questions, finally saying somewhat nonchalantly, I can roughly sense the presence of other rare ancient relics. If I perceive their aura around, I'll inform you. All right, I need to enter dormancy now. If you need anything, just call. After finishing, the Transformer directly turned back into a mass of silver liquid, attaching itself to Ron's skin again, quickly entering into a dormant state. Like a nearly imperceptible thin film, it perfectly hid beneath his skin. Ron took a deep breath, looking at the storage box and Sands of Time on the table, a slight sense of satisfaction rising in his heart. Today's harvest was completely unexpected, not only gaining powerful protection and disguise capabilities, but also collecting key materials to activate the pocket watch and invaluable soul steel. In the coming period, Ron immersed himself entirely in the research of Sands of Time. In the workshop's most secretive laboratory, he cautiously tried various methods to activate more functions of the pocket watch. According to the results of extraordinary recognition, the pocket watch requires matching time attribute energy. After charging, it will unlock new functions. Ron murmured, gently stroking the black gemstone on the pocket watch. He first tried the most straightforward method, directly sprinkling the Sands of Time over the pocket watch surface, but it had no reaction. Then he attempted to place the sand grains within the pocket watch's internal mechanical structure, which was equally ineffective. Perhaps a certain medium is required. Ron pondered, his gaze falling on his fingertips. The last pocket watch activation happened when a drop of his blood fell onto the gemstone, and he could also feel that the pocket watch itself seemed to possess some awareness, not completely lifeless. He decided to try, using a small knife to gently cut his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the prepared sands of time. At the instant the blood touched the sand grains, the golden particles suddenly became active, twinkling like miniature stars. His blood seemed to contain special properties. There's a reaction indeed. Ron's spirit was invigorated, immediately sprinkling the blood-stained sands of time carefully onto the black gemstone of the pocket watch. The surface of the gemstone instantly glowed with a strange red light, like a hungry beast finally smelling the scent of blood. The pocket watch began to emit a slight buzzing sound. The internal mechanical gears noticeably quickened their rotations. Ron felt a sudden pang in his heart, as if countless tiny needles simultaneously pierced it. The sensation was not painful. Rather, it carried a peculiar sense of intimacy, as if the pocket watch was establishing a deeper connection with him. Sands of time detected. Energy absorption in progress. Current energy quota, 15/15. It's working. Ron delightedly observed the panel prompt, hurriedly retrieving more sands of time, repeating the previous steps. With each addition, the pocket watch's buzzing became louder, and the black gemstone glowed more intensely. Energy absorption in progress. Current energy quota, 20/20. Energy absorption in progress. Current energy quota, 30/30. Energy sufficient, unlocking new function, time stasis. As the last batch of sands of time was absorbed, the appearance of the pocket watch subtly changed. The originally monotonous dial surfaced more intricate and complex patterns, with a ring of tiny star point marks surrounding the black gemstone, resembling a scaled-down constellation map. Time stasis. Ron read out the name of this new function in a low voice, excitement surging within him. This sounds like a notably powerful ability, far beyond the earlier simple state reset. Time stasis can cause the designated target to enter a special solidified state, completely locking its actions and rendering its defense vulnerable. Consumes 10 points of energy quota per second. Activation phrase, bite the second hand. Effective range, below Great Wizard. Ron drew a deep breath, unable to conceal the shock in his heart. The ability to lock targets below Great Wizard level means that even facing terrifying entities like a Dark Sun level, wizard capable of moving mountains and filling seas with a mere gesture, he has a sliver of hope. But this power requires actual testing. Ron took down a transparent glass cage from the experiment rack, containing several white mice for experimentation. He cautiously took one out, placing it on the experiment table while tightly grasping the pocket watch, his spiritual power resonating with it. Bite the second hand. As the activation phrase was silently spoken, the black gemstone in the center of the pocket watch suddenly emitted a sharp black light, directly shooting towards the white mouse sniffing around. Instantaneously, all of the white mouse's movements solidified, as if encased within transparent amber. Its posture was lifelike, its tail slightly curled, front paws raised, yet utterly motionless. Even its breathing appeared to cease. Time stasis activated, energy consumption in progress. Ron held his breath and observed, lightly touching the white mouse with a thin stick. To his surprise, the white mouse, though immobilized, still reacted to external stimuli, emitting faint squeaking sounds. So that's how it is. This ability can only lock actions and attack abilities, not complete time freeze. Ron mused, then promptly disabled the ability. Time stasis deactivated, energy consumption for this occasion, 10. The white mouse immediately resumed activity, but seemed frightened and panicked, scurrying about before Ron carefully returned it to the cage. Consumes 10 points of energy per second, now the quota is 30, can sustain for up to 3 seconds. Ron calculated. But even with only 3 seconds, it is enough to turn the tide in critical moments or escape danger. He gently stroked the pocket watch surface, feeling the mysterious power contained within. The Time Guardian pocket watch is becoming increasingly powerful, and this might just be the tip of its potential iceberg. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but begin drafting future plans. In the mental library of his brain, he opened a new shelf and began detailed records of upcoming arrangements. Firstly, next week, visit the Slave Trading Association to purchase various alien race embryos, commencing the practical research of bloodline modulation. This is crucial for perfecting the Chimera bloodline and Elan's evolution. He pondered for a moment before continuing to record. Secondly, accelerate the progress in magic and alchemy research, particularly in the refinement of Ring of Brilliance and the application studies of Soul Steel. Enhance evaluation within the school, striving to ascend in the candidate wizard sequence, laying the groundwork for acquiring a slot at the bloodline altar. Regardless, I must find a way to advanced apprentice within half a year. This is crucial for obtaining more resources and permissions. Ron opened his eyes and drew a low, deep breath. Time's urgent, but he already possesses a better starting point and resources than most apprentices. The advantages of unlimited profession slots are increasingly evident. The synergy effects among various professions allowing him to make astonishing progress in multiple domains. Coupled with the Time Guardian pocket watch and the Transformer's skin, two powerful treasures, and the imminent initiation of bloodline modulation research. The path has been paved, all that remains is steadfast advancement. Ron stood in front of the Blake Exchange, looking at the still precarious, already cracked wooden sign. The humid air unique to the Black Mist jungle had covered the edges of the sign with greenish-blue moss, adding a strange atmosphere to this dark place. "Welcome, welcome, esteemed Ron." The short and stout slave merchant rushed out from the shop with astonishing speed, his round face flushed red, with sweat streaming down his plump cheeks, soaking his collar. His small eyes, deeply set in folds of flesh, glinted with shrewdness, clearly having anticipated this alchemist's visit. "Your presence today truly brings radiance to this rundown place," the merchant said obsequiously, bowing humbly with exaggerated movements that were almost comical. Ron keenly noticed that compared to the last time, the merchant's attitude was significantly more respectful. Perhaps it was because his status as a professional alchemist had already spread within the school, coupled with his advancement into the candidate wizard ranks, causing this opportunistic merchant to greatly enhance his regard for him. "I'm here to see the new batch you mentioned," Ron said straightforwardly, his voice calm but with an undeniable authority. "You've come at the perfect time, it's simply fate." The short and stout merchant rubbed his hands, his face full of a flattering smile, his eyes almost squinting into slits. "A batch of rare treasures just arrived yesterday, we haven't even finished unpacking them. I guarantee they will open your eyes, absolutely the finest on the market." Passing through the gaudily decorated, yet obviously cheap front hall, Ron noticed that since his last visit, a few more heavily armed guards had been added inside the exchange. They stood alertly in the corners, hands on the hilts of their swords, coldly scanning every customer entering and exiting. Clearly, with the restocking of large quantities of goods at the beginning of the month, security measures had also been correspondingly strengthened. The merchant led Ron down a dim corridor, lined on both sides with cages made from iron bars, containing various supernatural creatures. Unlike last time, the creatures in the cages now appeared significantly more formidable, with each exuding a dangerous aura. The air was filled with a peculiar mixture of the scent of blood, the stench of beasts, and some pungent potion, causing one to involuntarily frown. "This way, sir. These are our latest prime products, a selection of combat slaves," the merchant boasted proudly, gesturing for two burly men to open a heavy iron door, guiding Ron into a specially reinforced area. The cages here were noticeably much sturdier than those in the previous area, each crafted from several inches of solid steel, engraved with suppression runes. The distance between cages was also greater, obviously to prevent the merchandise inside from coming into contact with one another. The entire area was a few degrees colder than outside, and the air was filled with a stifling and unsettling atmosphere. In the first cage stood a towering creature nearly 2 meters tall, its upper body mostly humanoid but covered with thick, deep blue scales, which shimmered with a metallic sheen. Its head was entirely that of a giant fish, with a mouth full of serrated sharp teeth, revealing 3 rows of knife-like fangs when grinning, with a deep red tongue continuously darting in and out. Its hands had turned into fin-shaped claws, with sharp bone spikes protruding from each fingertip. The fish-headed monster let out a low growl at Ron, its scales instantly standing erect all over its body, forming tiny spikes. "A deep-sea hybrid breed, sir," the merchant introduced, his voice full of a sense of pride. "It's a combination of humans and abyssal fishmen, capable of fighting on land and in water." Its skin is as hard as steel, and it possesses an astonishing regeneration ability. I've personally seen it lose half its body and recover completely in less than a day. The merchant paused for a moment, lowering his voice. Most amazingly, it has a unique scorching blood talent. At the climax of combat, it can cause the enemy's blood to burn within their veins, inflicting unbearable agony. In the arena, it's simply unstoppable. Ron carefully observed this creature. Using his extraordinary recognition ability, he could see that it was indeed a highly modulated hybrid. The fishman genes combined with the human were rather perfect, the degree of physical deformity much less than expected. But he could also see clear defects. Its spiritual core area exhibited unstable energy fluctuations, like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. In this state, this creature could lose control and rampage at any moment, posing a fatal threat to itself and its master. I must say, this crude bloodline hybridization leads to severe mental issues. Ron spoke bluntly, his voice carrying professional calmness. I can see its spirit has begun to collapse, and judging by the frequency of the energy fluctuations, its lifespan probably doesn't exceed 2 years. Moreover, once it enters a high-intensity combat state, it could completely lose control at any moment. The merchant's face changed slightly, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes, clearly not expecting Ron to pinpoint the issue so accurately. But he quickly put on a smile, seemingly well prepared. Remarkable insight, sir, deserving of a genius among alchemists. You're right, these highly modulated combat slaves do indeed have certain instabilities, which is why they're so powerful yet relatively reasonably priced. He waddled a step closer, lowering his voice. But don't worry, we offer a 1-year quality guarantee on all slaves. If any issues arise, you can replace them with goods of equal value for free. Additionally, we provide a special stabilizing potion that can effectively extend their lifespan. Ron nodded slightly but did not show much interest, turning to continue forward to observe the next cage. As he proceeded, an even stranger creature came into view. It had the body of a werewolf, with rugged muscles and dense gray-black fur covering its entire body, but black shells akin to insect exoskeletons grew on it, forming natural armor at key locations. Its claws were exceptionally long, gleaming with a metallic cold light, appearing as though they could easily tear through steel. The most astonishing feature was a slit on its back, from which tentacle-like objects squirmed in and out, as if possessing their own consciousness. Upon seeing Ron, the creature lunged violently at the cage door, emitting a bizarre sound between a wolf howl and insect screech, as the tentacles on its back simultaneously extended, slapping against the cage door with dull thuds. "This is our composite warrior," the merchant introduced. His tone filled with pride and excitement. As if showcasing his most prized creation, it perfectly combines the strength and speed of a werewolf, the defensive capabilities of a beetle, and the agility of a tentacle demon. It was designed by a modulator from the Crystal Tower. Taking 3 years to successfully cultivate this masterpiece, he elaborated endlessly. It can utilize multiple attack methods simultaneously: claw strikes, bites, shell charges, and tentacle wraps, making it a formidable force in melee combat. Ron used his extraordinary recognition ability to scan the creature. Secretly shocked, this was no simple bloodline hybrid, but rather some extremely dangerous multi-grafting experiment. 3 distinctly different biological traits were forcibly merged to create this monster that defies natural laws. From the turbulence of its energy flow, this creature could self-destruct at any moment due to internal conflicts. What is its mental state? Ron inquired, noticing a trace of pain and madness in the creature's eyes, with pupils constantly contracting and expanding, as if enduring some unbearable torment. This is our latest control technology, the merchant explained with a smile. Proudly producing a small crystal cube, complex runes flickering on its surface, a special crystal is implanted in its brain, completely suppressing its self-awareness, ensuring absolute obedience to its master. With this controller, you can command it in battle at will, even temporarily enhancing some of its abilities, though at the cost of shortening its lifespan, he proudly added. This technology is directly imported from the Crystal Tower, boasting high reliability. It said that in the central rich lands, every wizard possesses at least 3 to 5 of such combat slaves for protection and defense. Ron kept a calm facade. Internally he felt a surge of disgust. This methodology goes beyond the realm of bloodline modulation, employing crystals to directly control the brain, depriving creatures of self-awareness, although effective. It is destined only for quick products with no self-awareness, ultimately just a living tool with no potential for advancement, in the following cages. Various even more bizarre combat slaves were displayed before Ron's eyes throughout the tour. He discreetly used his extraordinary recognition ability to analyze each creature, gathering valuable information on bloodline modulation from the remaining auras and energy fluctuations. He roughly recorded the modulation methods and defects of these creatures, all providing important reference for his own research while engrossed in recording. The merchant seemed to recall something, suddenly shifting the topic by the way. "Sir, have you heard of the bloody gladiatorial games?" Bloody gladiatorial games. Ron raised an eyebrow, as this term indeed was a first for him, but from the merchant's suddenly altered tone. He sensed that this might be important information. Exactly. The merchant mysteriously lowered his voice, glancing around as if afraid of being overheard. "It's a special event organized quarterly by the school. Usually not publicly promoted, and only a select few high-ranking apprentices are eligible to participate. Contestants send their trained combat slaves into life and death battles, and the winner can obtain rich rewards." His eyes sparkled with excitement. His voice slightly trembling, it said the prizes include rare magic models, various advanced alchemy items, and advanced magic potion formulas. These treasures are priceless on the market. Even receiving the most ordinary award is enough to significantly enhance an ordinary apprentice's abilities. Ron's interest was piqued. Yet he maintained an outward calm. "What are the rules of this gladiatorial event? When is it held?" "It's very simple. Contestants must provide a trained combat slave, categorized by size and strength, to engage in life or death battles against other slaves in a specific arena." The merchant smiled slyly, his eyes gleaming with cunning. "The slave owner can assist and command using a special control crystal, but cannot directly intervene in the fight. All victory and defeat depend on the slave's strength," he added. "To my knowledge, the next gladiatorial event is in 3 months, right at the end of the semester. Each event attracts numerous advanced apprentices, with quite a few masters also attending, making it an excellent opportunity for young individuals looking to make a name within the school." Ron nodded thoughtfully, already starting to calculate the risk and reward ratio of this activity in his mind. 3 months is enough time for him to complete the preliminary bloodline modulation experiment, but to cultivate a mature combat creature, special means may be needed. Moreover, the merchant continued, his tone even more mysterious, with an excited gleam in his eye. "I heard this period's special reward is an abyssal treasure, the death replacement puppet." Ron inquired, the term sparking his strong curiosity. In the numerous tomes he had read, records about the Great Abyss were extremely limited, and the term abyssal treasure was something he had heard for the first time. The merchant nodded proudly, obviously enjoying the sensation of sharing these secretive insights, his face revealing an almost fanatical expression. "The Great Abyss is not a place common people can merely discuss." He deliberately paused for a moment, elongating his tone, savoring the eagerness for knowledge from the other party. "It's a terrifying place entangled with curses, vast and deep, boundless. It's said that the deeper you go, the higher the intensity of curses you endure, and ordinary people can't even safely get through the first layer." Ron's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was already stirred with waves. This sounded like some sort of otherworld space or a special magic concentration area, very likely containing powerful, extraordinary powers. "Even with such danger, people still dare venture there?" he asked probingly. "Of course." The merchant seemed to have been triggered by some switch, speaking incessantly. "Precisely because of its danger, the Great Abyss hides numerous rare secret treasures, items that alchemists and enchanters are unable to replicate despite racking their brains, effects they cannot construct throughout their lives." He rubbed his hands together, a look of near obsession appearing on his face. "Each abyssal treasure from the Great Abyss is unique, imbued with powers beyond logic. Some can transport the user hundreds of miles instantly, others can briefly predict the future, still others can even alter cause and effect." A trace of caution flickered through Ron's eyes. These descriptions were quite similar to his understanding of exquisite rare items. Could these abyssal treasures from the great abyss be the native, exquisite, rare items of this world? This speculation made his heart unconsciously race. Perhaps you are unaware, the entire Ring Abyss continent group is so named precisely because they all gather around the great abyss. He gestured with his hands, attempting to describe the vast scale, his eyes flashing with a glow of awe. The great abyss is an enormous fissure cutting through the entire world. Bottomless, and in some places, its width can even reach tens of thousands of miles. The abyss is not just synonymous with darkness and chaos. It is also a source of magic power. Large, transcendent gathering places like the Crystal Tower are all invariably built near the abyss. Drawing endless magic power from it, the merchant's voice became increasingly excited. It is said that the deepest part of the abyss leads to some unknown dimension, and the energy flowing from there has altered the world's fundamental rules, creating the possibility of extraordinary abilities. Without the abyss, there would be no extraordinary races, no magical creatures as we currently know them. Ron vaguely understood something, his eyes flashing with a thoughtful look. So, the magic power concentration near the abyss is higher, more suitable for the cultivation of wizards. That's why the Crystal Tower's magic power concentration is 5 times that of the Black Mist Jungle, because it is closer to the abyss's center, of course. He did not voice this thought openly, but the merchant caught the flash in Ron's eyes. Secretly pleased, knowing he had found the right entry point, young apprentices are always the weakest against such mysterious matters. He retrieved a neatly folded flyer from a canvas wrap at his waist, printed with various quirky items and brief descriptions. This is specially used for promotion within the school. I got an early sample through special channels, and in 2 months it should be plastered all over the school, lowering his voice as he unfolded the paper. One of next year's gladiatorial games' top rewards is this stand-in puppet. Ron's gaze fell on the paper. A bizarrely shaped humanoid puppet, entirely covered in twisted, complex runes, overall presenting an unnatural blue-gray color. As if soaked for too long in some special liquid, changing color, the puppet's eyes held 2 dark red gems, exuding a strange and mystical sense on the drawing, reportedly. This puppet originates from the Great Abyss 4th layer and contains a soul stone capable of carrying consciousness. But the wood composing its structure has yet to be analyzed. The merchant's eyes were fixed on Ron's reaction. The user can transfer their consciousness into it, creating a one-to-one replica of another body that inherits all magical power and extraordinary abilities, physical attributes, and so on. The most wondrous aspect is, this body remains unaffected by the original body's injuries and can even survive after the original dies. Upon hearing this, Ron felt a strange unease. If such a puppet indeed had these capabilities, for someone with a dual soul talent like him, it would be a treasure custom made for him. He already possessed a dual soul. If he could use external objects to enhance this trait, he might achieve instant double cultivation effects and combat power. It indeed sounds remarkable, Ron casually remarked. Though his gaze couldn't shift away from the puppet's image, the merchant noticed the lingering gaze and revealed a satisfied smile. The young apprentice was clearly interested in the abyssal treasure. Precisely the reaction he hoped for. So, you see, this is why apprentices are so enthusiastic about cultivating combat slaves, intentionally raising his voice, shifting the topic to his intended purpose. An excellent combat slave is not just daily protection, but a stepping stone to higher levels. If you perform well in the bloody gladiatorial games and earn a reward like the stand-in puppet, your status within the school will naturally rise. His eyes twinkled, seemingly casually adding, of course, provided you have exceptionally talented combat slaves. The high-quality goods from our exchange have been specially selected. Whether for melee, ranged, or talent-enhanced magic like technique support, we can tailor them to your needs. The merchant spoke eloquently for a while, all to market his products. At this moment, he could not care less about exposing the other party's intentions. His mind was already deeply enticed by that stand-in puppet. If this secret treasure truly is some sort of exquisite rare item, then obtaining it should become one of my core goals, judging from recent soul urgings. Estimating the breakthrough in spiritual power to advanced apprentice level, this double casting effect could unlock. Followed by using the stand-in puppet to form a duplicate body, Ron quickly calculated in his mind, already beginning to conceive plans for gladiatorial games preparation. The merchant noticed Ron's interest in the gladiator event. His smile grew even more ingratiating as his thick palms unconsciously rubbed together. Since you intend to participate in the gladiator event, choosing a high-quality combat slave is crucial. He said, hinting, we have a batch of premium embryos in the backyard meant for distinguished guests like yourself. Why not let me take you to see them? Ron nodded slightly, following the merchant with a calm expression, but he already felt a sense of wariness towards this merchant who spoke so indiscriminately. Through the merchant's earlier introduction and his own observations, Ron had already realized a crucial issue. These so-called high-tier combat slaves are mostly hastily made products, forcibly crafted through crude bloodline modulation and spiritual control. They may erupt with tremendous combat power in the short term, but without exception, they have fatal flaws. Unstable spirit, short lifespan, and even the possibility of losing control entirely at any moment. A truly high-quality combat slave should be like Trish's leopard woman, Ron thought to himself. Lai Yu, despite being from a native tribe that had been exterminated, had clearly undergone a gentler and more detailed modulation process. Essentially built on an already superior bloodline with moderate enhancements and stimulation, nurtured from a young age to allow both body and spirit ample time to adapt. A combat slave cultivated in this manner not only possesses formidable combat strength, but also maintains basic sanity with a lifespan far exceeding those hastily manufactured. Through a dim corridor, the merchant led Ron to a compartment deep within the trading area. Opening the heavy metal door revealed dozens of special incubation pods inside, each containing the embryo or young of some creature. This is our seed vault, where the most precious goods are nurtured. The merchant proudly introduced, these are rare bloodlines collected from various places, some even directly from exploration teams near the Great Abyss region. Ron glanced around, activating his extraordinary recognition ability to examine each incubation pod carefully. How about this one? The merchant pointed to a pod containing a purple-black embryo, eyes shining with greed. A hybrid of hellhound and abyss worm, able to master both black fire and earth swimming abilities when matured, priced at only 500 magic stone fragments. Hellhound and abyss worm hybrid embryo. Bloodline fusion, golden ring 32%. Stability extremely low. Estimated lifespan 3-5 years. Special abilities, black fire, earth swimming, unstable. Risk assessment, extremely high, 80% probability of deformation during growth. Ron maintained a steady expression, but inside he confirmed yet another short-lived, unstable combination. What about this? The merchant eagerly guided him to another pod containing a flame-like liquid embryo. This is a rare treasure, a combination of phoenix and mercury element creature, a priceless gem. When matured, it not only possesses partial regeneration ability, but can also control metal elements, making it a perfect guard and combat assistant. Phoenix dilute and mercury element hybrid embryo. Bloodline fusion, golden ring 25%. Stability nearly 0. Estimated lifespan less than 2 years. Special abilities, limited regeneration, metal control, highly unstable. Risk assessment, catastrophic, core energy structure chaotic, risk of self-collapse at any moment. Looking at the extraordinary recognition results, Ron had a deeper understanding of the merchant's shamelessness. This was no rare treasure, but a ticking time bomb. This forced fusion of completely opposite elements had almost zero stability and could self-destruct at any time. How could the merchant dare? Was there some astonishing backing behind him? There are a few more suited for high-tier modulation over here. The merchant, oblivious to Ron's thoughts, continued enthusiastically. There's a hybrid of star fairy and high-tier ghost, a fusion of deep-sea merman and wind element fairy, and finally, the most precious, the legendary hybrid of time giant lizard and beholder. Ron scanned them one by one, finding almost the same results: low fusion rate, poor stability, numerous hidden dangers, yet the price was exorbitant. The merchant was obviously highlighting the most expensive, most rare yet actually least suitable embryos for beginners, clearly intending to profit greatly given the opportunity. Do you have some more foundational embryos? Ron asked calmly. I'm just starting to explore bloodline modulation, so I'd like to start with something simple. The merchant's smile froze for a moment before piling back on ingratiation. Of course, but those are just ordinary goods. Someone of your talent should directly start from high-end, straight to the top. I'd like to see those foundational ones first. Ron's tone was calm, but his gaze had become resolute. Reluctantly, the merchant led Ron to another room, where the incubation pods were noticeably less refined, and the creatures inside considerably more ordinary. These are ordinary species, low-priced and lack anything special. The merchant's interest waned visibly, tone flat. Someone like you wouldn't be interested in these. Ignoring the merchant's guidance, Ron carefully examined each incubation pod. He noticed several pods against the wall, seemingly deliberately overlooked, one of which contained a small blue life form floating inside, appearing to be a newly born young rather than an embryo. Looking closely, it was a young sea siren, about 20 centimeters long, with a human-like female upper body. But its skin was light blue, and its lower body was a slender fishtail shimmering with silver-blue scales. It looked extremely weak, its body curled up in the nutrient fluid, and its little face was full of pain, clearly in some unhealthy state. "What's the situation here?" Ron pointed at the little sea siren and asked. The merchant glanced over, showing a bit of disdain on his face. "That's just an ordinary sea siren juvenile, nothing particularly valuable. It's congenitally weak, eats a lot but doesn't grow, might not live long, and it's not worth your time at all." Ron activated his extraordinary recognition, carefully scanning the little sea siren's condition. Ordinary sea siren, juvenile. Bloodline purity, silver ring 95%, rare high purity. Status severely malnourished. Special talent, big eater, second-tier talent. The more nutrients ingested, the higher the growth speed and potential ceiling. Otherwise, it inhibits development. Potential assessment, with sufficient nutrition, can reach the gold ring limit, possesses amazing plasticity, and after modulation, has a chance to advance to a higher bloodline. Ron's heart skipped a beat. This little thing appeared fragile, but actually had a rare high-purity bloodline. Combined with that extremely rare big eater special talent, as long as there's enough nutrition, the future potential is virtually unlimited. And it seems sickly right now precisely because it lacks sufficient food and nutrition, causing its talent to rebound and inhibit its own development. The slave merchant had thrown it into a corner, obviously because it ate a lot but showed no effect, thinking it was a worthless defective product ready to be discarded. This was simply a huge bargain opportunity. "How much for this little guy?" Ron asked nonchalantly. The merchant was taken aback, clearly not expecting Ron to be interested in this defective product. "That one, 50, no, 40 magic stone fragments. But honestly, if it weren't for the contract with associated sea suppliers not to arbitrarily discard embryos and juveniles, we probably would have dumped this little one a long time ago." Ron sensed the merchant's disdain and deliberately showed a slightly hesitant expression. "How about 30? After all, it's in such poor condition." The merchant thought for a bit, then waved his hand. "Deal, keeping it as just wasting nutrient fluid anyway." Clearly, in his eyes, this little sea siren was indeed worthless. Then Ron noticed a few smaller culture tanks nearby, containing some translucent jelly like small spheres, varying colors but almost identical in size and structure. "What are these?" He pointed to those jelly-like spheres and asked. "Ah, those are the lowest-tier autophagic slime monsters, purely experimental materials. I've heard there's a higher tier over at the Crystal Tower, but these were just handed to me by the boss when restocking, as they were near expiration. If you're interested, I can sell them to you cheap." The merchant said nonchalantly, clearly seeing them as nothing more than ordinary goods with no profit. They barely have any bloodline traits of their own, but can acquire some features by devouring other organisms, though the duration is very short. Typically, only novices use these for simple practice. The extraordinary recognition showed. Autophagic slime monster, basic type. Traits can devour other organisms' tissues, temporarily acquiring some features. Color changes reflect the stability and fusion degree of what was devoured. Use, excellent testers for bloodline modulation, visually shows modulation effect and stability. Basic type, cannot endure bloodline limits exceeding the silver ring levels. Source, created by the ancient alchemist Lance, an experimental organism. This invention made bloodline modulation an independent discipline, bringing endless benefits to the creator. I'll buy one culture tank of this to try it out back home. Ron immediately decided. For beginners, these creatures are a perfect practice tool. They can intuitively show bloodline modulation effects and stability, which is much safer and efficient than blind experimentation. 10 magic stone fragments per one, the merchant said, rubbing his hands, figuring he could make some profit. All 970, I'm just conveniently buying them to try out. If not sold, I'll walk away. Ron used the simplest bargaining tactic, pretending to leave. The merchant frowned but ultimately agreed. Sir, I agree to that price. After all, in his eyes, these were just low-end items. Selling them was considered a profit. Upon checkout, Ron spent just 100 magic stone fragments in total, acquiring a little sea siren with astonishing potential and 9 autophagic slime monsters for bloodline modulation practice. Compared to the so-called premium goods, the merchant initially tried to sell him, costing in the hundreds or thousands of magic stone fragments. It was the difference between a king's ransom and a bargain price. Of course, in the merchant's eyes, Ron was just a fool unaware of the market and unwilling to spend, wasting money on useless things. As Ron left the exchange, the merchant still wore a smile as he bid farewell, though internally a bit speechless. Young apprentices just don't know the goods, leaving behind real treasures but instead choosing those worthless cheap stuff. When he grows tired of these toys, he'll naturally come back for the real combat slaves. Ron held the special container with the little sea siren and autophagic slime monsters, a slight smile barely visible on his lips. He couldn't wait to get back to the workshop to begin his bloodline modulation experiments. This harvest may be far more abundant than he initially expected. Returning to the workshop, Ron immediately took his new experimental materials into the most concealed laboratory. Master, do you need me to prepare anything? Alan gently inquired at the door, her tendrils moving gracefully. Prepare some high nutrient concentrate, as much as possible. Ron instructed softly. Also, if there are visitors during this time, try to keep them from noticing the existence of this lab. Alan nodded, her leaves writing an elegant line mid-air. Understood, Master. I will prepare a dedicated disguise array. After settling the little sea siren, Ron began to examine the 9 autophagic slime monsters. Each was placed in a specially made glass container, appearing as semi-transparent jelly-like blobs, like 9 giant droplets, quietly floating in the nutrient fluid. Autophagic slime monsters, Ron murmured, his eyes focused on these peculiar creatures. A great creation by the ancient alchemist, designed for bloodline modulation experiments. He opened the bloodline modulation introduction borrowed from the school library, carefully reading about the slime monsters. Autophagic slime monsters are one of the cornerstones of bloodline modulation. They can temporarily acquire some characteristics of target organisms by devouring their tissues, with color changes visually reflecting bloodline stability and degree of fusion. The color change rules for slime monsters are as follows. Blue indicates cold attributes, red indicates heat attributes, green indicates life attributes, purple indicates space or time attributes, black indicates rejection or corruption, white indicates high stability, gold indicates perfect fusion. It is this creature's invention that transformed bloodline modulation from a dangerous blind experiment into a controllable science, earning alchemist Lance endless benefits and leading him to transcend boundaries, achieving the status of a true great wizard. Seeing the busy tree spirit turn around, he pondered for a moment and added, "Oh, and this time I brought back a little life that needs careful care. Given your current state, you should be able to take on the role of caregiver, right?" Alan's vines danced lightly, and a line of elegant text appeared on the leaves. "Of course, Master. I would be happy to take care of the little life. You can completely trust me." Ron nodded, opened the specially designed container, and carefully took out the crystal cultivation chamber of the little sea siren. Alan immediately approached curiously, moving closer to observe the weak little creature inside the chamber. To Ron's surprise, Alan's reaction upon seeing the little sea siren was unusually gentle. Her vines trembled slightly, and her eyes revealed a maternal-like tenderness and protective impulse. "This little one," the text on the leaves appeared a bit hurried. "She is in a bad state and needs immediate environmental improvement and nutritional supplements." Ron was amazed at the depth of emotion Alan displayed, but also felt warmed by her concern. "Indeed, she does need careful attention. I'll leave her in your care from now on, Alan." The tree spirit solemnly nodded, and the vine-formed fingers gently touched the cultivation chamber. The little sea siren seemed to sense something, slightly opened her eyes, and blinked in a dazed manner in Alan's direction. "We need to prepare a better environment for her," Ron mused. "The most pressing issue right now is solving the severe malnutrition problem." Alan immediately suggested, "Master, why don't you let me specifically take care of this little life for a while? You can focus on the research of bloodline modulation, and I'll ensure she receives the best care." Ron thought for a moment and agreed to this arrangement. He understood Alan's capabilities and sense of responsibility, and there seemed to be a natural affinity between the tree spirit and the sea siren. This might be because the tree spirit is derived from the forest nymph and the sea siren from the god of ocean currents, both belonging to the ancient mythological bloodline system. "It'd be better if you're willing to care for her," he said to Alan. "Recently, I indeed need to concentrate on improving my bloodline modulation skills. With your help, I can focus on the experiments with peace of mind." A line of words appeared on Alan's leaves. "Master, don't worry. I will take care of her as if she were my own seedling." Ron nodded, and then turned his attention to the 9 autophagic slime monsters. "These will be my primary research subjects." He thought about the next plan. "Through them, I should be able to grasp the fundamental principles of bloodline modulation in a short time, laying the foundation for successfully becoming a bloodline modifier." To his surprise, Alan even used her own vines to generate a special plant nutrient solution, dripping it directly into the water for the little sea siren to absorb. This essence from the tree spirit's essence of life had a magical effect on the recovery of the sea siren. Wonderful maternal love. Watching Alan meticulously care for the little sea siren, Ron couldn't help but marvel. This kind of emotion even transcends racial boundaries. Alan seemed to understand his sentiment. Her vines gently swayed, and words appeared on the leaves. "There is a resonance between lives, Master. She is very special with a unique soul." This sentence made Ron thoughtful. He recalled the pair of snake sisters he saw at the slave trade, who, although also aquatic races, had a temperament entirely different from this little sea siren. Perhaps this is what is called extraordinary talent, he thought to himself. Not only does she have the rare growth talent of Big Eater, but she also has an unusual spiritual aura. In the following days, Ron devoted most of his time to researching the autophagic slime monsters. He meticulously designed a series of progressive experiments, from the simplest single bloodline absorption to complex multiple fusion attempts. In each experiment, he carefully recorded the slime monster's color changes, stability, energy fluctuation frequency, and other key parameters, trying to find the pattern within them. The core of bloodline modulation lies in finding the balance point between the attributes of different organisms. Ron wrote in his notebook while pondering, "It's like a special kind of alchemy, but the medium has changed from metals and minerals to life itself." Bloodline modulation experience points +1. Current progress, bloodline modulation beginner 5/50. While Ron focused on his experiments, he didn't completely relinquish the responsibility of the sea siren to Alan, entirely hands-off. First, he created a suitable living environment for the sickly little sea siren. According to book descriptions, the sea siren is a semi-aquatic species, requiring both a water environment and regular exposure to air. They are born with singing abilities, and their voices can affect the emotions of surrounding creatures. High-tier sea sirens achieving their race's extraordinary professions can even control water currents through special melodies, forming deadly whirlpools or tsunamis. More importantly, sea sirens are naturally highly attuned to magic, especially with water element and sound wave magic, making them a natural casting race. Perhaps he could find inspiration from this little one for future breakthroughs in sound wave vibration. This is simply a perfect combat creature. Ron mused, not too much bloodline modulation is needed, just allowing it to fully harness its potential is enough. He took out a specially made large crystal vat, lining the bottom with blue sand and crystal shards collected from the deep lake, constructing a miniature ecosystem similar to the seafloor. Then, he placed a specially made enhancing rune at the bottom of the crystal vat, which formed a stable miniature magic array once activated. This would continuously purify the water and provide an appropriate magic power fluctuation to simulate the magic concentration of the sea siren's original habitat. Finally, he carefully transferred the little sea siren into this new home. The young sea siren, upon entering the crystal vat, seemed to sense a familiar aura. The previously furrowed little brow gradually relaxed, and the body no longer curled up as before. The tail began to sway slowly. It seems the environment is suitable. Ron nodded with satisfaction, then took out various sea siren food he had just purchased on the way back. Magic sea algae, illusionary jellyfish fragments, miniature energy pearls, all high nutrition, high magic ingredients. He carefully placed these foods into the crystal vat, eagerly observing the little sea siren's reaction. Sure enough, the little sea siren was immediately attracted by the food, cautiously approached, and then began to devour it eagerly. Its eating speed was astonishing, as if there was a bottomless pit in its stomach, and in no time it had devoured all the food. After eating, the little sea siren's condition improved visibly. Its complexion turned slightly ruddy from the original pale, and there was finally a gleam in its eyes. The big eater talent is indeed well deserved, Ron murmured to himself, feeling increasingly confident in his choice this time. Next, he began to prepare for the experiment on the autophagic slime monster. Since I'm conducting bloodline modulation research, I must start from the basics. Ron pondered, opening the bloodline sample collection box he had meticulously prepared for this moment. Inside were various biological micro-tissue samples. Fire lizard scales, wind fairy feathers, water snake people skin flakes, and even some blood samples from himself and Andre. Dragon species and chimera bloodlines are undoubtedly the best materials for advancement, but now doesn't seem to be the time to use them. The first experiment was simple. He took a small piece of fire lizard scale and placed it into the first autophagic slime monster's container. The slime monster immediately extended a thin tentacle, rolled the scale into its body. A moment later, the entire slime monster's color began to change, from the original colorless semi-transparency to a shade of orange-red, with subtle scale patterns appearing on the surface. Extraordinary recognition experience points +1. Current progress, extraordinary recognition, skilled level 17/100. Ron recorded this change, then conducted a similar test on the second slime monster, but this time he added both fire lizard scales and wind fairy feathers. The result was somewhat unexpected. The slime monster's color became extremely chaotic, with orange, red, and light cyan patches appearing alternately, and several irregular bubbles bulging on the surface, clearly in an unstable state. Fire element and wind element indeed conflict. This direct hybrid method is obviously unfeasible. Ron frowned, recording the second experiment's failure. The third slime monster was used for a more complex test. He tried letting the slime monster absorb the skin flakes of the water snake people first, and after it stabilized, added a small dose of fire lizard scale powder. The result was much better this time. The slime monster presented a stable blue-green color, with fine scale patterns on the surface. Only small orange-red spots appeared in certain areas, but the overall structure remained stable. Interesting, Ron mused, quickly recording the result of this experiment. It seems that the absorption sequence and ratio of biological components have a decisive impact on the final stability. Bloodline modulation experience points +1. Current progress, bloodline modulation beginner 5/50. For several consecutive days, Ron focused on these basic experiments, meticulously recording the results and data of countless combinations each day, gradually summarizing some basic rules. Biological bloodlines with similar attributes are easier to merge, while opposite attributes repel each other fiercely. Complex bloodlines require slow fusion. Attempting to do it all at once often leads to collapse. Adding a buffer medium, such as certain neutral attribute substances, can greatly increase the fusion degree. The earlier the growth stage of the organism, the higher the success rate of bloodline fusion. Through intensive experiments on the autophagic slime monster, he gradually mastered some key techniques. First is bloodline purification, extracting the most essence part of biological tissues and removing impurities, which can significantly increase the success rate of fusion. Secondly is the use of buffer medium, Adding neutral attribute material between two repulsive bloodlines can significantly reduce rejection. Finally is directional guidance, guiding the bloodline to develop in the expected direction through specific energy fluctuations, rather than allowing it to grow freely. Mastering these techniques significantly boosted Ron's bloodline modulation skills, gaining 1-2 experience points almost every day. Bloodline modulation experience points +1. Bloodline modulation experience points +1. Bloodline modulation experience points +1. Current progress, bloodline modulation beginner 12/50. At this rate, I expect to reach skilled level within a month. Ron calculated the time. Then, I'll study some theoretical knowledge to complete extraordinary biology and meet all the conditions for advancing to the modulator branch direction. Meanwhile, the little sea siren's recovery speed also exceeded expectations. Under Elan's meticulous care, she not only overcame malnutrition, but also began to exhibit astonishing growth speed. Ron would feed her a large amount of high-nutrition food regularly every day, almost 3 times the intake of an ordinary sea siren. The big eater talent finally started to take effect. After receiving enough food, the little sea siren's size changed slightly every day. A week later, she had grown from her initial 20 centimeters to nearly 30 centimeters. It was gratifying that she seemed to be forming a preliminary sense of self-awareness. She would actively approach the edge of the crystal vat, anticipating the arrival of Ron and Alan, and even use her childish voice to mimic Ron's speaking rhythm, producing a marvelous resonance. When Ron occasionally came to check, he could clearly feel the little sea siren's recognition and differentiation between him and Alan, and she would even make some simple interactive behaviors. Ron pondered with satisfaction, while noting down an important observation in his notebook. The growth rate of the sea siren is exponentially related to the intake of magic power, rather than linearly. According to the current feeding plan, she may reach the size of an adult sea siren within a year, while conventional breeding would take at least 5 years. That evening, as Ron was about to rest, a soft voice suddenly came from the direction of the crystal vat. The voice was weak and immature, but the pronunciation was extraordinarily accurate. Ron turned sharply, looking at the crystal vat in astonishment. The little sea siren was lying at the edge of the vat, her large azure eyes staring directly at him, her mouth curled into a shy smile. "Master," she called softly again, her voice was gentle and melodious as if heavenly. "You can already speak?" Ron asked in surprise, quickly stepping to the front of the crystal vat. The little sea siren nodded shyly, her silver long hair floating in the water. "I can, a little." Although her pronunciation was still not very fluent, she was already able to clearly express simple meanings. This development speed in language ability far exceeded Ron's initial plan. "Do you have a name?" Ron asked, feeling an unprecedented burst of joy. The little sea siren shook her head, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. "Master, give me a name." After a moment of thought, Ron softly said, "Then I'll call you Dale, which in the language of the ancient water people means daughter of the sea." "Dale," the little sea siren repeated the name, her face showing pure joy. "I like it." Ron reached out his hand, gently touching the surface of the water, and Dale immediately swam up, pressing her small palm against his fingers. A wonderful connection was established at this moment. It was not a master-servant relationship, nor the bond between slave and owner, but more akin to the tacit understanding and trust among family members. "From today on, you are my partner, Dale." Ron smiled and said, "I will help you grow and you will help me, right?" "Yes, master." Dale nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Dale will become master's good partner." That day Ron said to Alan, who was quietly taking care of the little sea siren, "Her growth rate is astonishing. At this rate, she might be qualified to participate in the next bloody gladiatorial games." Alan's leaf trembled slightly, seemingly anxious about the term bloody gladiatorial games. She wrote in the air with her leaf, "Does Master intend to have her participate in the gladiatorial games? She's still so young." "Don't worry," Ron reassured. "I won't force her to do anything. Only when she is strong enough and willing will I consider this option." He turned towards the crystal vat, watching the little sea siren curiously touch the surface ripples with her fingers, as if playing some game only she understood, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. "More importantly, I hope she can become a partner, not just a combat tool. Ron said softly, once my modulation abilities reach a sufficient level, I will design a comprehensive growth plan for her, including memory editing and skill implantation. Memory editing? Alan's leaf displayed a question mark. Yes, Ron explained. Through special spiritual connection, I can directly transmit my knowledge of swordsmanship and magic to her, allowing her to master these skills without a lengthy learning process. Alan seemed to be in thought. After a moment she wrote, won't that harm her? Of course not, Ron answered firmly. I will ensure the whole process is safe and harmless. In fact, this method is much gentler than traditional training, allowing her to avoid a lot of pain and setbacks. I trust Master, Alan wrote on her leaf, then softly directed her gaze to the little sea siren frolicking in the water vat. Day by day, Ron's bloodline modulation skills gradually improved, while the little sea siren thrived under Alan's care. Watching this little life's development, Ron felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment, feeling as if he were playing a real-life Pokémon nurturing game. In the bloody gladiatorial games 3 months later, Dale might already be capable of contending with those adult combat slaves. Moreover, Ron had already seen further into the future. A fully developed unique sea siren could become such a powerful and loyal partner. But all this must start from the daily routine of scheduled feeding and patient training now. The morning sun filtered through the stained glass window, casting mottled patterns on the ground. Ron arrived early to the classroom, choosing an inconspicuous spot to sit down. Today was the first class after the spiritual control course was upgraded to an advanced course. Students were gradually arriving, mostly intermediate apprentices, with a few advanced apprentices. Unlike the noise in the basic courses, the atmosphere here was noticeably more solemn, with everyone more focused on the knowledge. Are these the geniuses of the candidate wizard sequence? Ron looked around, silently assessing potential competitors in his mind. Each student exuded an extraordinary aura, with confidence and pride evident in their manner and speech. Compared to the basic course, the number of students in this class was much fewer, only 12, but the quality was evidently much higher. Of course, there were also people not in the candidate wizard sequence. In the sequence, many, like Holt, Oliver, and Cynthia, had already completed this course. Those in the candidate wizard sequence studying here mostly entered the sequence in recent years, like Ron. Ron noticed that Trish was not among them, possibly because her master, Corina, had arranged specialized training for her. As Ron was pondering, the classroom door opened again, and instead of Eric, a familiar figure that put Ron on alert walked in. Sauron Griffiths. He was the stern, middle-aged man who once presided over Ron's certification as an intermediate apprentice, and was also one of the overseers of the entire candidate wizard sequence. Sauron walked leisurely to the podium, surveying each student in the classroom. His gaze paused for a barely perceptible moment when it passed Ron, then quickly moved elsewhere. I am Sauron Griffiths. From today, I will replace my students Eric and Leia, officially taking over your advanced course after the merger of the 2 basic courses. Sauron's voice was gentle and calm, yet carried an unmistakable authority. The difficulty and depth of this course will far exceed your previous experiences. I hope every student who can enter this class fully understands this. He slowly raised his hand, and a complex energy structure appeared in the center of the classroom, composed of countless tiny points of light, continuously changing shape and color. The advancement in spiritual control and magic construction starts with understanding the multi-layered construction theory. With a gentle flick of Sauron's finger, the energy structure disintegrated into 3 levels, each with different energy flow patterns. In the basic course, you learned how to construct a single magic model. In the advanced stage, you will learn to simultaneously maintain multiple magic models and establish connections and coordination between them. Ron focused intently on observing the demonstration model, silently marveling at Sauron's refined control over spiritual power. The energy flow trajectories were precise to the millimeter, with every tiny fluctuation just right. No wonder he is an official wizard. From just this demonstration model, Ron, who had been somewhat proud of his spiritual control due to the additional trait, stable state, now felt like a schoolboy doing exercises suddenly being mentored by an international Olympiad champion. Today's first exercise, is to attempt to overlay two independent magic models. With a wave of Sauron's hand, a crystal ball appeared in front of each student. Please attempt to simultaneously construct any two magic models you have mastered within the crystal ball. Of course, the goal of this course is not to create combined magic, which is a high-tier technique only official wizards can master. The purpose of simultaneously structuring two magic models now is merely for faster casting during battle. The classroom instantly quieted down as each student began to focus intently on operating the crystal ball in front of them. Ron took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began building with his spiritual power. He chose the sound wave vibration and slime splash, two magic models he was quite skilled in, to attempt to overlay them. This was his first attempt at simultaneously constructing two magic models, and it was much more challenging than he had imagined. The energies of two different attributes attracted and repelled each other in the spiritual space, forming a peculiar tension. Ron carefully guided these energies, trying to find a balance point. Magic construction, proficient experience points +1. An hour later, only 3 students in the classroom successfully completed the initial construction, with Ron being one of them. In his crystal ball, the two magic models coexisted in a stable state. Although still somewhat crude, the basic structure had already formed. Sauron patrolled the classroom, observing each student's progress. When he reached Ron, a subtle expression appeared on his face. "A commendable attempt, Apprentice Ron," Sauron softly evaluated. "The two magic models you chose have a significant attribute difference, making them harder to merge, but you found a clever balance point." He pointed to a node in the crystal ball. "Look here, you've designed the intersection of vibrational energy and water elemental energy into a vortex structure, which is quite inspiring." Ron nodded respectfully in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance. This is just an initial attempt, and there is still much room for improvement." Sauron seemed satisfied with his humble attitude and gently patted his shoulder. "Continue to maintain this spirit of exploration. Advanced courses are not just about learning existing knowledge. More importantly, they are about innovation and breakthroughs." After Sauron left, Ron keenly noticed some eyes cast towards him. The students who hadn't particularly noticed him before were now sizing him up with a reassessing gaze. At the end of the initial class, Sauron gave a brief summary to the whole class, emphasizing the key points for the next few weeks of the course. Multi-model construction, energy efficiency optimization, and most importantly the preliminary theory of the spiritual shock. The spiritual shock is one of the hallmark abilities of an official wizard. Sauron's voice was low and magnetic. "Although you cannot yet cast a complete spiritual shock, you are all seed candidates for wizards, and learning its theoretical foundation and simplified version in advance is important for enhancing spiritual control." After class, Ron deliberately slowed his packing speed, waiting until the other students bowed to the master and left the classroom before approaching Sauron. He noticed that Sauron seemed to intentionally stay there, and from his posture, it didn't seem like he was waiting for the next class. "Master Griffith," Ron steadied his nerves and quietly asked, "I noticed that the spiritual shock you mentioned, is it somehow related to the spiritual interference wave that I currently master?" The pressure unique to an official wizard, despite being restrained, still made him somewhat uncomfortable. Sitting on the edge of the podium, Sauron, deep in thought, looked up at Ron in slight surprise. "You've mastered the high-precision beam type use of spiritual interference. This is something even intermediate apprentices find challenging, and its short-term practicality is far less than practicing direct attack magic. I find it very useful in certain situations," Ron answered cautiously, especially against opponents who rely on thought and perception. Sauron's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. "Your thinking is very correct. Spiritual interference is indeed a simplified version of the spiritual shock, or rather its foundational form. The essence of an official wizard's spiritual shock is to amplify the effect of spiritual interference 100-fold and add a direct physical impact." After a brief thought, he added, "Since you already have this foundation, perhaps I can give you some extra guidance to help strengthen the effect of your spiritual interference." Ron immediately expressed his gratitude. "That would be an immense honor, Master." "Good," Sauron nodded. "Stay after the next class and I will give you some special exercises. Now go to your next lesson." As Ron left the classroom, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Though Sauron's status and power kept him instinctively alert, today's interaction went unexpectedly smoothly. He seems to be very interested in me. Ron pondered, but I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. In the afternoon, there was the weekly alchemy test, and Master Thompson gave high praise for Ron's performance. Since he showcased his superb energy conservation ability last time, Ron has gained a certain reputation in the class. Apprentice Ron's alchemy perception is extraordinary, Thompson announced in front of the class. His latest work, an improved version of the energy conversion array, is nearly 20% more efficient than the standard version. This kind of innovative thinking is what we encourage. After the weekly test, Thompson kept Ron behind. Starting next week, you can directly participate in the advanced alchemy courses. He said satisfactorily, "You have mastered the basic knowledge well enough. There is no need to waste time in the beginner courses." "Thank you for the recognition, Elder." Ron replied sincerely, "I will continue to work hard." The same situation happened in the elemental affinity class. After observing Ron's excellent control over the light and fire elements, Layla also approved his early entry into the advanced class. "I must say your talent in elemental affinity is quite outstanding," Layla evaluated, "especially your perception and guidance of the light element, which has reached the level of an advanced apprentice." Thus, within just 2 weeks, Ron had gained qualifications for 3 advanced courses simultaneously, an extremely rare achievement within the school. Everything is going according to plan. One night, Ron muttered to himself in the private laboratory of the workshop, "As long as I maintain this momentum, the road ahead will become increasingly broad." He took out the ranking table of the candidate wizard sequence, noting his position had risen from the initial 30th to 24th, and now further up to 19th. The speed of improvement far exceeded expectations and confirmed that his efforts were being recognized. Another half a month passed. Ron busily shuttled between the workshop and classroom every day, living a hectic yet fulfilling life. In the workshop, his bloodline modulation experiments made significant progress. The autophagic slime monster exhibited various peculiar changes under his hands, from early simple color transformations to now being able to briefly maintain complex shapeshifts. Bloodline modulation experience points +1. Current progress, bloodline modulation, beginner 42/50. The study of extraordinary biology was also not neglected. Through extensive reading and practice, he had acquired quite in-depth knowledge. Extraordinary biology experience points +1. Current progress, extraordinary biology, beginner 48/50. The growth of little sea siren Dale was even more astonishing. With Aelan's meticulous care, she had grown to 70 or 80 centimeters, nearly the size of a 3-year-old human child. Meanwhile, her language ability had made a leap forward. "Master, look at me." Dale joyfully turned somersaults in the crystal vat, her voice clear and melodious. "I've learned to swim upside down." Aelan watched with satisfaction, having formed an almost mother-daughter-like bond with Dale. The dryad's vines often gently stroked the little sea siren's hair, as a sign of encouragement and praise. "Dale progresses so fast," Aelan's leaves wrote. "She has already started attempting to control water flow, though still very weak, but has demonstrated the unique talent of a sea siren." Ron nodded in agreement. "Yes, her potential far exceeds my expectations. In another 2 months, I think she can start accepting memory editing." Meanwhile, Ron also began to stand out in the school's courses. Sauron's advanced spiritual control course was far deeper and more challenging than the basic courses, but this only stimulated Ron's potential. His learning speed was astonishing, especially in enhancing spiritual interference. His progress was rapid. During the special guidance time after class, Sauron personally explained the basic theory of spiritual shock to Ron. The core of spiritual shock lies in energy compression and explosion. Sauron patiently explained. Ordinary spiritual interference only slightly disrupts the opponent's thoughts, while spiritual shock instantly releases highly compressed spiritual power, forming a compound attack that affects both spirit and causes severe impact. He demonstrated a simplified version, with an invisible energy wave spreading from his fingertips, shattering a crystal glass 5 meters away. It seems simple, but it actually requires extremely high precision in spiritual power control. The tighter the energy is compressed, the greater the explosion's power, but it also puts a heavier burden on the caster's spirit. Ron studied intently, trying to imitate Sauron's method. At first, he could only generate faint energy fluctuations, barely able to blow a piece of paper. But with deepened practice, his control became increasingly precise, and the intensity of the energy waves steadily increased. Spiritual interference, proficient, experience points +1. An astonishing speed of progress. Sauron praised, "Your talent in spiritual power control is quite rare." He drew closer to Ron, lowering his voice. "I've noticed that your recent accumulation of spiritual contamination is very light, almost negligible. Does this relate to your medicinal body resonance talent?" Ron feigned a thoughtful look. "It might be, Master. I have indeed found that after taking certain magic potions, my spiritual state becomes particularly clear and stable. This might be a manifestation of medicinal body resonance." Sauron's gaze revealed an elusive expression. "This is a rare second-tier talent, with very few records. Perhaps it indeed has the effect of effectively resisting spiritual contamination." He paused for a moment, then added, "However, even with this talent, don't rely on it too much. The accumulation of spiritual contamination is a complex process. Sometimes seemingly insignificant changes can eventually lead to serious consequences." Ron respectfully nodded, "I will heed the Master's warning." As he left the classroom, Ron recalled Sauron's words, feeling somewhat puzzled in his heart. The afternoon of the Black Mist jungle. The clouds were heavy, and sunlight could barely penetrate those dense branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Ron walked along the stone path towards the tower, in the central area of the school. Today was his first day, attending the advanced elemental magic course. Compared to spiritual control and alchemy, elemental magic had always been a weaker area for him, even though he had a decent natural affinity for light and fire elements. "I hope this course can make up for my shortcomings." Ron pondered silently. Since the activation of his bloodline, his sensitivity to elements had indeed improved. But compared to those apprentices specialized in elemental manipulation in the school, his foundation still seemed somewhat thin. Passing through a gray-white archway, Ron arrived at the elemental magic classroom on the 7th floor of the tower. The setup here was entirely different from the basic course's classroom. The walls were inlaid with various colorful crystal stones, and the ceiling depicted complex elemental cycle diagrams. In the center of the room was a massive crystal ball, within which various elemental energies flowed, like a miniature elemental vortex. Several students were already present, and Ron noticed they all wore middle apprentices' sapphire badges, and most appeared much older than him. He recognized a few faces. It was those renowned for elemental manipulation within the school, and some were even advanced apprentices. Ron chose a seat towards the back, silently observing the surroundings. He had long adopted the habit of not showing off in the school, at least when encountering a new environment for the first time. As the students whispered to each other, the classroom door opened again, and an elderly woman in a robe with purple edges stepped in slowly. Her long silver hair was neatly coiled at the back, and the wrinkles on her face appeared deliberately sculpted, yet her eyes were exceptionally bright, gleaming with a rare purple light. "Wizard Uni," one student whispered in surprise, and the classroom immediately fell silent. Ron instinctively sat up straight. Uni's name was not unfamiliar to him. She was one of the official wizards specializing in elemental magic within the school, renowned for her unique research on element combination and transformation. It was said she had even participated in the design of the gigantic elemental pool in the central hall of the school. "Welcome, everyone, to Advanced Elemental Magic." Uni's voice was unexpectedly crisp and pleasant, entirely unlike that of an elderly person. "I am Uni Seraphin, succeeding my student Layla, and I will be your guide for the next 3 months." She walked slowly to the center of the classroom in front of the crystal ball, raised her hand slightly, and the elemental energy within the ball immediately formed into more complex vortex structures. "You have all mastered basic elemental perception and control, and now it's time to delve into deeper learning." Uni's gaze swept across every corner of the classroom. The core of advanced elemental magic lies in understanding the essence of elements and their relationships rather than simply manipulating one or more elements. Ron took notes earnestly, paying extra attention to each word Uni said. Like Sauron's introverted and profound teaching style, Uni's explanation was more vivid and intuitive, using many specific examples and immediate demonstrations to clarify complex theories. Uni emphasized, forming a complex symbol with her hands above the crystal ball, causing the elements inside the ball to disassemble and reassemble. Elements are not fixed entities but different manifestations of energy. Under specific conditions, one element can transform into another, which is the core of the element transformation law, with a gentle wave of her hand. A cluster of water element within the crystal ball gradually turned hot and eventually transformed into fire element. This transformation seemed simple. But Ron knew it required extremely high precision in energy control. Today's first exercise, Uni announced, try to perceive the elemental fluctuations in the classroom and draw them on this special paper. This not only tests your perception ability, but also the precision of your spiritual control. Elemental servants distributed a special sheet of paper emitting a faint silver glow. Ron took the paper and sensed a subtle energy fluctuation. Evidently, this was not ordinary paper, but a special medium capable of recording impressions of spiritual power. Ron closed his eyes and began to concentrate his spiritual power. As his awareness extended, he could feel the flow of various elemental energies in the classroom. Fire elements danced like flames. Water elements were smooth and gentle like flowing water. Earth elements were solid and stable. Wind elements were light and elusive. What surprised him even more was that he could sense some rarer elements, such as light, shadow, and thunder, which moved rhythmically with specific rhythms in space. Elemental perception experience points +1. Slowly opening his eyes, Ron began to illustrate the elemental distribution he perceived on the paper. His hand glided gently across the paper, his spiritual power flowing into it, forming a complex elements mapping chart. An hour later, Uni started to collect the students' works when she reached Ron. Her eyebrows slightly raised, clearly surprised by his work. Ron Ralph. She murmured his name softly, her gaze alternating between the paper and his face. Your range of elemental perception is quite broad, able to capture even those relatively rare elements, especially your depiction of light elements. The precision is quite high. Thank you for your evaluation. Master Uni, I do have some natural affinity for light and fire elements. It's not just a question of affinity. Uni remarked thoughtfully, your precision in spiritual control is also exceptional, which is crucial for elemental manipulation. Keep it up. Young man, the latter part of the course involved practical exercises. Uni guided the students to try simple element transformations, turning water elements into steam or compressing wind elements into a visible form. Ron focused on his practice, surprised to find the theory of element transformation remarkably similar to the principle of energy conversion he learned in alchemy. This interdisciplinary connection deepened his understanding of the elements. Elemental perception experience points +1. After the class ended, students quickly packed their belongings and bowed to Uni to bid farewell. Ron noticed that Uni didn't leave immediately. Instead, she stayed in the classroom, seemingly organizing some materials, recalling the tremendous help from Sauron's special guidance. Ron decided to try once again. He organized his notes and waited until only he and Uni remained in the classroom before slowly approaching her. Master Uni. Ron politely began, I have some questions about element transformation. May I seek your advice? Uni lifted her head, her purple eyes gleaming with approval. Of course. Apprentice Ron, in fact, I've been looking forward to your questions. Ron was a bit surprised. You were expecting my questions. Sauron and I are old friends. Uni smiled slightly. He mentioned you to me, saying you're a student with a strong thirst for knowledge. Moreover, Lady Allen has also recommended you to me. Hearing Lady Allen's name, Ron's heart stirred. You know Lady Allen? Of course. We were contemporaries at the Crystal Tower. Most of the old folks in the school know each other. Ha. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Uni's eyes. Allen has a special talent for magic potion making, just like my obsession with elemental magic. Although she chose to reside in the herb store, her academic prowess is no less than Magnus's, if not higher. Uni gestured for Ron to sit opposite her. So what would you like to ask? Ron organized his thoughts and raised the doubts he had during the class. I noticed that in the process of element transformation, controlling energy loss is a key issue. When water turns into steam, some energy always dissipates as heat. Is there a way to retain energy to the maximum extent? Yuni's eyes lit up. You're very smart. This is indeed one of the core challenges in element transformation. She took a small crystal from inside her robe and placed it on the table. Look at this. It's a special alchemy item, an energy anchoring crystal, capable of capturing and recovering part of the lost energy during element transformation. The crystal shimmered with an exotic light under the lamp. Ron could sense the intricate energy structure within it. Most apprentices focus only on the transformation itself and neglect the importance of energy conservation. Yuni explained, her fingers lightly drawing a trace of energy above the crystal, truly mastering element transformation. A wizard can retain about 95% of the energy during the transformation, while beginners typically retain around 50%. She pushed the crystal towards Ron. Take it. Since you're Alan's student, consider this a meet and greet gift from a master. The energy anchoring crystal will help you perceive and capture the energy flow during the transformation. Aiding in improving transformation efficiency, Ron looked at the precious gift in surprise. This is too valuable, Master Yuni, to me. It's just a useless old item. Knowledge and tools should flow to where they can be most valuable. Yuni waved her hand, indicating him to accept it. I can see you have an extraordinary talent and are diligent. This crystal will be much more useful in your hands than in my drawer. Thank you. Master Yuni, Ron said sincerely, carefully putting the crystal into his pocket. In the next half an hour, Yuni explained to Ron the advanced theories of element transformation and the interrelations between elements in detail. This knowledge exceeded the depth and breadth of classroom content. Ron eagerly absorbed every detail. The elemental world is far more complex than most people imagine. Yuni said, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. There is a relationship among basic elements that I call resonance. Once you understand this resonance, you can guide elements to transform and combine according to your will with minimal effort. She described a complex meditation method, said to help casters feel this resonance more intuitively. Ron took note of every detail, already planning in his mind how to integrate this knowledge with his own cultivation. By the way, about your relationship with Lady Allen upon parting. Yuni gazed at Ron with words of implicit significance. That fellow is actually quite stingy. Even among us old friends, it's hard to get anything from her. She seldom shows such generosity to others. Yet you, Ron responded humbly. Lady Allen has given me much guidance. I am very grateful for her help. Good. Keep up this humble attitude, Yuni smiled and said. After next week's class, if you have more questions, you can continue to stay and consult with me. Leaving the tower, Ron felt exceptionally at ease back at the workshop. Ron immediately immersed himself in the elemental meditation practice taught by Yuni. He sat cross-legged in the center of the training room on the workshop's second floor, carefully placing the energy anchoring crystal gifted by Yuni in front of him. The skill of extraordinary recognition allowed him to see that there were no traps left within it, indeed merely a gift from an elder. In the faint light, the crystal emitted a gentle glow, like a miniature star. First, concentrate, feel the elemental fluctuations around, following Yuni's instructions. Ron slowly closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing to a calm rhythm with the extension of his spiritual power. His perception gradually penetrated the surface of matter, touching deeper energy structures. The various elemental energies in the workshop gradually appeared in his perception. The herbs on the rack emitted faint life element fluctuations. The residual warmth in the furnace contained traces of fire element, and the water element flowed quietly in the bucket in the corner. Most striking was the special energy fluctuation emitted by the crystal in front of him. It was like a miniature elemental vortex, gently attracting and releasing the surrounding elemental energy, forming a peculiar rhythm. Ron attempted to integrate his spiritual power into the rhythm, trying to understand the resonance relationship between elements. At first, it felt like trying to discern a specific sound in a noisy market. The fluctuations of various elemental energies were mixed together, making it difficult to distinguish them. But as time went on, Ron gradually began to recognize subtle patterns and rhythms. The water element and fire element were not as completely opposed as he previously thought. There was a subtle balance between them. The wind element acted as an intermediary, capable of connecting and harmonizing the other elements. The earth element seemed dull, but contained the most stable and enduring energy. So that's how it is, Ron silently recited in his mind, as a whole new understanding formed in his consciousness. Elements are not isolated, they are an interconnected whole system. As his understanding deepened, he felt his control over the elements becoming more natural. Processes that once required precise calculations and deliberate guidance could now almost be completed by intuition. Elemental perception experience points +1. After several hours of meditation, Ron felt a slight dizziness, his spiritual power having reached its current limit. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that the energy anchoring crystal had changed from its original light blue to a deep purple blue, evidently having absorbed a large amount of energy. "The effect is even better than I imagined," Ron murmured, his fingers lightly touching the crystal, sensing the energy contained within. In the days that followed, Ron dedicated most of his spare time to elemental meditation and practice. The courtyard of the workshop often witnessed various strange elemental phenomena, a small vortex of flame, floating water spheres, even brief showers of light. Ron's control power over elements steadily improved, especially his command of the light element and fire element. The techniques Uni taught him allowed greater elemental effects with lower energy consumption. Elemental perception experience points +1. After each class, Ron would stay behind to seek Uni's guidance. The old witch highly praised his diligence and progress, and became more generous in sharing her knowledge and experience. "Your speed of improvement is astonishing, Ron." After the third class, Uni commented, purple eyes sparkling with appreciation. "Especially your understanding of elemental resonance, which has already approached the level of an advanced apprentice." Back at the workshop, Ron immediately immersed himself in further study. Following her earlier guidance, Ron set up a special meditation environment. Crystals representing different elements were placed around him, with the energy anchoring crystal at the center, and several specialized lamps providing a stable energy field. When meditation began, Ron attempted to synchronize his spiritual power with the wave frequencies of specific elements, as described in his notes. This process was very delicate, requiring extremely high spiritual control, where the smallest error would set him back to the beginning. After several attempts, Ron finally found that special feeling of resonance. Like two tuning forks sensing each other, his spiritual power began to perfectly match the wave frequency of the light element. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of elemental power flowing into his body, like a bright river nourishing every inch of his spiritual space. Elemental perception experience points +1. Breakthrough elemental perception, beginner 50/50, right arrow elemental perception, skilled 1/100. Gained additional trait, resonance. Increased efficiency in controlling the affinity element, with a significant power boost to the corresponding elemental magic. When Ron awoke from meditation, he felt as if enveloped in a layer of soft radiance. He could sense a much closer connection between himself and the elements, especially the light element and fire element, which felt almost like an extension of his own body. Ron whispered softly, gazing at the miniature light flame gathered in his palm. This flame was more stable and brighter than any elemental structure he had previously created, while consuming only about half the magic power. Validating his theories, Ron began to try constructing the Ring of Brilliance spell. This spell earlier required preparation and precise energy control, consuming a significant amount of spiritual power. But now the spell model almost naturally formed within his spiritual space, flowing as if by instinct. To his pleasant surprise, under the resonance trait's influence, both the spell's power and efficiency had noticeably increased. The halo not only formed faster, but the light flame was much brighter, with its potency increased by at least 20 to 30%. Magic construction, skilled, and elemental perception, skilled, have generated a synergistic effect. Increased rate of experience point acquisition for elemental magic. Ring of Brilliance experience points +1. Current progress, Ring of Brilliance beginner 42/50. Skills can interact with each other. Ron's eyes lit up, realizing that once magic construction and elemental perception reached the skilled level, they produced an unexpected synergy effect. This synergy significantly accelerated the learning speed of elemental magic, nearly tripling his previous pace. At this rate, he could soon raise the Ring of Brilliance to the skilled level, a feat that usually required months or even years of rigorous cultivation. Truly a delightful surprise. Ron smiled, feeling extraordinarily cheerful. On the morning of the next day, Ron got up early, preparing to engage in his daily Star Eater's Ravings meditation. Ever since the time Guardian Pocket Watch advanced, the energy cost for resetting mild spiritual contamination had reverted to just a single point, giving him more leeway to attempt deep meditation. Ron took a bottle of pale blue potion from the workbench amber thought liquid, unlike the ones sold in the workshop. The ones he kept for himself were absolute masterpieces. By adding a small amount of star dust and moonlight water, the potion's effect became more focused on aiding spiritual meditation. He carefully took a drop and placed it on the tip of his tongue. The taste of the potion was surprisingly good, like a mix of fresh mint and sweet honey, but the effect was extraordinarily strong. Almost instantaneously, Ron felt his spirit elevate to a higher level. His thoughts became exceptionally clear, and his range of perception greatly expanded. Perfect state, Ron muttered to himself, then sat cross-legged and began the meditation of Star Eater's Ravings. The potion's assistance allowed him to enter a deep meditation state more quickly. As his consciousness submerged into that familiar starry sky, he found his perception of the star clusters clearer than ever before. Those living stars were no longer just blurry dots of light, but revealed more details. He could see the textures on their surfaces, feel the subtle connections between them, and even discern the unique personalities of certain stars. Everything has just begun. Ron silently chanted the meditation technique spell in his heart, extending his spiritual power in the starry sky, reaching for more knowledge and power. Star Eater's Ravings, experience points +1. Current progress, Star Eater's Ravings, proficient 180/300. After 2 hours of meditation, Ron's spiritual power had a slight improvement. This accumulation, though slow, was indeed steady and lasting. Spirit 3.7, right arrow 3.8, plus 0.1. Finally reached 3.8. Ron opened his eyes, feeling the abundant spiritual power within him. This value meant that his spiritual power was near the standard of an advanced apprentice, just one step away from reaching the 4.0 standard line. Of course, considering the non-linear nature of spiritual power growth, this last portion might be more challenging than all previous accumulations. At the current pace, when Star Eater's Ravings reaches proficiency 200/300, my spiritual power should progress further, officially becoming an advanced apprentice, and by then, the day for the bloodline altar should not be far away. As this thought crossed his mind, a prompt quickly appeared on the panel. Warning, mild spiritual contamination detected. Although the potion's assistance greatly enhanced meditation efficiency, it seemed to also accelerate the accumulation of spiritual contamination. Ron had to activate the reset function of the Time Guardian Pocket Watch again to clear these potential threats. Negative state reset successfully, mild spiritual contamination, energy 1. Compared to the previously increasing consumption, the now stabilized recovery made Ron breathe a sigh of relief. This meant he could engage in deep meditation more frequently, without worrying too much about the pocket watch's energy consumption. In the following week, Ron's life was full and busy. The morning was dedicated to the cultivation of Star Eater's Ravings, followed by elemental meditation and magic practice. When he had classes, he attended various advanced courses at the school in the morning, and without classes, he practiced on his own. In the afternoon, he studied potions and alchemy in the workshop. In the evening, he would take some time to check on the Sea Siren Dale and handle the daily affairs of the workshop. In Sauron's spiritual control class, Ron's performance was as outstanding as ever. Especially in constructing multiple magic models, he was almost always the first student to complete the exercises. Sauron praised as he looked at the 3 stable coexisting magic models in Ron's crystal ball. Your spiritual control has reached a very high level, keep it up. After class, Sauron, as usual, kept Ron for special mentoring. This time, the content was the compression technique of spiritual shock, how to load the maximum energy in the smallest volume, without affecting the stability of the energy. The power of spiritual shock is proportional to the compression rate, but so is the risk. Sauron explained, his fingers sketching a complex energy structure in the air. Overcompression can lead to energy loss of control, not only causing spell failure, but also possibly leading to rebound on the caster. Ron carefully studied every detail, trying to simulate the compression process in his spiritual space. You seem to easily grasp the essentials. Sauron observed Ron's attempts, a flash of exploration in his eyes. Is it because of the Star Eater's ravings? Ron's heart skipped a beat, not expecting Sauron to know the name. You know this meditation technique? Yes, Alan mentioned it. Sauron continued, his gaze mixed with admiration and concern. The Star Eater's ravings is one of the few meditation techniques that can directly enhance the essence of spiritual power, but its dangers are equally daunting. Many wizards who attempt to cultivate it end up eroded by the accumulated spiritual contamination. Ron maintained a cautious attitude. Lady Allen did warn me of the risks, and I've been careful to control the cultivation progress. Sauron nodded. Your spiritual state is very stable, showing almost no signs of contamination. This either means you have extraordinary talent or you have found some effective purification method. He gave Ron a meaningful look. Either situation demonstrates that you are a young man worth paying attention to. Ron felt a bit uneasy, but it was soon dispelled by Sauron's next words. Don't worry, I have no other intentions. As the overseer of the candidate wizard sequence, my duty is to observe and guide those potential seeds, not to hinder their growth. In the subsequent mentoring, Sauron appeared more generous than usual, sharing some advanced techniques on spiritual stability and contamination resistance. This knowledge is usually only accessible to advanced apprentices, clearly a recognition of Ron's special talents. Spiritual interference, proficient, experience points +1. When Ron left the classroom, he didn't notice that his special treatment had already attracted the attention of other apprentices. Again, with the special mentoring, how many times has it been now? In class, Ron's enhanced extraordinary senses inadvertently picked up on the whispered conversation of two apprentices behind him. I heard Lord Griffith pays him special attention, giving him at least half an hour of individual mentoring every time after class. What's so strange about that? Isn't it said that he has the rare medicinal body resonance special talent of the second tier? But still, he's just a newcomer to the status of middle apprentice. What gives him the right to such preferential treatment? Ron stopped listening and focused on the crystal ball in front of him. But these discussions, indeed, alerted him the special treatment he received seemed to have become an open secret. After the class, Sauron, as usual, kept Ron for special mentoring. However, this time, when the other apprentices left, two people hesitated for a moment and then boldly stayed behind. Lord Griffith, a middle-aged apprentice who appeared to be at least 30, gathered the courage to speak. I also have some questions about the theory of spiritual shock. Could you possibly offer some guidance? A hint of almost unnoticeable displeasure flashed across Sauron's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Of course, Apprentice Morris, what is your question? The other apprentice also took the chance to step forward, clearly a planned action. Sauron did not reject their request and patiently answered the questions they posed. However, Ron keenly noticed that Sauron's attitude towards them was noticeably less invested and enthusiastic than it was towards him. The mentoring continued for about a quarter of an hour before Sauron frowned slightly, seemingly uncomfortable with the apprentice's lack of comprehension. Your questions will end here for today, he said lightly. Before the next class, I suggest you review the fundamentals of spiritual power fluctuations to better understand advanced concepts. The two apprentices, somewhat disappointed, did not dare to say more and could only bow respectfully and depart. When only Ron was left, Sauron's demeanor visibly relaxed. Now, let's continue with last time's compression technique for the shock. Ron noticed a special focus in Sauron's gaze as he looked at him, as if evaluating a precious item. After the special mentoring, Ron rose to leave. Thank you very much for your guidance, Lord Griffith. The techniques you taught were of great help to me. Sauron nodded slightly. Your enthusiasm for learning and talent are both very impressive, Ron. I look forward to seeing your future achievements. As he left the classroom, Ron hadn't walked far before encountering the two apprentices who had stayed behind for mentoring earlier. They leaned against the corridor pillar, seemingly waiting deliberately. Morris stopped him with a tone full of complex emotions. "It seems you are quite popular with Lord Sauron." Ron maintained a polite smile. "Master Griffith is a very good mentor, very generous to all students." Another trainee sneered. "Don't give us that. We can all see that his attitude towards you is noticeably different. He dismissed us in just a quarter of an hour, yet he is willing to spend half an hour or even longer guiding you alone." Ron did not respond directly, only feeling a bit sorry for these people and their incompetence and rage. Everyone's learning progress and needs are different. Naturally, Master Griffith will adjust his guidance according to the situation, teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. Morris scoffed. "Are you saying we're not qualified to receive more guidance?" If even you think so yourself, then it seems there's nothing more I need to say." Ron smiled faintly and spoke calmly. "If there's nothing else, I must leave now." Having said that, he nodded politely and walked past the two, visibly showing they wanted to erupt yet were desperately holding it in. "Don't think you're something just because you have some special talent." Behind came Morris's voice full of resentment. "There have been plenty of gifted wizards in history who died young. Where you end up ultimately depends on real skills." Ron did not look back, only continuing on his own path. Such jealousy and hostility were not uncommon at the Black Mist School, especially when someone showed extraordinary talent and progress speed. In the following days, similar incidents kept occurring. After every class with Sauron, there were always one or two trainees trying to stay behind for special guidance. Sauron did not refuse them, but his attitude was noticeably different. Towards Ron, he would explain every concept in detail, even demonstrating some advanced techniques. But for the others, his guidance was more basic and concise, as if he was just going through the motions. "There's nothing strange about this," one day Sauron explained to Ron. "The essence of the favor rule dictates that mentors will naturally lean towards students who can provide more in return." There was a rare frankness in his tone. "You should already understand the concept of favor, so I won't hide it. The favor gained from you is clearly much richer than from other trainees, which shows your growth and breakthroughs are more valuable." Ron was not surprised by this. According to Lady Allen's explanation, favor is the feedback given to a mentor based on a student's growth and breakthroughs. And students with higher talent and quicker progress naturally provide a richer favor. Don't be troubled by others' reactions. In the extraordinary world, resources are always scarce, and competition is inevitable. Those who can obtain more resources are often those who can create greater value. Ron nodded in understanding. Now counting as a beneficiary of this favor rule, and those trainees who are somewhat lacking in skills and talent are doomed to face more obstacles and setbacks in this harsh system. As long as you maintain this rate of progress. A light of expectancy flashed in Sauron's eyes. Your ranking in the candidate wizard sequence will soon rise another level. The morning sunlight filtered through the sparse canopy of the Black Mist jungle as Ron walked along the familiar path. The surroundings reminded him of the scene when he first came here, back then. He was just a candidate apprentice, barely meeting the minimum standard for spiritual talent now. He was the 19th ranked intermediate apprentice in the candidate wizard sequence, as well as a young professional alchemist. Time flies. "It's been about 2 months since I got my alchemist certification," Ron mused to himself, his eyes falling on a wild herb with small flowers by the roadside during this period. He had been busy with various advanced courses and cultivating himself, hardly finding time to visit Lady Allen as his first guide on the path of the extraordinary. Lady Allen's help was immeasurable. I wonder how she is doing now. Ron pondered, while also thinking of another matter, since acquiring the extraordinary recognition fusion skill. He found himself able to perceive the essence of items and even discern the talents and aptitudes of people to some extent. This sparked an idea in him. Maybe he could visit the candidate apprentice area to see if he could discover some overlooked talented seedlings. These thoughts whirled in his mind. He decided to first visit the candidate apprentice dormitory area, then go to Lady Allen. The candidate apprentice dormitory area looked almost unchanged from his memory. Still the same low and simple huts, with the air filled with the damp, musty smell and the pungent scent of failed experiments, walking along the familiar cobblestone path. Ron noticed several candidate apprentices practicing basic magic in the courtyard. They appeared exhausted, their robes stained with traces of various potions and mud, evidently just returning from some experiment or task, when these apprentices noticed Ron approaching. Their expressions immediately changed. The professional alchemist badge and the intermediate apprentice badge on his chest shimmered in the sunlight, showcasing his extraordinary status in the supernatural world. It's Ron the alchemist, sir," a tall and skinny candidate apprentice exclaimed, then nervously lowered his head, fearing that his gaze might offend this great figure. The other candidate apprentices quickly stopped what they were doing upon hearing this and stepped to the roadside, bowing respectfully. Their gazes dared not meet Ron's, as if he was some fearsome presence. "Continue with your tasks, don't mind me," Ron said calmly, understanding their reactions, as he himself once had to show such respect to those lofty apprentice lords. In an environment with such a vast gap in status, the reverence from the lower ranks to the upper becomes almost instinctual. Moreover, his current position was significantly higher than that of the ordinary intermediate apprentice, second only to the official wizards within the school. The candidate apprentices expressed their thanks continuously, but still kept their heads down until Ron walked away, then dared to raise their heads, their eyes filled with envy and yearning. Ron deliberately slowed his pace, while quietly employing his extraordinary recognition ability, attempting to sense these candidate apprentices' talents and potentials. But the results were disappointing. Most of these apprentices' spiritual talents were at the lower segment of the 5th class star or 6th class star, similar to what he had been, if not worse. Their talents were mediocre, their potential limited, and even with diligence, they were likely to barely become elementary apprentices, getting stuck at that level for life. Continuing along his walk, Ron heard the excited voices of some young people behind him. "That's Ron Ralph, the genius who supposedly became an intermediate apprentice from an ordinary person in just 6 months." A familiar voice said excitedly. Ron recognized it as the voice of the tall and skinny candidate apprentice from earlier. It seemed he had heard of Ron's achievements from somewhere. "Really, just 6 months?" Another voice was filled with disbelief. "How is that possible? It typically takes at least 3 to 5 years, doesn't it? Even that 3rd-class star genius Trish reportedly took over 6 months. Could his talents be even above 3rd-class star?" "It's absolutely true. He is also a professional alchemist, and I've heard he's recently jumped directly into the top 20 in the candidate wizard rank." The tall and skinny voice grew more excited, and when he first came here, it said his spiritual talent was only at the upper 6th-class star, much like ours. The other voice was full of shock, and then turned to excitement. "Doesn't that mean we also have hope?" "Exactly. As long as we find the right method and put in enough effort, we might achieve what he has." "Yes, we can't give up. We can also do this." Listening to the excited discussions behind him, Ron shook his head with a hint of helplessness. He knew these candidate apprentices didn't understand the true reasons behind his success. The golden finger of infinite profession slots, the special talent of a dual soul, and the Time Guardian pocket watch, an artifact that allowed him to work tirelessly. Without these, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't have achieved what he did in such a short time. These candidate apprentices saw him as a model of rising against the odds, motivating themselves not to give up, which was inherently good. But thinking about how they would likely hit the harsh realities repeatedly, and eventually be compelled to accept a mundane fate. One can only say that everyone has their own destiny. I made a round and haven't seen any. It seems that discovering a forgotten genius isn't as easy. Ron wasn't too disappointed. He was originally just having a go with a carefree mindset, and, seeing no harvest, he left the candidate apprentice area and headed towards Lady Allen's herb store. As he passed through the stone archway of the apprentice market and the bustling merchants of various alien races, arriving at that familiar herb store, a warmth welled up in his heart. It was here that his path to the extraordinary truly began. From a candidate apprentice with mediocre talents, he grew into the intermediate apprentice and professional alchemist he is today. He pushed open the door, familiar herbal fragrances greeted him, with various bottles and jars neatly arranged on the shelves. Behind the narrow counter, Lady Allen was looking down at a ledger. However, unlike before, the store now had two young female apprentices, seemingly 15 or 16 years old, busy organizing various herbs. One of them was slender, with an ordinary face, brown short hair neatly tied back, with a focused and serious look between her eyebrows. She carefully separated leaves and stems of a herb in her hand, her actions precise and orderly. The other was tall, with long purple-black hair flowing smoothly to her waist, like the deep starry sky. Her face seemed to have some makeup, but it couldn't hide her exquisite features. She was wiping a row of glass bottles, her movements swift and skillful, occasionally consulting a notebook. "Long time no see, madam," Ron greeted softly. Lady Allen looked up, her deep green eyes lit up immediately, her face relaxing into a few more wrinkles. "Oh, Ron, you finally remembered this old lady." Her voice carried reproach but couldn't hide the joy. "I thought you'd forgotten about me after entering the candidate wizard ranks." Ron shook his head with a smile. "How could I? Recently, the courses and training have been overwhelming. I couldn't find the time. How's your health?" "Thanks to you, I'm still stable in all aspects." Lady Allen let out a small huff, putting down her ledger. "Just the other day, that old fellow Uni mentioned you, saying you've been doing well in the element courses." "Uni Master indeed has given me much guidance," Ron said sincerely. Then his gaze turned to the two candidate apprentices who had stopped their work, looking at him curiously. "This is Fina and Lilia, my new assistants." Lady Allen followed his gaze and introduced. "This is Ron Ralph, once my student, now an intermediate apprentice in the candidate wizard ranks and also a professional alchemist." The instant these introductions were made, the two young women widened their eyes in shock, seemingly surprised that such brilliance would visit here. "Greetings, Mr. Ralph." The ordinary-looking one, Fina, bowed respectfully, her voice gentle and humble. "Lady Allen often speaks of you, saying you were her most outstanding student." "Greetings, Mr. Ralph." The exquisite Lilia also bowed, her voice more melodious, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and some ambition. "It's an honor to meet you. Lady Allen says you're one of the most gifted alchemists she's ever met." Ron casually responded with a few words, while quietly using his extraordinary recognition ability to observe the talents and gifts of the two young women. Fina's spiritual talent was at the upper range of the 5th-class star, slightly above ordinary candidate apprentices, but not extraordinary. She had good comprehension in magic potion making, precise technique, and a rigorous thought process. Perhaps with a decade of honing, she might become a professional alchemist, but that would be her limit. Regrettably, Ron sensed no special talent in her. However, when his gaze turned to Lilia, a peculiar energy fluctuation caught his attention. Lilia's spiritual talent was only mid-range 5th-class star, slightly lower than Fina, but within her lay a distinct energy flow pattern. Spiritual talent, mid-range 5th-class star. Special talent, diligence can make up for incompetence, 2nd tier. Learning ability grows with time when focusing on a skill, reaching an extremely high upper limit. Ron's heart stirred slightly. By mere chance, he had encountered a 2nd-tier special talent here again. Although the initial effects are not obvious, given enough time, this talent can allow someone with mediocre aptitude to grow into a true strong figure. "You two continue with your work." Lady Allen waved her hand, indicating for the two assistants to return to their positions, then turned to Ron. "Come, let's go to the backyard and have a good chat." The backyard was still that tranquil little world, with a few simple wooden chairs placed under the shadow of an ancient oak tree. Various rare herbs were planted in the corner, and a faint floral fragrance permeated the air. "Seeing them, does it remind you of yourself back in the day?" Lady Allen asked with a smile, handing Ron a cup of hot tea. Ron took the teacup, sipping gently. The familiar taste made him feel very warm. "There are some similarities, but they seem to be working much harder in the store than I did back then." "Diligence is part of it." Lady Allen nodded, her gaze shifted to the two busy figures inside the store. "Fina is very smart, with a strong understanding of herbs and formulas, but she sometimes lacks the courage to break norms." She paused, then added, "Lilia, on the other hand, starts slowly, but she is very diligent and good at innovating, not afraid of failure. Most importantly, she possesses rare perseverance and patience." Ron understood in his heart. This matched his earlier observation. Lady Allen's eyes reflected a hint of complex emotions. In fact, in some ways she resembles you, doesn't she? You both have unexpected potential. To be honest, I didn't expect you to find two new assistants just months after I left. Not picking up on that thread, Ron replied half-jokingly, "Did I not perform well enough?" "Nonsense." Lady Allen gently tapped the back of his hand. "You've graduated, have your own workshop and clients. You can't always follow this old lady learning those basics, right?" She took a sip of tea, a hint of concern in her eyes. "Besides, I heard you've been doing quite well in the candidate wizard sequence recently." "Not bad," Ron humbly said, then briefly recounted his main experiences during this time, including entering various advanced courses, receiving special guidance from Sauron and Uni, and improving his ranking in the candidate wizard sequence. Lady Allen listened quietly, a trace of complexity in her expression. "Your growth rate is indeed astonishing. It seems my initial judgment was right. But..." Her tone suddenly became serious. "The faster you grow, the more you're exposed to the gaze of those in higher positions. Be especially cautious, especially towards those who suddenly show abnormal interest in you." Ron felt a chill in his heart, understanding what Lady Allen meant. "I will be careful." Ron nodded seriously, then shifted the topic elsewhere. The two chatted about many things, ranging from new formula development to rumors about the bloodline altar, internal power changes in the school, and the latest movements of the Crystal Tower in the distance. Ron found that although Lady Allen was secluded in this small herb store, her understanding of the outside world was far more extensive and deep than he had imagined. "It's getting late, I should be going back." Ron glanced at the sky, stood up to say goodbye. "Next time you have time, you can visit my workshop and see its development." I appreciate the thought, but these old bones can't stand the hassle." Lady Allen stood up with the help of her cane, seeming not to have any other feelings due to her student leaving. "By the way, Lilia learned about your identity and seems to be a bit interested in you. She might come to you in the upcoming days. If you lack a magic potion assistant, feel free to keep her." She slightly squinted her emerald green eyes, her words carrying a hidden meaning. "You should somewhat appreciate the beauty of receiving grace, right? How about letting this child be your first personal apprentice? Wouldn't it affect your work on this side?" Ron was a bit hesitant, but also tempted, unsure what to say when he noticed that Lady Allen had already waved her hand, giving a gentle order to leave. "All right, we've talked enough. If there's nothing else, hurry back." Elsewhere, Lilia stood at the herb store's window, watching Ron's departing figure, a trace of complex emotion in her eyes. She gently smoothed out non-existent creases on her apron, as if this could calm the ripples in her heart. From the earlier conversation between Ron and Lady Allen, she had already comprehended how high the status of this young alchemist is, far beyond her imagination. Intermediate apprentice, professional alchemist, member of the candidate wizard sequence. She silently counted in her heart. Each title seemed as distant and insurmountable as a chasm. "Lilia, come help me sort out this batch of moonlight grass." Fina's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Okay, coming right away." Lilia snapped back to reality, quickly walking toward the workbench. But her peripheral vision still involuntarily drifted towards the door, as if she could still see the figure that had already disappeared. "You're quite interested in that Ron apprentice?" Fina asked calmly, while meticulously sorting through the moonlight grass. Lilia was slightly taken aback, then forced a smile. "Just curious. After all, a genius like him is rare among the school, right?" "Indeed, it's rare." Fina nodded, a hint of admiration in her eyes. "To achieve such accomplishments in such a short time, one must surely possess extraordinary talent and effort." Lily didn't respond, just kept her head down and continued working, but her mind was already calculating something. The next evening, after Fina left, Lily stayed behind alone to organize the day's accounts and inventory. This was a job she had volunteered for, just to have some time alone. She sat behind the counter, opened a small, exquisite notebook, densely packed with various information she had gathered. The location of Ron's workshop, daily activity patterns, known achievements and capabilities, each entry written in extreme detail. A year ago, came to Black Mist Jungle from the kingdom. 6th class star spiritual power talent, became an intermediate apprentice in less than 6 months, the only private apprentice of Lady Allen. Lily murmured the contents of the notes, a certain resolute light flickering in her eyes. She closed the notebook and walked to the small well in the backyard, fetched a basin of water and began washing up. The water reflected her delicate and charming face. A high-nose bridge, clear eyes, lips as soft as petals, every feature seemingly crafted with perfection. Lily stared expressionlessly at her reflection in the water, her memories involuntarily flashing back to a distant past. Small territory located on the southwestern border, the ancient castle of Visor Baron. A chance encounter between a beautiful maid and the lord, leading to the birth and growth of a bastard daughter. "Wretched girl, do you know why you're still alive?" The Baroness's icy voice still echoed in her ears. "All thanks to that face of yours, identical to that of your wretched mother. If it weren't for your resemblance to her, you'd have been thrown into the moat with that woman to feed the fish." Due to this upbringing, Lily learned from a young age how to appease anyone who could potentially help her, honing her survival skills in the cracks. At 15, she overheard a conversation between her stepmother and older sister in the corner of the castle. Upon discovering that the Baron had agreed to give her as a gift to a lustful old noble from a neighboring country, she almost despaired and wanted to escape immediately. Thankfully, fate provided a way out. The annual seed selection of wizards granted her a chance to leave her family. Though the spiritual power test results were not outstanding, it at least allowed her the opportunity to become a candidate apprentice. However, the harsh reality soon made her realize that ordinary people without strong talent would also struggle here. Just as she was about to give up hope, she met Fina, a girl with a remarkable background and talent. Using her learned methods, Lily flattered Fina in numerous ways, becoming her best friend here. When Fina successfully gained Lady Allen's favor, Lily cleverly secured her own spot at the herb store. All this was to avoid the intermediate apprentice who had taken an interest in her, Og Keynes, a man who delighted in collecting beautiful female slaves. "I will never become his plaything." Lily looked at her reflection in the water, her gaze firm and cold. She knew that Keynes had collected 3 female slaves, none of whom met a fair fate. Either discarded after being tired of them or perished painfully in bizarre experiments. After finishing her wash, Lily returned to her dormitory and retrieved a flat wooden box from the bottom of her suitcase. Inside was a set of exquisite dresses and cosmetics, precious heirlooms left by her mother. She whispered the name, a genius in the candidate wizard sequence, Lady Allen's prize student, professional alchemist. Through observation and intelligence gathering, Lily had confirmed Ron to be her best ally at present. He was strong enough to protect her from Keynes's harassment. His character appeared gentle, and it was never heard that he deliberately made things difficult for others. Most importantly, it was said that he had so far had no intimate relations with any woman here, which was a significant advantage for Lily. She had already discovered the exact location of Ron's workshop, even having observed it secretly a few times. Tomorrow she would risk approaching him, asking to become his assistant or any role he needed. Far better than being treated as a plaything by Keynes. At least Ron appears to be a normal person. Lily murmured to herself with a bitter smile, yet her eyes flashed with determination. In this cruel, extraordinary world, clinging to the strong is the only survival strategy for the weak. At dawn the next day, Lily requested leave from Lady Allen, falsely claiming she had to care for a sick roommate. She returned to her residence, carefully washed and dressed. First, she bathed her entire body with special petal dew, letting her skin exude a faint fragrance. Then donned the treasured attire, a well-tailored light blue dress that maintained elegance while perfectly outlining a graceful figure. Finally, she applied a touch of light makeup, just enough to emphasize the contours of her eyes and lips. The girl in the mirror was breathtakingly beautiful, possessing innocence alongside a mature allure from her makeup. Lily practiced several expressions in front of the mirror, ensuring she appeared both humble and respectful. The final preparation. She retrieved a small bottle from the bottom of the cabinet containing a light pink liquid. Love Dew, a mild and harmless potion that slightly enhanced allure. She carefully applied a drop on her neck and wrists. The potion quickly absorbed into her skin, releasing an irresistibly subtle fragrance, rumored to evoke protective instincts and favorable feelings in the opposite sex. With everything ready, Lily took a deep breath and walked out of the room. Today would be the turning point of her destiny. Ron stood in the center of the workshop's training ground, carefully sensing the elemental energy flowing within him. The recent intensive training had made him much more adept at controlling the light and fire elements, almost to the point of free will. "Master, there is a visitor." Alan's voice interrupted his meditation. Ron frowned slightly. He hadn't arranged any visitors today. "Who is it?" "It's a girl in a blue dress, claiming to be Lady Alan's new assistant." Alan answered, with a barely noticeable trace of caution in her tone. Ron was somewhat surprised, then recalled the two new assistants he had seen at the herb store earlier. He straightened his robe and walked towards the front hall. "Invite her in, please." As he entered the front hall, a delicate fragrance greeted him. A girl in a light blue long dress stood by the window. The sunlight streaming through the window outlined her graceful silhouette. Hearing footsteps, the girl turned around, revealing a delicate and enchanting face. It was Lilia, but vastly different from her plain appearance at the herb store yesterday. Now she was radiantly beautiful, almost unreal. "Lord Ralph, I apologize for the interruption." Lilia bowed slightly, her voice soft and pleasant. "I am Lilia, Lady Alan's new assistant, and I was fortunate to meet you yesterday." Ron nodded, his expression calm. "I remember you. What brings you here today?" Lilia lowered her head slightly, displaying precisely the right amount of shyness and humility. I would like to request to assist in your workshop, to learn more about magic potion making." She carefully lifted her eyes, observing Ron's reaction. "Lady Alan often mentions your achievements, saying you're the most talented student she has taught. I believe your guidance would be greatly beneficial to me." Ron raised an eyebrow slightly, not responding immediately. He keenly sensed that there must be a reason behind this sudden request. In the Black Mist, jungle's unique environment, he had developed a habit of staying alert to sudden events. "Aren't you currently studying under Lady Alan?" Ron asked calmly, "Why do you want to come here?" Lilia seemed to have anticipated this question. She sighed lightly, a worry flashed in her eyes. "Lady Alan has limited resources, and both Fina and I can only do basic work. I heard you have your workshop and are conducting more advanced research." She hesitated for a moment and then added, "Additionally, I have some personal reasons for wanting to leave there temporarily." Ron watched her, discreetly using his extraordinary recognition ability. Various talents were the same as observed at the herb store yesterday. What caught his attention was the peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from the girl. It was clearly the effect of some charm-type magic potion. Though its potency was weak, the intent was obvious. This woman indeed has impure motives. Ron understood in his heart but did not expose it. Instead, he continued to ask, "Do you have any special skills? My workshop already has someone managing daily affairs, and I don't really need an ordinary assistant." Lilia's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, but she quickly composed herself. "I have some experience in processing magic potion materials and beginner formulas. Though limited, I learn quickly." She paused and added, "Additionally, I am proficient in housework and cooking. I studied etiquette and stewardship in a noble family before coming to the Black Mist jungle." Ron nodded thoughtfully. Lilia's special talent was indeed precious, and if properly cultivated, her potential was boundless. Especially since he currently needed an apprentice, as someone to receive favors. Previously, he had tried to teach Alan some mysticism and magic potion knowledge. The Dryad's comprehension wasn't bad, but gave him no feedback of favors. Perhaps such favor rules were limited to those within the wizard system. "I can temporarily let you help in the workshop," Ron finally decided, "but there are certain rules you must follow." Lilia's eyes sparkled with joy. She nodded quickly. "Of course, Lord Ralph, please instruct me." "Firstly, the experimental area in the workshop is off limits without permission. Secondly, everything you see and hear must not be disclosed externally. Lastly," Ron's tone became serious, "I want you to honestly tell me the real reason for coming here." Lilia's expression stiffened slightly, then she lowered her gaze. "Actually, I'm hiding from someone." Her voice turned low, carrying a hint of fear. "There is an intermediate apprentice, Og Keenes, and he has been eyeing me. Rumor has it he already has 3 female slaves, and their fates have been tragic. I don't want to be the next." Ron listened expressionlessly, showing no sympathy or anger. "So you chose me as a protector?" Lilia nodded lightly, tears in her eyes, this time not feigned. "I know it's presumptuous, but your strength and status are enough to deter him. I promise to work hard and not cause you any trouble. Ron was silent for a moment before finally speaking. I can provide you shelter, but only if you genuinely intend to study and work, not with other motives. Lilia sighed in relief, nodding quickly. Of course, I promise to give it my all. Alan? Ron turned to the dryad. Take Lilia to the small room in the backyard to settle down, then explain the basic rules of the workshop to her. Alan nodded, her vines swaying gently. As you command, master. The dryad's mood appeared not very high. Her response seemed a tad slower than usual. When the two left, Ron stood alone by the window, pondering this sudden variable. No matter, if anyone dares to spy on my research results, I'll just bury them in the yard as fertilizer. From what Lady Allen indicated yesterday, I should have full disposal rights. Ron shook his head, turned around, and went back to his laboratory to continue his research. At the same time, in a secret conference room of the central high tower of the school, Sauron Griffiths and Uni Seraphin were having a private conversation. So, you've noticed that little guy called Ron too. Uni played with a piece of crystal in her hand, her eyes flashing with amusement. Sauron nodded, reaching to rub his temple. His talent is indeed exceptional, and his rate of progress is astonishing. I've never seen anyone grasp so much knowledge and skills in such a short time. It's not just a matter of speed. What's most surprising is that he seems to excel in numerous fields beyond ordinary comprehension. Whether it's spiritual control, elemental affinity, or magic potion making, he performs like a seasoned expert. Moreover, from my observations, he has also successfully activated some kind of bloodline ability. Sauron squinted his eyes. This kind of all-rounded development is extremely rare. Most apprentices focus on one or two fields. Uni set down the crystal. Do you know who this reminds me of? Sauron nodded lightly. Corina's student Trish. Although her comprehensiveness is not as good as Ron's, her growth rate is also astonishing. The two exchanged a glance, with a knowing look in their eyes. Do you think he might also have other special talents? Sauron inquired. Uni pondered for a moment. Medicinal body resonance is indeed a rare talent, but it doesn't explain his astonishing progress in all fields, unless he is hiding an even more powerful talent or ability. Sauron continued the thought, or he used some unconventional method. The two lapsed into silence, each contemplating the implications of this possibility. Finally, Sauron broke the silence. In any case, his potential cannot be overlooked. We should adjust his ranking in the candidate wizard sequence. Uni nodded in agreement. He's currently ranking 19th. I suggest promoting him at least 2 places into the top 17. Why not directly into the top 15? Sauron proposed. At the candidate wizard sequence meeting in half a month, we can officially present this suggestion. Uni hesitated slightly. The top 15 is an important threshold. Are you sure he's reached that level? Sauron smiled. Don't forget, we've both gained quite a bit of favors from him. Wouldn't it be a waste not to cultivate such a talent early? Uni thought for a moment and finally nodded. All right, I'll support your proposal, but... A hint of caution flashed in her eyes. Corina seems to have shown interest in him as well, which might create some competition. Sauron's smile remained calm. Competition is common, but true talent will always be discovered. I believe the future of Ron Ralph will be more brilliant than we imagine. As night fell, the workshop was brightly lit. The familiar big-mouthed parrot flew in from the open window and delivered a letter into Ron's hand. He smiled faintly, unsurprised to see the rank promotion displayed in the booklet. Feeding the prepared honeyed treat to the messenger, he received a grateful chirp in return. Meanwhile, in a small room at the backyard, Lilia sat at the bedside, gently caressing her newly arranged humble abode. Though only marginally better than her room in the candidate apprentice dormitories, at least here it's safe and clean. Most importantly, she was away from Keen's threat. She changed out of the elaborately prepared fancy dress into the ordinary work clothes Alan provided for her. As she looked at her now plain self in the mirror, Lilia sighed lightly. Alan had already explained the rules to her, the most stringent of which was not to enter any experimental areas without permission, especially those rooms on the 2nd floor. It seems I still need some time to fully integrate here, Lilia muttered to herself, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. But it's okay, I have patience. She took a small bottle of potion from her bag, and gently shook it. This was a calming potion she made herself, helping her sleep soundly in unfamiliar environments. Tomorrow begins a whole new life. Lilia took a sip of the potion, lay down on the bed, and closed her eyes. Whatever the future holds, at least for now, she has found a temporary safe haven. And for someone like her, being safe for a day is already a great fortune. The first rays of morning sunshine poured through the window onto the floor of the simple bedroom. Lilia had already woken up, sitting by the window, combing her long hair. This was her third day at Ron's workshop, and each day she tried to reassess her value and identity. She had already reported her whereabouts to Lady Allen, but the elderly lady was not surprised by her choice. She merely reminded her to study well under Ron, while Fina seemed a bit reluctant. Yesterday, Alan assigned her the task of organizing the potion materials inventory, and the complicated names and properties of the materials gave her a headache. Today I must do better. Lilia spoke softly to the small mirror, her eyes showing a rare determination. Initially, when she came here, she held thoughts of seeking shelter and aligning herself with those in power, but the experiences of the past few days gradually changed her mind. Ron was neither cold nor overly familiar with her, always maintaining an appropriate distance, which greatly surprised her. In her past experiences, men almost always showed some degree of desire in the face of her beauty. But Ron seemed entirely indifferent to this, his eyes focused only on magic potion making and extraordinary knowledge. More importantly, she discovered Ron's strength was far more unfathomable than rumored. Yesterday evening, Lilia accidentally saw Ron practicing elemental manipulation in the backyard. With a gentle movement of his fingertips, the gold-red halo shone brilliantly like a miniature sun, its power awe-inspiring. Such elemental control ability, perhaps even some advanced apprentices receiving individual instruction, might be around this level. I must seize this opportunity and study diligently. Lilia took a deep breath, stood up and tidied her clothes, ready to start a new day. When she arrived in the main hall of the workshop, she found Ron already waiting there, with various magic potion materials and tools laid out on the long table. "Good morning, Master Ralph," Lilia greeted respectfully. "Good morning, Lilia." Ron nodded in response. "Today, I want to teach you some basic magic potion knowledge to test your learning ability." Lilia's eyes lit up. "Really, thank you very much." Ron smiled slightly. "No need to thank me excessively. Teaching a student with potential also benefits the mentor." Over the next few hours, Ron patiently explained the core concepts of basic magic potion making and some simple formulas. Unlike Lady Allen's stern and direct teaching style, Ron focused more on guiding thought, often helping Lilia understand complex concepts through questions and demonstrations. You see, although Moonflower and Silver Star Vine seem contradictory in properties on the surface, if mixed in a specific ratio and added with a suitable amount of stabilizer, they can create a unique synergistic effect. Ron explained while demonstrating the handling of materials. Lilia observed and learned with full concentration, occasionally asking questions. To her surprise, Ron never showed impatience at her basic questions. Instead, he encouraged her to ask more and think deeply. When learning magic potion making, the most important thing is not to memorize formulas, but to understand the relationships between materials and the principles of their reactions. As Ron prepared a simple healing potion, he explained, "Only by truly understanding these basics can you make appropriate judgments and adjustments in practice." Lilia nodded thoughtfully. This teaching method was completely different from her past experiences. In her noble family, when she learned etiquette and the art of housekeeping, her teachers only required rote memorization and imitation, never explaining the reasons behind them. "Give it a try. Prepare a stimulant potion using the method I just demonstrated." Ron pushed the materials in front of Lilia. "Don't worry about failure. Mistakes in the learning process are often the best teachers." Lilia took a deep breath and carefully began to follow the steps she remembered. Her movements were clumsy, yet unexpectedly precise, as if some intuition was guiding her. Ron observed silently from the side, having already sensed something. Perhaps this is the unique trait of the diligence, can make up for incompetence gift. A seemingly ordinary starting point, but with a learning curve that steepens over time. Every attempt Lilia made invisibly enhanced her understanding and operational skills. Extraordinary recognition experience points +1. He discreetly utilized his extraordinary recognition ability, observing the energy flow within Lilia. As she focused on preparing the potion, that special energy fluctuation became more evident, like a tiny yet resilient stream, slowly and steadily strengthening. Not bad. When Lilia completed her first potion, Ron commented, "Although there's room for improvement in purity, for a first attempt, it's quite outstanding." A delighted smile appeared on Lilia's face. This heartfelt praise gave her a long-lost sense of accomplishment. It was not because of her appearance or charm, but sourced from her genuine effort and ability. "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Ralph," Lilia said sincerely, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "No need to be so formal," Ron replied with a smile. "On the path of learning, we are all seekers of knowledge." For the rest of the day, Lilia fully immersed herself in the basics of magic potion making. She was surprised to find an unexpected affinity for the subject, especially in material identification and handling. Ron also noticed this and timely provided more challenging content. "Your learning ability is strong," Ron remarked when dusk fell and the day's teaching concluded. "Tomorrow, we can try some more complex formulas and begin practicing basic spiritual control." Lilia raised her head in surprise. "Spiritual control, but my spiritual talent is only a 5th-class star upper tier." "The basics of spiritual control are not entirely dependent on innate talent," Ron explained. "The correct methods and persistent practice can also bring significant improvement. Besides, for an alchemist, basic spiritual control is an essential skill." A warmth surged through Lilia's heart. In her past life, few people would see her potential and be willing to invest time and effort in cultivating her. Most only saw her appearance, viewing her as something to be used or possessed. "I will work hard, Lord Ralph," she promised in a low voice. Returning to her small room, Lilia sat quietly at the bedside, her mind filled with countless thoughts. The schemes and cunning from when she first arrived at the workshop seemed so shallow and ridiculous now. Compared to gaining protection through seductive tactics, earning achievements through her own effort and learning seemed a brighter and more tangible path. "Perhaps my value is more than just this face," Lilia murmured, a new hope gleaming in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the candidate apprentice dormitory area, a shocking piece of news was spreading rapidly. The beautiful Lilia was reportedly now the special assistant to the genius intermediate apprentice, Ron Ralph. This news had no definite source, yet among apprentices it spread with vivid details, fueling endless speculation and conjecture. "I heard that Lilia now stays in Ron's workshop and doesn't come out even at night," a tall, skinny candidate apprentice whispered mysteriously to a companion. "Really? That Ron is an intermediate apprentice and even a professional alchemist, with a higher status than regular intermediate apprentices?" The companion's eyes widened in surprise. "Absolutely true. My cousin is an elementary apprentice. He personally saw Lilia wearing workshop attire, going to the market to purchase potion materials." This news quickly reached Keen's ears. The son of a wealthy merchant had always coveted Lilia's beauty and had made several attempts to approach her, all of which she skillfully avoided. Now, hearing she had become someone else's personal assistant, his expression turned somewhat sullen, yet it didn't ignite any anger. After all, recklessly provoking others in the Black Mist jungle could often come at the cost of one's life. Ralph Keen's frowned. "I was out on a field mission for 2 months, and when did the school produce such a character?" The servant standing by reminded him in a low voice. "Master, Ron Ralph is the new rising genius from the past 2 months you were away. It's said that his ranking among the candidate wizards has significantly improved, already entering the top 20. And what?" Keynes asked impatiently. "And he seems to have received special attention from wizard Sauron Griffiths, frequently getting private instruction," the servant cautiously said. "Offending such a person might bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. It should be said that it might even lead to a catastrophe, especially since his master is just an ordinary apprentice without any special talents." But as a servant, he could only remind him so tactfully. Keynes was undoubtedly a person who listened to reason. Hearing this, he fell silent in an instant, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. He was born into a wealthy merchant family and had been influenced by his father from a young age, knowing when to retreat. provoking a sequence member favored by an official wizard could cost far more than he could imagine. Forget it, in the end, he could only put away his little thoughts with reluctance. Beautiful women are everywhere. You could buy a bunch just by visiting the mortal marketplace. There's no need to make enemies with such a genius for the sake of a woman. Thus, merely by her association with Ron, Lilia successfully freed herself from Keynes's entanglement, completely unaware of it. In the weeks that followed, Lilia fully immersed herself in the life of the workshop. Every morning, she would wake up early to prepare the magic potion materials and tools needed for the day. In the morning, she followed Ron to learn basic magic potion making and spiritual control. In the afternoon, she helped Alan organize the workshop and looked after little sea siren Dale. The evening was her time for independent study and practice, and Ron occasionally noticed the light in her small room staying on until very late. Surprisingly, her culinary skills were also fully displayed. Unlike Alan, who could only cook simple vegetarian dishes, Lilia had learned many advanced cooking techniques in a noble family. She started preparing sumptuous dinners for the workshop daily, cleverly combining various rare ingredients to create delicious and nutritionally balanced meals. The taste of this dish, it's like a hotel chef made it. Ron commented in surprise when he first tasted Lilia's craft. He then realized that there might be no concept of restaurants in the mortal realm, only private chefs employed by various nobles, so he quickly corrected himself. I mean very delicious. Lilia beamed with joy. In the family, I once learned from the head chef for a while. She didn't mention that she learned these skills to appease her brothers and sisters. I'm glad you like it. Ron nodded. Talent and hard work will always be rewarded, no matter the field. These words resonated strongly in Lilia's heart. Ever since she arrived at this workshop, she didn't dare to relax for a moment. Especially after she saw from her small room in the yard that the experimental area on the workshop's second floor was also brightly lit throughout the night. Lilia felt that if Ron, who had already achieved so much, held himself to such high standards, how could she, as a stumbling apprentice, justify relaxing her studies? And the truth proved that effort was indeed effective. As time passed, Lilia's knowledge and skills in magic potion making improved rapidly. Little sea siren Dale also became particularly lively because of the new addition to the workshop. She enjoyed listening to Lilia tell stories of the outside world. Lilia also liked to spend her free time with Dale, teaching her some simple knowledge and games. Dale, look at this, it's called the chasing light game. Lilia aimed a small mirror at the sunlight, projecting a bright spot on the wall of the crystal vat, then moved the mirror, letting the light spot swim through the water. Dale excitedly chased the light spot. A bell-like laughter echoing through the workshop. The entire workshop seemed to become more alive with Lilia's arrival. Even the tree spirit, who initially felt slightly down owing to the new helper taking over part of her work, seemed to gradually recover recently. Perhaps she was worried about her own value being entirely replaced. Having been quietly observing, Ron came to this conclusion, unable to help but marvel at how the tree spirit, both in appearance and at heart, was growing more and more human-like. Ron stood on the workshop's balcony, reaching out to lift the iron-blue curtains fluttering in the night breeze outside. The black mist jungle was shrouded in a thin fog, the magic crystal lamps from the distant tower piercing the mist, like illusory stars adorning the deep night. Tonight marked the 20th day since he officially began instructing Lilia. Recalling the experiences of this period, Ron couldn't help feeling an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Lilia's ability to learn far exceeded his expectations. Her focus and speed in absorbing knowledge were just what a teacher dreams of. The effect of the diligence can make up for incompetence. Special talent was truly extraordinary. What appeared to be a humble starting point could, over time, develop into an increasingly steep learning curve, especially in the past few days. Lilia's progress was nothing short of astonishing. Perhaps the accumulation of more than 2 months with Lady Allen, combined with over half a month's intensive study here, had gradually activated her talent. She had not only become capable of independently preparing junior healing potions, but also began trying to improve some simple formulas. The day before yesterday, she successfully increased the potency of a stimulant potion by nearly 20%, while using only 80% of the materials. This success rate even surprised Ron. already comparable to the level he had achieved when his magic potion refining skill was approaching the skilled level. Besides, her basic practice in spiritual control also showed an amazing adaptability. Although her aptitude was only medium in the 5th class star, her almost obsessive focus allowed her to grasp meditation techniques faster than apprentices with the same aptitude. Just this morning, Lilia successfully completed the first stage of the basic meditation test, with the stability of her spiritual power clearly exceeding the level her aptitude would suggest. "Master, may I ask one more question?" Lilia's voice came from behind. At some point, this master had naturally replaced the initial Master Ralph. Ron turned around and saw the girl in work clothes standing at the door, holding a book of basic magic potion making, her expression focused and humble. "Of course, what question?" "Regarding the mixing ratio of silver moon grass and morning dew flower, I found that the recorded ratio of 3:2 in the book doesn't seem to be the optimal proportion. I tried several times last night and found that a 5:3 ratio made the potion effects more stable and saved materials." Surprise flashed in Ron's eyes, and then he nodded with satisfaction. "Your observation is very accurate. The traditional ratio is based on standard configurations in ordinary environments, but considering the magic environment of the Black Mist Jungle, 5:3 is indeed more reasonable. This spirit of active thinking and practice is quite rare." A hint of joy flashed in Lilia's eyes, but soon turned humble again. "It's all due to your excellent teaching, Master." "No, it's your effort." Ron corrected her habitually self-deprecating words word by word. "Learning is not just about accepting knowledge. More importantly, it's about questioning and verifying. You already begin to show the thinking style a true alchemist should have." Lilia slightly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing, evidently cherishing such recognition very much. "It's already late, you should rest. Tomorrow we will start learning the life essence extraction technique, which requires ample energy." Lilia nodded in thanks and softly took her leave. As her footsteps faded away, Ron returned to his room and took out the silver pocket watch hanging around his chest. Its black gem surface glowed faintly, seemingly responding to his touch. He slowly closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Moments later, an unprecedented feeling surged from within him. It was a warm and pure flow of energy, as if a clear spring was infusing his spiritual core from outside. This feeling was entirely different from the enhancement he typically experienced during self-cultivation. It was more relaxed and natural, nourishing his spirit without any effort on his part. "This is the grace," Ron murmured to himself, awe-filling his heart. He finally personally experienced the special connection Lady Allen had talked about. This differed from the slight grace he had once accidentally received in class by inspiring others. This time, as a true mentor providing professional and purposeful guidance, the grace Ron received was significantly more powerful. He could distinctly feel the flow of this energy and could actively guide its direction. In conventional circumstances, most mentors use this grace to purify accumulated spiritual contamination, extend longevity, or even heal old wounds. But Ron's current situation was somewhat special. "I have the Time Guardian pocket watch, which can regularly purge spiritual contamination, so at least until I ascend to become an official wizard, I don't need to worry about this issue." He pondered for a moment and decided to channel this grace entirely into the resource he was currently most lacking the limit of magic power. Ron carefully guided the flow of energy, directing it entirely into his magic core. As the grace infused, he felt his magic core begin to undergo wonderful changes. At first, it was just a slight ache. Then it transformed into a comfortable warmth, as if a miniature sun was slowly unfolding inside him. The sensation was like a taut bowstring suddenly relaxing, or a dried-up lake being refilled with fresh water, bringing immense pleasure. After the last trace of blessing dissolved in his body, Ron slowly opened his eyes and attempted to construct magic. He was surprised to find that the ring of brilliance model floating in his palm was much brighter than usual. Even more astonishing was that he felt almost no significant magic power consumption. Magic power, 1.6 right arrow 2.0 plus 0.4. This enhancement is amazing. Ron stared in astonishment at the value change on the panel. The magic power had increased by a full 0.4 points, something that might have required months or even half a year of diligent cultivation before, yet was achieved in just over 2 weeks by teaching Lilia to obtain blessings. He immediately went to the specially designed target to try casting the Ring of Brilliance spell, and the difference he felt was tremendously exciting. Previously, casting this spell required nearly 2/10 of his magic reserves, but now he could perfectly cast it with less than 1/10. More importantly, the duration and power of the spell had both significantly improved. Originally only able to maintain blinding and scorching effects for a second or two, it now easily surpassed 1.5 times its original duration. The temperature and brightness of the light flame were also significantly enhanced, with both defensive and offensive capabilities elevated. The increase from 1.6 to 2.0 is far more than a simple numerical growth. Ron murmured to himself, just like the spiritual power value, it is also a qualitative leap. He continued testing other spells, discovering that each had become smoother and more powerful, with consumption greatly reduced. Ron was immersed in exploring the changes brought by the magic power increase, filled with anticipation for obtaining more blessings in the future through teaching. If this teaching rhythm continues, with a stable source of blessings, the speed of my magic power increase will greatly accelerate. Undoubtedly, this was a major discovery, opening a new shortcut on his growth path. Of course, all of this was premised on Lilia's continued progress, but with her demonstrated talent and effort, this seemed not to be an issue. Ending these thoughts, Ron took out the crystal ball recording the magic model, within which the complete structure of the Ring of Brilliance was suspended. These days he had been practicing this spell. With the dual skill enhancements of magic construction and elemental perception, experience points grew rapidly. Ring of Brilliance experience points +1. Current progress, Ring of Brilliance entry 49/50. Only 1 point away from breaking through to the skilled level. Ron took a deep breath and began constructing the magic model. With the strong support provided by 2.0 magic power, this construction was smoother than ever before. Golden red energy gathered in his palm, quickly dispersing into a perfect ring structure, combining the heat of the fire element and the brightness of the light element. Ring of Brilliance experience points +1. Breakthrough Ring of Brilliance entry 50/50, right arrow Ring of Brilliance, skilled 1/100. Gained additional traits, light flame transformation. Enhances the effect of mutual amplification between light and fire elements, and makes it more malleable. Light flame transformation. Ron immediately felt a substantial increase in the spell's power. The ring-shaped light flame not only increased in brightness by nearly 30%, but the temperature also reached a new level, even able to easily melt ordinary metals. What surprised him even more was that this enhancement seemed to have some synergistic effect with his red blood-flying dragon bloodline, allowing the halo to flexibly change shape according to his will, no longer confined to a simple ring shape. He tried transforming the halo into a shield, then an energy cone scatter, and finally even into a perfect hexagonal protective structure. Each form could be perfectly maintained, while retaining the original defensive and offensive traits. Ron couldn't hide his excitement. With this flexibility, the tactical value of the Ring of Brilliance would be greatly enhanced. He quickly recorded the details of this breakthrough in his notebook, specifically highlighting the interaction phenomenon between light flame transformation and bloodline ability. These discoveries were not only beneficial for his personal growth, but also provided important references for future magic sword designs. If I could organically combine the magic sword with the Ring of Brilliance, perhaps a completely new combat form could be created. Ron's thoughts ran wild, continuously painting various possibilities. Diverse growth paths, mutual promotion. This is precisely where the greatest advantage of the Golden Finger lies. He smiled, looking at the faint light of dawn rising on the horizon. A new day with a new beginning. Meanwhile, Lilia, just waking up, looked at the light still shining on the second floor of the workshop, rubbing her eyes, feeling admiration and even awe for her teacher's diligence. Ron exhaled, skillfully adjusting the fusion adhesive to finally reach its ideal state. This was a special alchemy medium that could act as a buffer between two incompatible elements, significantly increasing the success rate of bloodline fusion. He carefully dripped the adhesive onto the autophagic slime monster on the experiment table. This was his 8th specimen, with the previous 7 being consumed to varying degrees in different experiments. The slime monster immediately absorbed the adhesive, its color changing from semi-transparent to light blue, and its surface rippled slightly, indicating it had entered a highly sensitive state. Ron then took out 2 vastly different bloodline samples. One was the tip of a wind demon's feather, and the other was a fragment of scales from a water serpent man. Wind and water have a natural repulsion in elemental attributes. Direct fusion without buffering is destined to fail, as has been proven in his previous experiments. The 3rd slime monster exploded into pieces in a frenzy after being twisted in such a way. But now, with the aid of the fusion adhesive, the situation should be quite different. Begin the bloodline modulation process. Ron calmed his mind, following the steps described in Bloodline Modulation Introduction, and started the modulation. First, he used precise spiritual power to completely decompose the wind demon feather fragments into a pure energy state, then slowly introduced them into the slime monster's body. The color of the slime monster immediately changed, from light blue to pale green, and fine wave-like structures began to form on its surface, as if a gentle breeze swept across it. This is a sign of successful absorption. Next, Ron focused his spiritual power again, guiding the energy essence of the water snake scale. This step is extremely crucial. If the input speed is too fast or the energy is not pure enough, it may cause bloodline rejection. With the addition of water energy, the slime monster began to vibrate violently, its color becoming erratic, sometimes green gaining the upper hand, sometimes blue spreading all over. Stabilize, balance, fuse, Ron murmured, guiding the 2 types of energy to slowly merge under the effect of the adhesive. This process lasted for nearly 10 minutes, with the tense tremors gradually subsiding. The color of the slime monster eventually stabilized in a blue-green mixed state, its surface showing both wave-like ripples and flowing like water. Bloodline modulation experience points +1. Current progress, Bloodline modulation, introduction 48/50. Succeeded, Ron breathed a sigh of relief, looking with satisfaction at the stable fusion before him. Although it was just an experimental subject, this success indicated that his understanding of bloodline modulation had ascended to a new level. Moreover, compared to mere skill enhancement, this experiment brought him a more direct outcome, a perfectly modulated specimen with dual elemental affinity for both wind and water. Ron gently flipped a switch on the experiment table, a weak electric current passing through the platform, stimulating the slime monster to display its traits. With the stimulus, miniature water currents and wind swirls simultaneously appeared on the surface of the slime monster. Though the intensity was low, it was evidence of perfect fusion. Using fusion adhesive as a buffer, combined with gradual energy input, can indeed greatly increase the success rate of fusing repulsed bloodlines. Ron recorded the details and conclusions of this experiment. The same method should also be applicable to higher-level bloodline modulation. For instance, the growth path designed for Dale, or filling other branches of his chimera core in the future. More importantly, he noticed an interesting phenomenon. Along with the improvement of bloodline modulation skills, his ability to activate bloodlines also grew accordingly. Bloodline activation experience points +1. Current progress, bloodline activation, introduction 30/100. Although the growth rate was not significant, it undeniably confirmed his speculation. There is indeed a linkage effect between related skills. Understanding of bloodline modulation will also contribute to the enhancement of bloodline activation. Ron immediately thought that perhaps he could take this opportunity to check his affiliated red blood flying dragon bloodline again, and see if he had any new insights. He gently closed his eyes, mobilizing that crimson gold energy within him. As his breathing deepened, the red blood flying dragon bloodline was gradually awakened. A sense of burning spread from the spine to the whole body, and he could feel the presence of those fine scales beneath his skin. Andre's red blood flying dragon bloodline, originating from a lineage of the ancient sun flame dragon, after several epochs of dilution and variation, has drifted far from its original pure form. However, under the replication of the chimera bloodline, this energy has been partially purified, tracing back a small step toward its primal form. That's why my flames are purer and more regular in shape than Andre's. Ron suddenly understood. Chimera doesn't just simply replicate, it instinctively optimizes towards a more superior direction. This discovery filled him with confidence in future bloodline duplication. As his understanding of the essence of bloodlines deepens, Chimera's replication ability would become more precise and powerful. The next step is to continue enhancing alchemy, preparing for future magic sword forging. Ron took a deep breath, savoring the wonderful sensation of magic power flowing within his body. With a magic power value of 2.0, it provided him with a more abundant energy reserve for his alchemy research. Let's try more advanced energy condensation. Ron took out a block of ordinary stone, concentrating his mind for an energy storage test. In the past, such attempts would have cost him about 20% of his magic power reserves, but now he hardly felt much consumption. Spiritual power and magic power moved at his command, the energy smoothly flowing into the stone block under his guidance, forming a stable energy core. Compared to before, the density of stored energy this time was higher, and the structure more intricate. Alchemy experience points +1. Current progress, alchemy proficient 17/100. Ron recorded the data, checking against his profession advancement conditions. Profession advancement information unlock, alchemist 2 stars. Profession advancement conditions. 2. Alchemy skills reaching mastery. 3. Extraordinary recognition, mastered square root. 4. Independently completed the crafting of 3 or more primary alchemy items. 5. Successfully improved at least one existing alchemy item blueprint. Still a long way to go. Ron planned silently in his heart, but he did not feel disheartened. At his current pace of progress, he is confident to go to the bloodline altar to advance to the alchemist profession in 6 months. By then, he will possess enough capability to forge his own master sword, using the rare material soul steel, officially becoming a magic swordsman. This is also why he invests so much time in alchemy research. Only by mastering a high level of alchemy can he ensure the magic sword's quality reaches its optimal state. According to the records in Magic and Steel, the secret of magic sword forging, the quality of a magic sword is closely related to the user's future growth potential. A poorly made magic sword may limit the user's potential to a relatively low level, while a perfectly forged magic sword can evolve continuously with its owner, even providing extra protection in critical moments. According to the book, a perfect magic sword requires the assistance of an alchemist to forge the sword embryo, along with strong spiritual power to build the bond, and a part of the user's soul infused. Ron recalled the book's description. In some ways, it's akin to a wizard's magic wand. But what if he didn't need anyone's help to forge the sword embryo, and he himself was an excellent alchemist? Producing a master sword perfectly suited to his needs, paving a path never explored before, but noticeably superior. After all, in this world's extraordinary system, the wizard and knight paths are mutually exclusive. Perhaps some geniuses can walk both paths, but they wouldn't invest their limited time in the hybrid path of wizard and knight. Those capable of walking the wizard path wouldn't squander time on the foreseeable knight path, even if they are much stronger than ordinary apprentices as a magic swordsman. And a qualified alchemist precisely requires at least an advanced apprentice level of spiritual power. Looking at the various semi-finished alchemy materials on the laboratory table, he already had a preliminary idea in his mind. His master sword will integrate the sun core essence and the essence blood he has refined, items closely related to his current bloodline and magic attribute. It will combine the dual powers of light and fire, capable of emitting searing flames and radiating purification light. This design perfectly matches his current bloodline traits and elemental affinity. In the future, it can further upgrade with the inclusion of other chimera branches and expansion of other professions. And the foundation of all this comes from his commitment to diverse growth paths. From the initial alchemist to apprentice, then to bloodline knight, bloodline adjuster, and alchemist. Each identity and skill constantly promoted each other, forming a perfect growth loop. With over 4 months remaining until the bloodline altar opens, he had enough time to further improve his combat power system. The sound of silver bell-like laughter broke his thoughts, mingled with Lilia's gentle voice and the rustling sound of Alan's vines swaying. In that case, let's check on little Dale. Constantly being shut in for research is not ideal. A change of pace would be good. Ron got up and left the laboratory, gently closing the door. When he walked into the courtyard, the sight made him smile involuntarily. Dale, the little sea siren who once was only the size of a palm, has now grown to the size of a 6 or 7-year-old human child. She was no longer confined to the crystal vat, capable of briefly transforming her tail into legs with the help of her innate magic, freely running and playing in the courtyard. At this moment, she was wearing a blue skirt tailored by Lilia, hopping and chasing a butterfly transformed by Alan's vines. Dale, be careful not to run too fast. Lilia stood aside, her face showing a trace of worry. Dale replied crisply, her voice as melodious as a mountain spring. I'm really strong now. I can stay on land for 2 hours without getting tired. As she spoke, she suddenly saw Ron standing at the door, her eyes lighting up. Master. She cheered and ran toward Ron, her small legs, temporarily transformed from a fishtail, slightly unstable but surprisingly agile. Ron crouched down and picked up the little sea siren. Seems like my little Dale has made new progress, hasn't she? Yes, Dale nodded excitedly, her silver hair floating gently with her movement. Sister Lily taught me how to use magic to control the shape of my legs. Now I can run faster. And Mama Alan also played many fun games with me. Ron looked at Lilia and Alan. He noticed that during these days in the workshop, not only had Lilia made substantial progress in magic potion making, but her unique tenderness had subtly changed the workshop's atmosphere. She unknowingly became a link connecting everyone in the workshop, helping Alan organize herbs and care for plants, accompanying Dale in learning and playing, even silently preparing everything needed when Ron was busy with research. The young girl who initially sought refuge to avoid Keen's had now become an indispensable part of the workshop. Lilia, thank you for your hard work. Ron smiled faintly, holding the little sea siren who wouldn't stop cuddling him. Seems like Dale has been very happy under your care. Lilia gently shook her head. It's nothing. Actually, caring for Dale brings me great joy. She learns things exceptionally fast and is naturally lively, always bringing much laughter to the workshop. Alan's vine swayed softly, with words appearing on the leaves. Master doesn't need to worry. I'm taking care of Dale together with Lilia. Her growth is very healthy. With the interaction over these days with Lilia, Alan wasn't as vigilant and uneasy as at the beginning. Dale wriggled in Ron's arms, saying excitedly, Master, let me show you my new skill. She extended her small hand, palm facing up. A tiny water ball gradually formed in her hand, then began to spin, finally transforming into a delicate water flower shape. Ron felt a surge of satisfaction. Dale's growth rate was indeed astounding, not only rapidly increasing in size, but excelling far beyond an average sea siren in every aspect of her abilities. Watching this small life, that over a month ago could only swim in the crystal vat, now able to move freely on land, even grasping elemental control to a preliminary degree. Ron's heart was full of accomplishment. Master, can I learn more magic from you? Dale asked expectantly, her eyes wide open. Sister Lily said you are the greatest wizard. Ron patted her head. Of course, when you grow a bit older, I'll teach you more about elemental control. He gently placed Dale back on the ground, watching her joyously run toward Alan, continuing their previous game. Lilia approached Ron, speaking softly. Dale is really smart. She's even started asking questions about the nature of the world. I think she doesn't just have a strong potential for physical growth. Her cognitive development far exceeds that of an average sea siren of her age. Ron nodded. That is precisely her characteristic as a high-purity sea siren. When provided with adequate nutrition and correct guidance, a sea siren's cognitive development can keep pace with their physical growth, even surpass human children in certain fields. He looked at Lilia. Thanks also for your care and teachings. I didn't expect you to be not only gifted in magic potion making, but also exceptional with kids. Lilia's face slightly flushed. It's nothing. I used to care for younger siblings when I was little, so I have some experience. Besides, Dale is really cute and well-behaved. Teaching her is a very pleasant task. They fell into a brief silence, jointly watching Dale and Alan play merrily in the courtyard. "Oh, teacher," Lilia suddenly remembered something. "A letter arrived this morning. It seems to be a notification about the candidate wizard sequence's quarterly assessment meeting, and I've placed it on your desk." Ron nodded. "Thanks for the reminder. I'll check it in a moment." Ron gently picked up the letter from the desk and opened the wax seal, bearing the official stamp of the school. The golden wax seal shattered, revealing the neatly folded letter inside. The content of the letter was concise and clear. A week later, a quarterly candidate wizard sequence evaluation meeting would be held in the 7th Assembly Hall of the Central High Tower. All sequence members must attend, and specific times will be notified by a messenger later. The letter also specifically mentioned that this meeting would announce changes in the points ranking and might adjust the internal structure of the sequence. Is it finally starting? Ron held the letter, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The quarterly evaluation of the candidate wizard sequence is an extremely important activity within the school. At this event, each sequence member must undergo a comprehensive assessment of their performance over the past quarter by the official wizards. Those who performed well will leap in ranking, while those who did not may face the risk of demotion or even expulsion. My ranking has already improved to the top 17 last time. Entering the top 15 this time shouldn't be a problem. Ron placed the letter back on the table and began planning his work for the next few days in his mind. The time isn't long, so I need to hurry. The current key directions are. He started quickly listing the priorities in his mind. Bloodline modulation skills, Ring of Brilliance magic, extraordinary recognition, advanced magic potion making, and many parts that need consolidation. After contemplating for a moment, Ron decided to dedicate more of his limited time to bloodline modulation skills. There are still 2 autophagic slime monsters left, which, if designed properly, should be enough to help me break through to the skilled level. He returned to the laboratory and took out 2 containers holding the last 2 autophagic slime monsters. These 2 slime monsters were stable in shape, semi-transparent, floating quietly in the nutrient solution, occasionally trembling slightly like breathing. Ron adopted a more complex experimental design. First, he added a small sample of his own blood to the first slime monster, guiding his red blood, flying dragon bloodline energy into the slime monster's body. Then he added a drop of Dale's fish scale extract, trying to fuse the sea siren's water element affinity. Finally, he added a trace of fusion adhesive to promote the fusion of the 2 seemingly opposing bloodlines. If I can successfully fuse my red blood flying dragon bloodline and Dale's sea siren bloodline in the slime monster, then I'll have a reliable reference model for future modulation on Dale. The experiment was carried out with extreme caution, and Ron precisely controlled the energy flow and import speed at each step. The color of the slime monster constantly changed, turning crimson first, and then gradually mixing in deep blue. Finally, stabilized by the adhesive, it settled into a purplish-red state with both scale-like texture and a watery flow. The experiment on the second slime monster was even more daring. Ron attempted to simultaneously introduce 4 different micro-bloodline samples: the feathers of a wind demon, scales of a fire lizard, skin flakes of a water snake man, and a trace of tree spirit essence collected from Alan. This was an unprecedentedly complex fusion attempt, far more difficult than any previous experiments. Theoretically, such a multi-fusion is almost impossible to succeed, but if I can find the correct balance point. Ron mobilized all his spiritual power, controlling the input amount and sequence of each bloodline energy with unprecedented precision. First, the plant element tree spirit essence as the foundational framework. Then the water element water snake man skin flakes, forming initial symbiosis with the plant. Next, the wind element feathers to add fluidity. Finally, the fire element scales, igniting the entire system in extremely small doses. At first, the slime monster shook violently, its colors flashing chaotically, seemingly on the verge of collapse. But under Ron's unwavering spiritual control, the chaos gradually subsided, and the colors merged layer by layer. Finally forming a peculiar rainbow-like structure, various elements were neatly arranged within the slime monster, existing both independently and harmoniously coexisting. Bloodline modulation experience points +1. Current progress, Bloodline modulation, beginner 49/50. Succeeded, just a bit more, and the next experiment should achieve a breakthrough. Ron let out a soft breath, the beads of sweat on his forehead finally slipping down. Looking at the 2 successful experimental products on the table and the 7 already inert experimental items beside them, Ron fell into thought. These failed experimental subjects have completely lost activity and have no further research value. However, bringing them to the school's resource recovery site should allow me to exchange them for some magic stone fragments. He carefully gathered the 7 already dead slime monsters and placed them in a specially made sealed bag. Despite having no activity, the residual bloodline energies in these failures still needed to be handled with caution to avoid accidental contamination. Ron carried the sealed bag to the hallway and happened to see Lilia guiding Dale in practicing simple water element control. "Lilia, if you're free, could you help me take these to the school's resource recovery site?" Ron lifted the bag in his hand. These are the failed products of the experiment, completely dead, but can still be exchanged for some magic stone fragments. Lilia nodded. "Of course, teacher, I'll handle it in a moment." Having assigned the task, Ron quickly turned back towards the laboratory door. His time was limited, and he still needed to work on those magic potion orders. Just then, Dale, who had been focused on the water element ball, suddenly stopped her action. Her tiny nose twitched slightly, as if she smelled something that attracted her. "What a wonderful smell!" the little sea siren murmured, her bright blue eyes fixed on the bag. Before anyone present could react, Dale had already rushed forward at an astonishing speed, grabbing the bag and tearing open its seal forcefully. "Dale, don't!" Lilia exclaimed, hurrying forward to stop her. But Dale had already pulled out a lump of decaying slime monster from the bag and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing greedily. "Oh my God, that might be poisonous!" Elan's vines shook violently, displaying words of terror on the leaves. She extended her vines, intending to hang Dale upside down to induce vomiting. Wait, Ron had already activated extraordinary recognition, observing the changes within Dale. Surprisingly, Dale showed no symptoms of poisoning. Instead, she wore a look of ecstasy, continuing to pull more decaying slime monster remnants from the bag and devour them eagerly. His extraordinary recognition captured an astonishing scene. As the slime monster remnants entered Dale's body, the residual bloodline energy didn't dissipate or cause harm. Instead, it was absorbed and transformed by some special mechanism inside her. Various bloodline energies were dismantled, purified, recombined, and then merged into Dale's own sea siren bloodline, making it stronger. "Stop, don't stop her." Ron reached out to block Lilia and Alan, who were about to forcibly intervene. "She's fine, on the contrary, this seems beneficial for her." The 2 stopped in amazement, watching speechlessly as Dale cleaned out all the slime monster remnants from the bag and finally licked her fingers with satisfaction. "Master, is there more? It's really delicious." Dale looked up, her eyes shining with anticipation. Her voice was much clearer than before, like a polished silver bell. The 3 nearby glanced at each other, and then Ron suddenly understood. "Big Eater, is this the true power of this talent?" Through continued observation, Ron confirmed his speculation. Dale's Big Eater talent was far more than just being able to eat a lot or grow quickly. Its core ability was efficiently extracting the beneficial parts of substances containing extraordinary energy and converting them into nutrients for her growth. This time, the devoured slime monster, though decayed, still contained residues of various bloodline energies, becoming an excellent catalyst for Dale's growth. "Look, she's changing," Lilia pointed at Dale in surprise. The little sea siren's body was visibly changing. Her height increased by about 5 centimeters, and her long silver hair became smoother and shinier. Small scales faintly emerged on her skin, shimmering with rainbow light in the light. Most noticeably were her eyes, the original plain blue now mixed with a hint of purple and red, like mysterious gems from the deep sea. Ron continued using extraordinary recognition to observe all this, collecting data on every subtle change. Bloodline purity increased from silver ring 95% to silver ring 98%, approaching golden ring threshold. Elemental affinity: water primary, wind weak, fire very weak. Special ability: enhanced water element control, slight multi-element resistance. Body state: extremely healthy, growth speed further increased. Remarkable, Ron murmured to himself. This is the expected level of a second-tier talent, not simply eating more and growing more, but being able to extract essences from various extraordinary substances rapidly to strengthen oneself. Lilia curiously observed Dale up close. This ability, in the arena, isn't it? Though she didn't finish her sentence, Ron immediately understood what she meant. In the bloody gladiatorial games, life or death among combat slaves doesn't matter. If Dale could devour defeated opponents, she could instantly gain power and become increasingly stronger in continuous matches. Indeed, Ron nodded. In fact, in formal slave gladiators, there are some gourmet-type combat slaves, but they devour opponents' corpses more to increase their ferocity and create a terrifying atmosphere, whereas our Dale can truly benefit from it. Teacher, since Dale can grow by devouring bloodline substances, can we prepare some specific ingredients for her, like biological tissues containing purer elemental energy? That's a good idea. Ron's eyes lit up. Through a carefully designed menu, we can guide her bloodline to develop in a specific direction. He squatted down and asked softly, Dale, how did you find the taste of what you just ate? The little sea siren blinked her now more animated eyes. Super delicious, more delicious than anything I usually eat, and... She paused, seemingly searching for the right words. I feel so much new energy flowing inside, like drinking a big bowl of hot bone broth. Ron smiled and patted her small head. Then, are you willing to try more foods like this? I can specifically prepare some special ingredients that are beneficial for you based on your situation. Dale jumped up excitedly, her silver hair drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Master, I want to become stronger, so I can help you in the future. Watching Dale's energetic appearance, Ron felt a sense of accomplishment surge in his heart. You'll grow stronger together, he promised softly, while Lilia and Alan exchanged smiles beside him. Ron stood up, his thoughts already stretching into the distance. The next step, I need to apply the theory of bloodline modulation into practice. Design a complete bloodline cultivation plan for Dale, while also preparing thoroughly for the candidate wizard assessment meeting in a few days. At the break of dawn, Ron's workshop was already brightly lit. Lilia sat at the long table, fully focused on concocting a complex healing potion. Her brows were furrowed, mentally exhausted, yet her hands remained steady as a rock, without the slightest tremor. Ron stood not far away, quietly observing the diligent girl. It had been roughly a month since Lilia came to the workshop. Though her progress wasn't as visually apparent as Dale's, it possessed a unique stability. With each practice, her potion modulation skills improved slightly from the previous day. With each daily summary, her mastery of magic potion knowledge became more comprehensive. And each week, her spiritual control quietly climbed. This progress seemed slow but never ceased, like a steady stream silently amassing into an undeniable force. The effect of the diligence can make up for incompetence. Talent was fully manifesting in Lilia. Teacher, I finished. Lilia looked up, showing Ron the potion she had just concocted. It was a bottle of liquid shimmering with amber light, far exceeding the purity and stability level expected from a beginner. Let me see. Ron took the bottle and examined it carefully. The potion's color was even, without any impurities or bubbles. When shaken, its flow was just right, neither too viscous nor too thin. Opening the stopper, a refreshing herbal fragrance wafted over, without any harsh odor. This was a near-perfect healing potion. Although it was still a basic potion, it belonged to the upper quality level within its category in the market. Very good, Ron praised sincerely. Your progress exceeded my expectations. A month ago, you were struggling with basic ratios, but now you can independently complete such a complex formula. Lilia's cheeks reddened, her eyes gleaming with joy and pride. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, teacher. Ron shook his head slightly. Teaching only points the direction. True progress comes from your own efforts and talent. Just then, Ron felt a familiar flow of energy welling up from the depth of his heart. That is the grace, a unique energy connection between the instructor and the student. This feeling is like cool and sweet spring water flowing into a thirsty throat, comfortable and invigorating. Compared to last time, this grace is more even and lasting, like a gentle, continuous drizzle rather than a brief torrent. Ron closed his eyes, feeling the energy circulating and flowing within his body. He had already learned how to guide this precious energy to where it was most needed. Magic Power 2.0 Right Arrow 2.05 plus 0.05. Although the increase seemed subtle, Ron knew that this slow and steady accumulation was the healthiest and most sustainable way to grow. Just like Lilia's diligence can make up for incompetence, talent, the small advancements before him would eventually accumulate into astonishing achievements. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Lilia asked, puzzled, looking at the suddenly silent Ron. "Nothing." Ron opened his eyes and smiled. "I was just contemplating the inspiration your progress has given me. Sometimes, the most stable path might also be the grandest one." Lilia nodded, half understanding, and then turned to continue sorting herbs. Looking at this diligent girl, Ron felt a special sense of satisfaction. Teaching is not just a one-way giving. The relationship between teacher and student is a wonderful symbiosis, where both parties grow in the process. Withdrawing his gaze, he walked to the backyard where Dale's cheerful laughter was echoing. The changes in the little sea siren were more dramatic and obvious than in Lilia. Since devouring those failed slime monsters, her growth rate was simply astonishing. In just 3 days, Dale had grown nearly 10 centimeters taller, her size now comparable to that of an 8 or 9-year-old human child. Her ability to move freely on land had also extended to an astounding 4 hours, almost double of before. Even more astonishing was her ability to manipulate elements. Initially, she could barely form small water balls, but now she could control a water dragon that danced freely in the air. She had even shown preliminary perception of other elements, particularly an unexpected affinity with the wind element. "Master, look what I've learned." Dale excitedly displayed her new skills to Ron. She clasped her hands together and then slowly separated them, forming a spinning water vortex between her palms. Then an astonishing scene unfolded. Wisps of breeze circled the vortex, gradually merging with the water flow, forming a small wind-water symbiosis. The fusion of wind and water. Ron raised an eyebrow in surprise. That's not an ordinary ability for a sea siren. He immediately activated extraordinary recognition to carefully observe Dale's changes. Bloodline purity, silver ring 99%, nearly reaching the golden ring threshold. Elemental affinity, water main, wind general, fire weak. Special ability, water element control, wind element perception, elemental fusion preliminary. Physical condition, extremely healthy, life energy vibrant, growth potential further enhanced. What a terrifying talent, Ron couldn't help but marvel. She's already starting to progress towards the golden ring bloodline, and she's even showing the talent for elemental fusion. This development far exceeded his expectations. According to conventional understanding, although sea sirens excel in water element manipulation, they usually struggle to resonate with other elements. The wind and water fusion ability Dale demonstrated suggested that her bloodline might be undergoing some unique evolution. "Master, can I eat some more of that soft stuff?" Dale asked eagerly, her eyes shining with anticipation. They were really delicious. Ron gently shook his head. "Those were experimental failures and are no longer available. But don't worry, I'm researching a more suitable menu for you. Once my bloodline modulation skills progress, I can prepare more targeted nutritional sources for you." The gluttonous little sea siren could only walk away a bit disappointed and continue practicing her elemental control abilities in the yard. Returning to the laboratory, Ron looked at the remaining 2 autophagic slime monsters. These 2 small life forms floated in the nutrient solution, oblivious to the experiments that were about to take place. The last experiment had already brought me to the critical point of bloodline modulation skills. With a little more effort, I should be able to break through and gain additional traits. Ron first took out a detailed experimental plan. Unlike previous attempts, this time he designed 3 progressive and complex experiments to explore higher realms of bloodline modulation. In the first experiment, he chose 3 relatively mild bloodlines: the hair of a prairie wolf, the horn of a goat, and the fur of a flying squirrel. Although these 3 creatures didn't possess extraordinary traits, their life models each had distinct characteristics: agility of the wolf, resilience of the goat, flexibility of the flying squirrel. Theoretically, the more ordinary the creature, the easier it is for bloodline fusion to succeed, starting simple and progressing step by step. Ron carefully introduced the 3 materials into the first slime monster in a specific order. As expected, this low-level fusion proceeded quite smoothly. Inside the slime monster, a noticeable three-layer structure formed, with distinct boundaries but no rejection reaction. Excellent, the basic test is successful. Now on to the second stage. The difficulty of the second experiment significantly increased. Ron chose an extraordinary creature, a fire element creature, the scales of a fire lizard, attempting to fuse it with ordinary animal bloodlines. The challenge this time lay in the natural energy gap between extraordinary and ordinary creatures, where forced fusion could easily lead to energy overflow, causing the ordinary bloodline to be completely assimilated or directly collapse.